patch kind of really emphasizes that as well. It feels like, again, we're kind of moving away from the kind of, or well, moving away, quote unquote. We are moving back into skirmishes. We are moving back into kind of like taking those risks, looking to be aggressive. Things like, again, I'm going to mention them not because they're enabled, but because they are definitely massively changed. Like you mentioned, the Rel, the Ivern, things that are looking to try and just kind of disrupt things. They're not mad. Yes, they are team fighters in their own right, but they have got such power in those skirmishes as well. So I really want to see what these guys can do. I really want to see how they're able to kind of, you know, adapt themselves going forward. And again, like, you know, it's one of those things of like, if you know the enemy team is just better at standard than you might as well throw something different into the mix.
And we're talking about some of the changes. Rek'Sai got a pretty massive change and is looking very popular on the solo queue ladder, and maybe we get to see her make her return, especially when we have Ning on the roster. Anything's possible between these two, ThunderTalk and Ultra Prime, getting ready to get into games soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, big thing that I'm looking at as well, because we obviously had Kazakhs and stuff like that coming into it. Just play with Zakar. Massive buff onto that particular item, and also nerfs onto Youmuu's Ghostblade as well. So I'm curious to see how these itemization a lot of itemization kind of systems set up as well. We'll get into it once we go into the game. The Echo Vitilia and the Ardent Sensor were nerfed. Gale Force was nerfed. Lot of small little things kind of coming into this. We'll get into the meat and potatoes of it all once we actually see it in game, and it's relevant to this particular one because, like I said, there's a lot of quickness that you got to kind of get used to here, because we haven't even touched on this matchup, TT versus Ultra Prime here coming into it. We had a little bit of a note there to say like these two teams kind of struggling for a little bit of form, but I do think that the pressure does feel like it's a little bit more on TT because, again, a lot more pressure or a lot more I suppose, expectations put onto this roster, considering they were the ones that, you know, kind of were pushing for playoffs in spring.
I mean, not even just the spring, we're talking about like this split alone. They've had some pretty close series, a lot of them ending in 1-2s. Unfortunate for them. We've been seeing them kind of pushing the boundaries, but a lot of it does come down to the fact that a lot of teams are already based around their AD carries. They're swapping around a lot. They've got Huanfeng, we've got 1xN. 1xN will be playing today, and so I'm excited to see what this kind of fresh face into the LPL can kind of do. We had that one really big Aphelios moment that everyone was like popping off, had to get it permabanned away from him. And when we're looking at them, we're also talking about a little bit of their schedules going forward. TT has a much harder road. They face BLG after this, Ninjas in Pajamas, Weibo, and then the undefeated WE later on. So right now, you got to be able to find wins where you can. You got to take those teams that are around you in the pack, and like you were saying, get into that playoff berth that they got over in spring.
And I love that you brought up the schedule as well, because it's not, you say that, you know, they've got a tough run coming up, but they've only gone 1-3 so far. They've lost to FBX. They beat LGD, which is fair enough to them. But again, LGD are unfortunately paddy last in the LPL standings right now.
Yep.
But you know what I mean? Like, you're still dropping to these teams around you, and arguably not even supposed to be around you. You were in the top 10 in spring. You are a team that should be kind of knocking these guys down, keeping that gap between yourselves. And again, this is another kind of one of those moments where I do have to kind of see how good / you know, how high up should I be holding TT, because Ultra Prime were our last place team in spring. Ultra Prime are coming into this split far more cohesive, far better in terms of how they've been playing the game, in my opinion. But this is still a moment where you're kind of thinking, oh, by all intents and purposes, TT should be winning on paper.
TT looking pretty good. I mean, historically speaking, between these two organizations, they are 3-3, you know, straight down the middle. The last person to end up winning was TT, and that was all the way back in spring. So you're looking at these two. Ultra Prime, they did just come off of a pretty disappointing week 2 where they got 2-0'd both times by WE and BLG, hoping to kind of bounce back and say, hey, look, some of those games we had some pretty close moments. Maybe not against BLG, those guys are monsters, but against W, I think there were some good looks, and if we can tweak this, if we can somehow open up Ning to really take control of this map, there are some options here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, well, we shall wait no longer. We are jumping straight into picks and bans. Already seeing those enchanters taken off the board. The Lulu, the Milio, the Nico, the Zeri. The draft hasn't changed a lot, Ulk. I'm going to be real with you right now. Nothing's really changed right now for the moment. And it's going to be when the picks and kind of, obviously the itemization as well, once we get into the game, that's going to be probably a little bit more important.
I was really interested in this because we looked at the side select for these two teams, and Ultra Prime have only found wins on red side. And ThunderTalk, similar kind of bit of information for them. They're predominantly playing on blue side. Now, most of that is them either picking for Beishuan or going for Yukal in this mid lane, who has been pretty stand out for this team. He is the sole reason why at 15 minutes they have a pretty decent goal lead. He is never missing farm, and while he isn't able to find solo kills, he is forcing the enemy opponent mid laner to have to take multiple recalls back and be out of lane.
Well, it looks like the Vi might be the first pickup here. You banned the Wukong, the Annie was banned away as well. So TT kind of thinking about that one here. And it's interesting as well because the Vi has just become such a staple in the meta. Point and click CC, very, very easy to get on top of a priority target. However, it does mean that you might be able to, on the side of Ultra Prime, go for something like maybe a Xayah Rakan. It's a little bit off-center. Definitely people prefer the Aphelios as a first pick option, maybe even going towards the Cassante as well. But I kind of feel like when the Vi comes in, the Xayah feels like the much safer opportunity because you can just ult when they ult and then, you know, you kind of get yourself away from it.
And it prevents, you know, those different options that we were talking about. If you are going to be looking to move down, which is what we tend to see from Thunder Talk, it's UCal pushing out mid lane, moving on over to other sides of the lanes. It would give you the option to try to avoid the Vi ultimate like you were talking about if they maybe went for something like an Ahri similar there. But for Ultra Prime, they want to try to pick up pretty stock standard AD carries, the Aphelios. Big thing here for me is this Gragas for Forge. It has been his most picked champion in this split, and it is such a perfect pick for his identity on this team where he is looking to stay safe in mid, look to try to roam, set up Ning in the early game, and then look to roam, get Sword Art and Doggo online as soon as possible.
We want to go for the Azir coming in, though, straight away for TT, looking like UCal. I mean, like, straight away, TT are saying, late game, we want team fights. We want to be able to kind of go for something that's a little bit more safe and standard. We haven't seen the Azir in a while. It is a UCal special, something he is very, very comfortable on and something he has performed on exceptionally in the past. And honestly, I don't mind this at all. I feel like for TT, this is such a great call to kind of say, look, we are struggling. We are coming into this very much on the kind of downturn. We need something that will bring our players and our confidence back up. Let's just play comfort.
And these are going to be things that are be strong and present in lane, which is what we want to see from Thunder Talk. The best looks we've gotten from them is when 1xN is having a great game, when specifically, again, Hoya and Beishwan, or sorry, UCal and Beishwan are having a great game for themselves, when UCal is able to exert himself on the enemy mid laner, and giving Beishwan the Vi is definitely something that we want to see. But on the other side, we're talking about some different picks. We've been seeing the Nocturne start to rise a little bit in priority, start to pick up a few different champions, a few different players starting to grab this or gravitate towards it. This is getting a little dangerous, I think, for Thunder Talk. If you are going to have this kind of front line, I need to see some supports that are going to be able to protect these champions, because Nocturne, Gragas, we're seeing a pretty good dive comp start to get set up here.
Pretty good dive, and already Ultra Prime saying, we got a dive comp, we need to make sure you don't have things that can stop it. Tam Kench, Braum, things that can protect the Jinx and the Azir, taken off the board. I really like this draft, you know, kind of second round of bans coming out from Ultra Prime as well, as you mentioned. Just making sure they have the options available to them. TT maybe going to throw another ban into that mid lane. No, going to throw into the Rakan. I like this as well. I think that Rakan just kind of gives you, again, that kind of extra dive buddy in that support role. Can still go with the Nautilus or something else of similar vein if they so choose, maybe even a Blitzcrank as well, but we'll see where they want to try and show this one. And again, the Gragas is still technically a flex. That Gragas can go up to the top side, can go mid. We have seen Forge play it a couple of times, so curious to see where they're able to kind of go there, or where they want it to go once they know what TT's picking up. And interesting enough, we've gotten all the way into the second phase of picks and bans, and we have not seen ourselves a Cassante. Cassante has not been seen so far.
That was exactly what I was going to head towards. Where is Cassante? This man has been the man, the myth, the legend here in the LPL, and it has been the mainstay for so many different top laners here, especially for Hoya and Harry. Both of these guys have really reached for this champion, and when I was talking about this matchup, I wanted to see if they were going to try to play some carries up here, because I think the best look we've seen from Thunder Talk for Hoya is when he's able to play these things like the Gwen. The Kennen had a little bit of mixed success, but I think still got the job done. And for Ultra Prime, Harry last week was put on tanks, had a little bit of a less of a carry duty, and I think Ultra Prime didn't have the best week too. When we saw him do really well, it was on that Gwen, it was on that Cassante where he had the option to go for solo kills, play aggressive into the enemy laner.
Sorry,
What?
Put you up there. Yeah, Galio going to be support there for Yao Yao, something we haven't seen in a very, very long time. Main reason was it was a mainstay until you couldn't flash while charging your taunt. Kind of killed him in support, not going to lie. Kind of killed him all those patches ago. Still, though, very, very curious to see them kind of go for this very kind of hard, again, just hard protection here. This is very clearly what TT are setting up. They've got someone to engage with the front to back of the Vi and the Kazante. The Galio can still engage, but they have choices now. Do they want to go all in with the dive, or excuse me, in the engagement on their tanks, or do they want to use that ultimate defensively? And the final pick going to be coming in here for Forge is going to have the Akali. So again, more dive, more kill pressure onto this Jinx in his ear. Two diametrically opposed kind of setups here. One trying to counter the other. Ultra Prime very much looking to dive in and kill all those carries. TT though, if they can survive, they can take that first initial dive. They are sitting pretty because they will have the range advantage for days.
Well, now for Thunder Talk, if they're able to set up on a objective, if they're able to get there first, either onto the Rift Herald or onto the Dragon, we could see them be very difficult to crack. Obviously, we've been talking up Ultra Prime and their ability to dive, but their first punch has to hit hard. Otherwise, the follow-up, if they're not able to find those kills, get those executions, Ning is going to be in no man's land versus Yukal and Bishwan. You're going to have an Akali who's kind of like spinning her little kunai, trying to get around everywhere. Going to be a tough ask. I think they need to really kind of keep the pace of the game very fast if you're Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I feel like Ultra Prime are definitely going to be playing a little bit more fast and loose. And remember, we are on 13-11. We are on the new patch where, after a while, you can start to share the buffs. That's where I feel like something like a Nocturne can definitely shine. Having access to that red buff alongside your AD carry, which normally you just wouldn't get past, that 15, honestly, 20-minute mark. Going to be very curious to see if that does have a lasting impact in this game. But we are going to wait and see how both these teams fare up. Both desperate for a win, both looking to try and get their season back on track as we sprint the marathon that is the LPL. We are jumping onto the Rift for game number 1 of this best of 3. It is day 1 of week 3. We're going to see how it all goes. Welcome to the Gios.
Wow. That's really great to hear. That's insane. You guys get to listen to this every week?
I wish it was there, to be honest. It's like one of the things I'm glad we have it, but I definitely wish we were there for it. It's one of the small problems of doing an online broadcast. I'm sure you're well aware of the benefits and the cons, I suppose, of an online broadcast.
Sure. Look, when we're watching, when I'm as a viewer, when I'm watching and I get to see the arenas and I get to see specifically the chairs for the viewers, those things are lush, man. Like,
yeah, they look comfy.
I was looking at them and I was like, they're not just the regular fold-out chairs. They've got proper like armrests and stuff. I was like, okay.
Yeah, so it's incredible as well that we have, like, I think it's 5 stadiums now. JDG reopened their one up in Beijing recently. I think it's like 1,500 capacity or something like that. Something ridiculous. Like, it's actually huge considering, and they get that regularly. It's a regular L week for them. But
wow.
Good hook there coming out from Sword Art just to start off things. But look, this is kind of the way things go at level 1. The Nautilus feels very emboldened to take those kind of trades. Yeah,
once Yao Yao starts to get a few levels under his belt, I'm sure they're going to feel a lot more comfortable with how this lane should be able to go, with how Sword Art should be looking for trades. But one thing that we'll have to take a look at is he's just landing more and more damage onto Yao Yao. That could end up being an early trade. Both junglers are starting to path down into the bottom side. Thunder Talk have already invested a little bit of vision into the Ultra Prime jungle, but for Ning, one of the things that I love about this guy is he knows what the enemy jungler wants to do at all times. He is always willing to help out his lanes. He knows exactly what the enemy jungler wants to do and will play perfectly around it. While he will sack some camps, I think Ning has been a perfect... I've called him the River King. He has been sitting there waiting to go for ganks, covering for his lanes, and that's exactly what you need when you have this kind of setup.
Oh, Yao Yao. Don't know if you want to do that just upon forward. He may have the flash here. He will flash forward, though, but you've got the Calibrum, and this is the aggression you were talking about, Ulk. You wanted to see this Ultra Prime team getting themselves advantages in the early game, and they've done just that.
This is one of the few differences that we ended up seeing Sword Art.
Oh my god, Sword Art feeling at home on these engaged kind of champions. Won't gain much else than a little bit of trade back damage, but look at the wave position right now. It's so difficult for 1XN to really push up and get this wave into a kind of manageable state.
One of the huge differences between 1XN and Huanfeng is, hey, they do share a pretty similar damage percentage for their team, but Huanfeng's laning phase is huge. It is so much better, and unfortunately for 1xN, yes, he is a fresh face to the LPL. He is doing a lot more. He's had some cool moments, but it's that laning phase that's really been a struggle for not just him, but a lot of our other rookies who are joining us this split.
The laning phase definitely feels like it's one of those things where it's so important. We'll have a quick look at the replay here, and again, this is just Yao kind of not respecting it, thinking he had more protection than he actually did.
Magnetic hooks at this point, and one of the kind of important things when we're looking at this bottom lane and this support matchup is Yao by himself is not going to have a lot of resistances until that Aftershock is proc, but all the damage had already been done. And for Sword Art, those hooks are magnetic at this point. He's just landing them. They have lower cooldown when they land, so it is just constant, just immediately. And I think this is really interesting. It has been a long time since we've been seeing Galio support.
Yeah, 449 days. It was AL versus Team WE in 2022, so been about a little over a year since we had the Galio support. I've had Galio mid quite a few times. Of course, we do have Yao in the league, is one of his absolute favorite champions to pick. But I mean, again, this is kind of what what we're waiting to see. And again, I like seeing this from TT. You've gone for more comfort. However, when you deviate from the meta, you do end up having those moments or two of kind of going like, well, how good is it really? Are you just picking for comfort? Is it going to be enough for you to kind of outlast your opponent who has picked a little bit more kind of bog standard, if that makes sense?
Ashin, I was promised action here for the LPL in Week 3, Day 1. I am getting full clear jungles for Vi and Nocturne. Nocturne's a little more expected for them,
yeah,
but
I was gonna say,
what
Nocturne
they can do.
owes you nothing.
Yeah, Nocturne's like, hey man, I'm hitting 6. Don't worry about me for the right now. Beijing not really going for a ton of invades, which is something we do tend to see from him when he's on stuff like the Wukong. He will get pretty freaky with where he's going to take his champion and kind of get across the map. Both mid laners trying to get a recall in, Forge actually teleporting back in now. This is a timer for Ultra Prime to actually go for the dragon. Their bot lane has already come back and has a pretty massive item advantage between the two. So I think this is their time, but you already see Beishwan trying to look for something, knows that the enemy mid just TP'd in. It's a good time for a punish.
Potentially can go for something there, but they do have vision of this dragon being taken. Beishwan could potentially go for a steal, but very risky knowing that his bot lane has zero pressure and he would not have any support. So good usage of the pressure from bot side from Ultra Prime. They get themselves the first dragon of the game, and we're going to have to wait and see how everything kind of fans out. Level 6 should be coming in very soon. Hoya, though, I like this, kind of saying, look, I'm a Cassante, your jungler just got spotted bot, I can proxy farm, never going to lose anything off of that trade. So good movements here for both teams for the moment, but again, great to see that Ultra Prime aren't afraid to kind of go for something, a little bit more kind of, hot tempoed, I suppose, looking to try and see if they can catch TT off guard with these very quick rotations.
Yeah, I think when people look at like early game aggression, they're like, well, if they're not slamming at level 1, what are you doing? Like when we see the Draven, they're like, we need to be aggressive every single wave. We need to be looking for trades. You do have a bit of a timer. You do have to say like, hey, we can hit level 6 and then we could try to look for a pretty explosive mid-game spike where we're trying to get as many items, trying to get as many gold around these objectives as sort of trying to find 1xN. Ning does have the ultimate, so they're going to prep this wave and look to dive here, and Beijing is nowhere nearby.
Thought about it for sure, but Ning recognizes that, look, not the greatest of times right now, especially with that Glacial Augment on cooldown here for Sword Art. So I like the idea, I like the thought about it from Ultra Prime, but not really feeling super confident for it to go for it right now. Ning does pick up his Iron Spike Whip, so he's going to have a little bit of an extra clear as Beishwan goes towards that very standard Black Cleaver start here for the Vi. Coming up to 7 minutes now into the game. It's only that kill, really, that's the kind of difference between these two teams. After that little bit of action, we've kind of calmed down a little bit. But level 6s, as you mentioned, for junglers, now being hit. And I look towards that mid lane, especially with a point-and-click CC available for Beishwan. He could be able to get on top of this Akali.
Ooh, Forge, half HP, and is leaning towards this side of the jungle. Doesn't know the Beishwan's here. Yukao misses out on the Emperor's Divide. That was a pretty big play, because if they grab that, they have immediate priority to start moving over and grabbing vision for this Rift Tail that's going to spawn soon. You already saw from the bottom lane, they started pushing in. They wanted to get that wave in. It means that Ultra Prime, their bot lane, is going to be able to move first out of the map and start to apply pressure to this top side.
I mean, Forge's most played champion of his entire professional career is this Akali, and you can see the veterancy coming out there a little bit there. Not phased whatsoever. He's got the timing down to a fine art, shall we say, as Ning kind of comes in and tries to clear up a little bit more of his vision. Sword Art is level 6 now, no 6 for Yao, so Ultra Prime already kind of moving up towards this top side, looking to make this move onto the Rift Herald. and also kind of maybe get some plates here and pressure onto Hoya. So this is the thing. I noticed it a little bit earlier. Ultra Prime seem far more comfortable going for these, you know, rotations, keeping the tempo in their favor. It's TT who have to react to Ultra Prime's actual, you know, kind of proactive play.
Yeah, TT, in terms of their stats, they are not a very early aggressive team. They're saying, hey, look, we're going to try and get as much gold. Yucal is going to try to exert his pressure onto mid lane. And then we'll kind of see what we could do with our team fighting AD carries. Let's see if we can try to hands diff, try to wallet check with our mid lane, maybe do something a little bit special. We look at Ultra Prime, statistically speaking, for objectives, they're very good. They have the 6th highest dragon. They're getting a ton of them. They have massive Drake control for them. And so when we're talking about objectives, it is usually, hey, we're moving our bot lane over. It is Ning who is very usually trying to get early dragons to make sure that they have that stacking advantage early on.
We shall wait and see. Of course, Forge just going to have to accept that as an Akali into an Azir and laning phase, very difficult to do. This is almost level 9 though, so should be able to spam his 5-point strike very, very soon. But he does lose the range advantage. That's not why you really pick this champion into the Azir. You're looking to try and just go into towards those team fights rather a little bit later on. So going about 10 or so CS down, not really the biggest issue in the world, if I'm being totally honest. As Swordart finds himself just kind of roaming around, and this is what I love about Swordart. Swordart's one of those, you know, kind of supports we have in the league where as soon as he hits level 6, he's just like, all right, I'll see you later, doggo. I gotta go check out some of these lanes, see how everybody's doing. And that's just what he does. He just, and again, most people would say, oh, support should do that, but Swordart just very rarely finds himself actually beside Doggo in a lot of these situations. He goes down to kind of check on him, puts his hand on his shoulder and goes, I'm here, never mind, I'm gone off again. So curious to see if he will do the same thing in this game as he looks to try and make pressure around this map.
He has his few conjugal visits. He's getting the stamps in his passport. He's like, Doggo, you good? All right, cool. I'm going to go look for a couple of roams. Here comes that potential dive that we've been setting up. They have the Rift Herald. Here comes the ult.
Yeah, they're going to go for the ult. Yao Yao does not get his off in time, and they will be able to jump onto him as well. Perfect tanking from Swordart means that Doggo and Ning can get themselves 2 kills underneath. Oh, no! Doesn't quite hit the Q, and Ning means he's able to flash away. They've got the Gravitum and a hook. Can they really take him out? They're just dodging him out so much. Tick! Tick! Boom! Swordart picks up a kill. A perfectly clean dive from Ultra Prime.
Oh, wait a minute. This is Jigsaw able to get a little bit more.
Hey! Could have finished through it.
That would have been a heartbreaker for them. They would have been able to have all those kills. You know, maybe, hey, you could get a little bit more, but now Ultra Prime in a very strong lead. 3,000 gold for them. And you see Doggo right now. He is the man of the hour for this team. He is always the one that is able to step up and win. It's usually just around team fighting. Hey, can this team protect him? And this was just, like you said, a perfectly played dive. Every single bit of CC, every spell felt intentional. And this turret juggle was beautiful, a masterclass even, as Beishwan, honestly, my heart goes out to him, because this was such a close kill for this Vi.
And you can see what he lands that Q, he's able to follow up, it doesn't matter about anything else after that, and the fact that Ning and Swordart still go out with probably single-digit HP is just insane.
They know. They know how cheeky that was.
They know what's going on. They're not going to pretend that they don't. But, I mean, look at the way that kind of changes the dynamic of bot lane, or even this map now. Stridebreaker finished up for Ning. That gives him more kind of dive pressure. You've got the Dragon now coming up. That's going to be the second one of the game here for Ultra Prime. This is kind of a little bit of breakneck speed coming out here from Ultra Prime. And TT, they're struggling to keep up.
And there's just more and more gold going into the relevant carries. Ning, that early driver for action on this team. Where Thunder Talk, obviously we always, when we talk about this team, it's always around Yucal, but this time around having a bit of a silent game. Yes, he is a head and farm. That is his most trademark thing that we've seen this split is just, I'm going to have a CS advantage almost every single game. I'm not going to miss a creep, but it's what you do with that that is the most important. And while Forge is down, he's saying, okay, cool, I press tab, I'm way far ahead. We've got the Dragon stacking for ourselves, so we're putting yourselves on a clock against Thunder Talk. And you still have not picked up an objective. You're not doing much damage to turrets either. These turrets are relatively healthy across the board.
Yeah, a couple of plates top, 1 or 2 mid. Maybe it's definitely not the greatest situations. And now you look at the coal being finished up, the full tower and plate gold going over to Doggo, as you mentioned as well. So he is exceptionally fed right now. He is just sitting so good in his own kind of setup. And this is the thing coming into this one here is that the Aphelios has been the priority for so many teams. And we can see why when you're able to spray, you know, kind of rush that Storm Razors, get yourself towards that Gale Force before the enemy AD carry even really has a chance to kind of fight you. That's the kind of big difference here. Beishuan looking to see if he can catch out Forge here, who should be able to get away from this one here, even with the ultimates coming down on top of him. He will get CC'd out, but
landed.
Now he flashes away, does get knocked back. Every single ultimate under the sun has been used, and Forge is still walking away from this. They haven't killed him off just yet. He's got the energy, but does he have the cooldowns? Forge still moving forward, does get hit by the Q, and finally gets cleaned up, but you just use 3 members of your team on bot side just to get 1 kill. That meant Doggo had free reign to push in even more of those turret plates in mid lane.
And Ning steals every single camp away from Beishuan. So what is he supposed to do? It's going to be damage onto the bottom tier turret, but getting rid of this mid, Ning goes in.
Yeah, Ning goes in, but unfortunately for him, he gets caught by the traps, and that puts him underneath the tower, which does get taken out here at the end by Ultra Prime. We will see Beishuan going forward on top of Sword Art, who does get a nice ultimate down. They're actually 2v4ing this right now.
Wait a minute.
It's insane. This Aphelios was left unchecked and unprompted to go for all this kind of damage. TT felt like they had an opportunity, but they weren't able to make anything out of it.
All the eyes were on Sword Art, but Doggo, with this Infernum, he's doing all the splash damage. Where's the focus coming out from Thundertalk? Unable to find an AD carry, and hey, that's good shutdown gold going over to Thundertalk, but you just lost your mid-tier one. That's going to destabilize this map even further for them as Ultra Prime continue to push the pace of this game. Thundertalk have to be feeling uncomfortable. I know we've been talking a lot about the Aphelios in this game as we get to take the replay here. 1xN able to live. You get to see some of the strength of this composition and able to use that flash there to survive. Also grabs the teleport out of UCal, so no summoners there for our mid laner.
Yeah, no summoners available, and again, just really smart of Sword Art to recognize, hey, look, 1xN is so low here, he can't walk up and kill me, and UCal's too afraid as well, so really, really smart play coming out from the Ultra Prime support, and again, getting mid lane tower, getting more kills. You're now got a Gale Force, a Storm Razor on your Aphelios in 15 minutes. You are going to have another dragon in a minute 30. This is just little things that are kind of going in favor of Ultra Prime, and it's all down to the proactiveness in this game.
Yeah. Now they've got the second Rift Herald, they can look to try and take the last tier 1 here, maybe look to try to focus out on these turrets. Harry in a bit of a soft spot here. Should be going down unless...
I was going to say, he's pretty tanky, and with all of his abilities to kind of move him away, he should be just fine. Honestly, it's just Beishuan kind of putting in some work here. We actually say that. He's got the Black Cleaver, he's putting in some decent move, a flash in, and they're going to try and TP on top of this one as well. It's a minute till Dragon. You've lost your TP here from Hoya. This is scrappy as hell right now. Both teams try to just kind of get themselves advantages, and it's honestly, it's TT kind of trying to find these opportunistic picks because they know, I think, in a straight 5v5, they lose.
Right now, they are in a losing position if they're going to try and take a 5-on-5, just straight up head-to-head, like front-to-back team fights. Thundertalk, however, I do want to give them some grace, right? Like, this is a team where, for UCal, we've been talking about his advantage, but when we've seen this Jinx Aphelios matchup, we have not quite seen, I think, a lot of the AD carries here in the LPL really take advantage of that early laning phase that a lot of people love to talk about for Aphelios. And Jinx, all it takes is one reset. It takes one pop-off moment, and we've got a certified Jinx moment coming on through. 1xN gets his pop-off. They have to be very careful. There are not a lot of summoner spells here for the side of Thundertalk, so I want to see if they're going to try to either move into this bottom side river or really start to focus on getting more and more of these turrets, or getting closer to chipping away at these structures.
Yeah, no flash on your big carries, as you mentioned, and no TPs either on your solo laners means that you have to just be here, and you have to fight this. I feel like you can't really let this one go to the wayside. That would be Infernal Soul Point for the side of Ultra Prime. As TT now move forward, they've got a little bit of extra vision available to them, but it'll be difficult really as Forge looks to try and make sure he can be on that backside. Level 12 now on the Akali with that Rocket Belt makes him such a massive threat. 1xN was pushing out that wave in mid lane to try and get priority. Dustbringer does come down to try and poke everybody away. The Dragon taken very low. They're going to jump in on top of UCal. They're going to try and see if they can go for the fight here. The paranoia is good. They've jumped straight in on the Aphelios, but Doggo's got himself a stopwatch, which is perfectly timed. He flashes. He's trying to keep himself alive. He just about does go down. Finally, the Dragon gets finished off, but now TT are 100% on the retreat because they know they cannot take this fight. They will lose so many more. 3 for the favor of 1 in favor of Ultra Prime, and they get themselves the soul point.
And Ashin, they still have the Rift Herald. No, it's getting worse and worse. Ultra Prime are just stamping their name all over this first game for them. I mean, no one is able to really threaten Doggo, and once they got on top of him, like you said, that stopwatch, putting in extra time, overtime for him to buy so much of the fight. As we take a look at this replay, Sword Art going for that early hook, finding UCal. He is getting the MVP vote for this game, I swear. There's no way people are not going to be grabbing it for him. And UCal's just not able to do anything in this fight, not able to put down that damage and be a big Azir threat that we tend to see.
Yeah, and the fact that Doggo kind of does a little bit of a UCal cosplay right there and keeps himself alive for so long. The fact that UCal doesn't die, to be perfectly honest, is an achievement on its own. I thought it was a 4-for-1, but it was actually him getting out right on the backside of this one here. And now it's a 4,000 gold lead. 3 dragons to 1. Infernal Soul is nothing to be sneezed at in these games. And I gotta say, like, you're kind of looking at, thinking of a Jinx, super late game alongside the Azir. You're just not being allowed to get to that point. Even when you look at some of the items that this Jinx should be building up, the Kraken Slayer did receive some kind of, I don't know if you want to call it nerfs, but definitely some adjustments. Definitely a bit more late game than it was before. In terms of its early game pressure. Even the Runaan's Hurricane has just gotten straight up a nerf and just gone from on-hit damage from 30 to 15. So this Jinx is still a ways away from being as relevant as possibly can be, and that's a scary prospect for TT because you don't have time. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're running out of time. The timer is choking up on you, and ThunderTalk are going to have to be getting extra desperate. They need to be looking for extra plays. The teleport's in.
They're going to teleport in because they know they can get almost everybody up with this ultimate here. You can see that the Jinx trying to just put herself down, put down the damage as best possibly can. Knocked right back into the graceful arms of Doggo, who picks up a beautiful kill. And this is Ultra Prime just absolutely slaughtering TT. This isn't even look close. We came into today just before we went live and said it might be a bit scrappy, it might be all over the place, but Ultra Prime are smashing TT right now.
They're making it look easy right now, which, hey, TT, they had some closer series, maybe specifically up against top esports, but here and now, Ultra Prime are just running away with this gold lead. They are winning every single fight. Nothing looks like a bad angle for them, as Ning and Doggo are continuing to put down their just absolute fortitude all over this map. You saw right there, Doggo was hitting that 1v1 on a 1xn, and it came down to Harry with the 3-pointer to put him in position. Again, it starts off with Sword Art with the hook and this ultimate landing onto so many members of ThunderTalk.
And again, just really smart gameplay coming out from Sword Art. He could have thrown his ultimate there onto the Azir, but instead he said, no, I'll throw it onto the Galio, a low priority target, because he's behind everybody else. It's going to knock them up. It's going to affect so many more people in this team fight. 100% kill participation for Sword Art, and I'm right with you, Hulk. Like, this guy has been insane on this particular pick, and if he's not the MVP, I swear to God, nothing is justified in this world if he's not.
Yeah, it'll feel like a true-on travesty. That'll be the only win that ThunderTalk get in this game, is they somehow were able to manipulate the vote for Sword Art not getting the MVP. However, now here, as they look to try to close out this game, 1.5 minutes before this Dragon, ThunderTalk, not a lot of options available for themselves, as Ultra Prime, they can continue to push out of the map, continue to take away jungle camps, and just, I was going to say slowly choke ThunderTalk out of the game, but it's feeling like a very rapid tap out coming out from them.
22 minutes right now, and you can see we're maybe looking for another fight. Ooh, doesn't even need the Hex.
Got the blast cone.
Here we go. We're going to go for a fight now. They're going to jump in with the Galio, try and see if they can take out Doggo, and they will. There's 2 kills straight off the bat. Forge looking to try and jump onto the Jinx, but misses the Shuriken flip. Still goes in on the perfect execution. One more auto. He just doesn't use it. Not quite sure why Forge holds on to that auto there, but 3 kills back to TT. It's still a little bit early. I don't know if they're going to be able to try and defend this Dragon, but you can see TT now happy with that. They should be able to get this one and wait another 5 minutes for that soul.
Still, that's gold in their back pocket. It does buy them a little bit of time, like you were saying. It doesn't quite get them out of dodge, but if you're TT, you're taking everything you can get at this point. You need every little bit of advantage, any kind of free kills you can grab. Ultra Prime giving out a couple of free ones there, and those were some shutdowns as well, so looking forward to what we can see from them. They haven't spent their gold from the side of ThunderTalk, so they still are on a little bit of parity with where Ultra Prime was before that fight.
Yeah, well, Dragon goes over here for the side of TT. They stop the Soul, and again, just really good play from TT to try and keep them in this game straight up. They needed something like that to make sure that they just don't fall apart. It keeps them in this alive, and again, gives them time towards this Jinx. Have a look at this one here, because again, it's just really well played from Beishuan, who gets himself right on top of Doggo, who just hasn't got a chance.
Yeah, and this was part of that follow-up engage that we've been, hopefully we were thinking we were going to see for most of the game, and it's that engage from Vi, goes in with the Vault Breaker and is able to stop that Aphelios, and it just one last auto attack. It reminds me of Hung versus Ultra Prime, where he went for that dive and it was just one last auto attack on the Viego. He just cancels, like, no!
Yeah, just even if Forge is dead there regardless, I feel like he should just, you know, I suppose it's little habits that die hard. You want to try and keep the invisibility going as long as possible, but the Untigered ability, but fortunately that Baron power play leads to about a minus 1100 gold for Ultra Prime, which is a bit unfortunate, and it leads them to losing a Dragon as well. But look, 24 minutes in, they are still 5,000 gold up. They are still the ones in the ascendancy, and you can see how serious they're taking this next fight. GA picked up here for Doggo, stopwatch for Forge and for Ning. They know that they can win these fights if they can just keep Doggo alive, and that's GA along those stopwatches delays the kind of all-in you get from TT.
And we'll see what Thundertalk can do. They are, I think, slowing down the game a lot. Ultra Prime are struggling to try to get onto the inhibitor line. I think a lot of this comes from the fact that the minion waves are not arriving all at the same time to try to split up Thundertalk. And Yukao is starting to pick up items. We're talking about that CS advantage. He's almost level 16 here, and with that, alongside his passive with the Azir turret, they can grab at least a few minutes here. Sword Art.
They're going in on Hoya. They don't care right now. Sword Art just finds himself an opportunity.
Wait a minute.
Ning, though, is so low, uses a stopwatch to stop the Zap from going in. They're going to try and keep him alive as best they possibly can. The Galio ultimate to try and jump on the Doggo, who does get caught out. He shall pay for the sins of his jungler. And it ends up being a one-for-one trade, but a big thing there is that Ultra Prime just lost two of those stopwatch, or sorry, a stopwatch and a GA that we just talked about.
Asheen, do you think it's going to happen? You think we're going to get this?
It's the LPL, man. I don't know how to tell you this. It ain't over till it's over, like.
For sure. I mean, yeah, until that Nexus goes boom, there's literally anything that can be possible,
Harry's
but
dead.
Harry's staring way too long under this turret. Does have the flash available for him. Yeah, you should be able to grab this.
Yeah, I don't know if he...
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if they want to fully commit to it, because they would like to go back and spend a bit of that gold, but... I mean, it's getting a bit risky right now for the side of Ultra Prime. Doggo, who could do no wrong, kind of getting caught out quite a few times right now. And this is a great opportunistic moment here to try and take out Hoya, because they recognize he's actually just half health from Doggo just poking at him.
Yeah, we thought, hey, as soon as you got Hoya, this should have just been the turret. But the Aphelios ult does go wide, and Ning, he has a lot of HP and not a ton of resistances, so 1xN unhampered. Literally no one auto-attacking at this point, while Beishuan knocking the Aphelios into the Galio ult. And not only did he grab this kill, but they also had the objective bounty on the turrets, so those pity prizes are coming on through. TT are shoring up some of that gold lead, and now setting up for this Baron here. Ultra Prime do have advantage. They are first to the river, but they can push through this, and they are missing specifically that summoner spell onto Ning.
Yeah, no flash on Ning. Might not be the biggest thing in the world, but a full plate of summoners available to the side of TT. Minute 20 till the next Dragon Spell, still on Soul Point. This is the thing, though. Yes, you got yourself to an early Soul here for Ultra Prime. You start stacking up some Infernal Drakes here on the side of TT. You might not even care that much about the Soul, because the stats alone are just insane of how quickly they can stack up. So we'll see if Ultra Prime want to go for a Beishuan. Not really near this right now, and it's not an exceptionally fast Baron, but they're going to go for it right here. And again, no one's really moving forward on top of this. Finally, the ultimate from the Jinx comes out. They know that it's on. And TP going to come out here from Yukao as he tries to defend this one here. Do Ultra Prime look for the turn? They got Forge on a little bit of a flank. As he looks to try and catch out 1xN. A cleanse and a flash available for 1xN. Bot lane turret does go down. Doggo back onto the Baron to try and just bait out TT and bring them back into this fight.
Every second that Ultra Prime can keep TT here is a win for them. They're pushing in onto this bot side. They already got the teleport out, but they need to be very careful. They just now have gotten vision of Beishuan, and it looks like they're going to try and make this engage.
Yeah, kind of. They're looking forward. Forge just getting himself on the backside. They're going to try to use that paranoia, the nighttime, to try and make it work. Hoya flashes away. He's going to be the one who gets taken most of the damage right now. Shuriken flip lands onto Yao Yao, but nobody's gone in. There's a hook. It does land on the UCal. That could be huge. Zordar is going to be the first one to fall, you would imagine, as 1xN gets jumped on the backside. Forward. Never mind, it's not 1xN, it's Hoya. And 1xN is untouched right now. Flashing forward as the Jinx is Doggo in a 1v3, trying to see if he can do a Felios things, but he just can't finish them off. UCal taking out everybody else, and now Forge left all on his lonesome. 3 kills for TT and Ultra Prime. They had everything, Ulk. It was all going so well, but now the late game has arrived.
The kingdom is crumbling around Ultra Prime right now as their AD carry has finally picked it up. 1xN, that flank from Forge was looking good, but he didn't actually apply any pressure. He went to go in, and 1xN, he says, the only way out is in. I have to go forward. I have to flash forward, Gale Force into the opponent. Otherwise, there is going to be no option for me to live. We can check that out in this replay. A lot of ultimates going wide. Ning not able to get right into the back line. And while we were waiting for Forge to really do anything, everyone at home, take a look at what XN does around this entrance from mid lane. Forge tries to go in, and he just walks straight into Harry and Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Ultra Prime. You can see what they're trying to do, but
yeah,
when your only real engage is kind of either Sword Art landing a God Hook or Ning going in on this, that's kind of what you're left with in terms of the options available to you. Now, we're coming into this fight, though. This time around, very few flashes available across the board. Actually, pretty much everyone except for Beishuan and Sword Art waiting on those one. Actually, Forge has his one as well. As we see now, the Dragon getting taken very, very low.
Oh, we're just doing this.
50-50. We're going to flip it. Do they want to try and make this one work? They're going to turn him off. Finally, they get the soul done. But is it going to be enough to try and take this fight? Doggo gets jumped on and gets taken out. 1xN is now going crazy on these fights as he's left completely unsupervised. UCal trades back in the mid lane against Forge, but it's a 4-for-1 trade. I mean, this could be the game. They're looking for the mid lane.
Yeah, they had a mid-wave here, and they have another one coming in. Ultra Prime, you got the Dragon Soul, but it's just not going to matter. TT, they said, that's a cool early game lead. Well, guess what? We're playing for late game. We're playing for scaling here. We've got our Jinx. She got excited. They popped off. The Underdog are going to take game 1 here.
That's it. That's all that she wrote. And, I mean, what a wait for this to turn around. Ultra Prime held everything in their hand. For the first 15-20 minutes of this game, it was perfect. But TT, they held their own. They knew they could come back if they could just wait for those late game team fights. And once they got there, the throws from Ultra Prime were just immaculate, and TT were graciously catching all those balls.
It was that inhibitor defense line that we saw from Thunder Talk where 1xN gets the kill. They move into the bot side. They get more kills. And that gold lead that Doggo had kind of set up for himself evaporated right into thin air. The rest of the gold was onto UCal. We saw that 1xN started picking up more and more items. That's just the name of the game there. You ended up, you're not slacking, you're not able to execute perfectly. Well, guess what? TT take game 1, and now you're staring as Ultra Prime like, how do we fix that? Like, we did everything. We followed all the steps. We almost won that. We were on the doorsteps there.
Yeah, it's like, you know, those like old-timey movies where it's just like scene missing. It's like step 1, get gold. Step 2, get dragon. Step 3, scene missing. Step 4, lose game. Wait, what happened? Like, what went wrong there? What went down that particular setup? I mean, honestly, great resilience from the side of TT. Gotta give them props for that. They kept themselves in it, and that's why you should always play your games out. Even if you do lose a couple of kills and objectives early on in the game, you can always come back if you know your win conditions. But for Ultra Prime, that is heartbreaking to say the least. That is a really tough loss to swallow, because honestly, without saying anything, they should have won. That is a game that 9 times out of 10 you win. And unfortunately for them, they just kept finding themselves where they were isolated. Kept seeing Doggo get caught out. Kept delaying themselves the soul or even the fight, and it meant they couldn't end the game.
It's unfortunate for Ultra Prime. They do have a lot of veterans on this roster, so hopefully they can kind of bring the team back together and say, hey, let's shake it off. Let's see what these guys can do. Let's try to dust off each other's shoulders and see what game 2 holds for us, because, again, everything up to a certain point was good. We were like, yes, Ultra Prime, yes, keep doing it.
Until they lose, they're winning.
Exactly. And for TT, they have a lot to kind of go over there. There was not a ton of action from the Vi that we were expecting. We saw the bot lane. Yao Yao on this Galio did really not start kicking until maybe around level 11, as we get to see this post-game screen. Like, this game was super close, and it was right after that 20-minute mark where they were able to find so many more wins. I think Ning on this Nocturne was able to find a lot of great finds, but as the game went on, as the opponents on TT got tankier, it got harder and harder for them to find those kills.
Yeah, and again, the power of the Vi, we saw it so many times, is that not only is a great point-and-click CC to kind of catch out either, you know, the Akali or the Aphelios, but we saw it on multiple occasions just having the damage to take on the solo laners, the tankier members even of you know, Ultra Prime, and this game became a fight between Sword Art and Beishuan. It felt like it was between these two guys who was able to kind of find out the carries the more consistently. And unfortunately, when you've got a skill shot on the side of Sword Art and a point and click on the side of Beishuan, I think just Beishuan's just going to be able to win.
Well, that's one way that Sword Art's not going to get MVP for this game. For Doggo,
111, he had an incredible scoreline.
Well, you don't give it to the team that lost, unfortunately, Ashin. That is an insane damage percentage, 36. Yeah. You know, we were looking at, hey, Forge, you're on this Akali. We've seen him more on a supportive role for this team so far this split. Taking the Akali was, I think, a little bit of a risk. Yes, it's his most played, but it has not been his identity. It has not been the thing that we've seen the most from them. And so I think did change up a little bit of the dynamics there in terms of how Ultra Prime were going to win. When we've seen them lost, we were not able to protect Doggo. No one was able to be that front line, protect him, give him space for stuff like the Kog'Maw, stuff like the Aphelios there. And immediately, TT punished. They grabbed those kills, and hey, UCal showed up when we needed him too. That Azir was putting in damage right alongside 1xN. Yeah, I mean, for UCal, very comfortable champions kind of all together. But unfortunately for the side of Ultra Prime, they were the losers of game one. And, sorry, for TT. Yeah, for Ultra Prime, getting confused. And for TT, they take the 1-0 advantage. Still a bit loopy from the surgery on Friday. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
What Yuumi does, with help from jungle mid as well.
This is one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Upside's losing out too. So when Inner Turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. That's what? Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flashbang.
Now, having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LG have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Suicide back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing. Trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off. And now, with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Fitness can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
his team.
he is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
there
in,
he goes.
Out trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
我觉得最近我们的状态在慢慢的调整吧，然后队内一些运营啦和一些指挥上面都需要加强吧，我们一定可以好好调整，后面打得更好的。对阵 UP 就注意好他们下路的对线吧，然后打好对线，然后注意好他们打野的一些节奏就好了。
I like those little things they always come up with as well. Like, it's kind of like, yes, you did win the game, but did you actually do what you wanted to do and watch the bot lane? Because I feel like Ultra Prime kind of had your number on that one. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be coming into our second game of the day. We got to talk about our MVP, though, from game number one. It was Beishwan on this Vi. He never gave up. He never wanted to try and see that it was done and dusted. And he consistently caught out the AD carry of Ultra Prime, and TT all the better for it.
See, you see that pose he's making right now? He's like, hey, doggo, this is where this Vi ult's going, okay, bud? We're going straight for you. This guy had a much quieter early game, but it was, hey, we said we needed him to step up. We needed him to be that engaged for his team, and that he did on this fight. He was always able to find doggo, and it was this fight here that really started to shift the tempo of the game, just completely brought it out of Ultra Prime's favor, and we started to see, you know, that climb back into the game. And I mean, the rest is history, right? Like, we had such an insane game here for our first one of the day, and this is just a highlight package of, hey, how good can we get from Beishwan as well as 1xN? I
mean, again, Beishwan was just a man on a mission, didn't really care if he died or not, just kind of went forward on top of doggo and gave 1xN that space to do what he needed to do on this Jinx. And again, the trade offer, we get Infernal Soul, you get our Nexus. You know, it's kind of not the greatest trade in the history of League of Legends trades, but we have seen it every single time go in the favor of the team that gets the Nexus. And again, just great moves coming out here from Beishwan. I really do feel like he was the catalyst for this team and getting himself in such a great position so many times and constantly putting doggo under such threat.
And it's one of those reasons why we've seen, I think, some of these junglers start to come back, especially the Season 3 junglers, where, hey, we have a point-and-click stun. We're going to be doing very simple mechanics things. I think I remember a couple years ago where everyone was playing Lee Sin Viego, and people were like, hey, so there's some AD carries that are a little problematic. Why are we not just picking something like Vi? And they're like, it's too simple. There's just there's not enough mechanics. You can try to outplay when you have like a Lee Sin, and Viego has all these cool broken mechanics. You don't need them if you've got a Vault Breaker.
I mean, yeah, like, it's just kind of feels like a Vault Breaker, a cease and desist. They all kind of work the same way. Just got to get you caught out. And even if they don't get you, they burn something off of you. I think that's the big thing that we're kind of noticing a lot when we come into this meta, is that even if you don't kill the AD carry, if you get the AD carry away from the fight or burning a flash, a cleanse, a ghost, whatever it is, that is still massively helpful going into it, because it does feel like whichever AD carry loses those advantages first ends up actually losing in the fight in general.
All I'm going to say is we had Aphelios versus Jinx. Aphelios was kind of winning, and then Jinx did the Jinx thing. Got one kill, and all right, wrap up the game. We can kind of scoot on to the next one after that. Yeah, I mean, once you get rid of those flashes, a lot of these AD carries don't have a ton of mobility options. We don't have things like the Tristana. Zeri was banned, so it's unfortunate for them, and especially like we had been talking about beforehand, doggo was putting in work. Doggo and Sword Art were those guys for the team. Ning was getting that early action like we were talking about, like we wanted to see from Ultra Prime. Just didn't quite materialize. And for Thunder Talk, they've had some back and forth games. There's a lot of 1-2 games that have gone to 3 games in their series. They haven't been able to clutch out. They haven't been able to finish them out. Here and now, Thunder Talk now in the driving position. It takes one more game for them to try to move on forward with a 2-0 this weekend. What?
They are party blowers with Ning's face on them. As I don't know, man. The creativity that comes out from the Chinese fans is honestly unrivaled sometimes. They have some of the best merch I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that. I mean, not only the fan signs. I love the fact that some people just bring out like huge tablets and they just have either movies of different players, like a bunch of clips, fan cams. It's wonderful. It's one of the things that I kind of wish other regions would take part of, just like more increased fandom around players. It's just something that's very unique to the LPL. You got so many cool players. You got so many different storylines all kind of converging into one. We're getting right into draft. We've got, yes, Milio and Yuumi are banned. I was kind of afraid because the last game, Yuumi wasn't banned. I was like, are we going to get it? Is my first game into the LPL really going to be a Yuumi game? And we're keeping that tradition safe, at least for now.
Yeah, we wouldn't do that to you now as your debut coming into this this new league. We wouldn't ever do it to a Newcastle like that. But I was gonna say the Zeri, unfortunately, getting picked up. I feel like you have to go Aphelios Lulu here. You cannot let this Lulu go into the next phase, or maybe even the Aphelios, but you definitely have to pick up the Lulu here as TT.
There are a couple options. I think Nautilus is something else that they could be looking at. That ultimate can be akin to it. We were talking about, hey, we want to see those early picks. Beishuan's Vi is gone now. That was one of the first things banned. So when you see the Blitzcrank ban, I think it's pretty interesting just because it obviously hints towards more enchanters. I think they were maybe hoping to see if they can grab Emilio and take away some of those counters. But like you were saying, I think the Lulu would be perfect here. But really any kind of engage is fine as long as you can just land it onto Doggo.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Renata. I'll wait till it gets picked. The cardinal sin of talking about hovers and stuff like that. But
oh yeah,
there we go. Wait to see what they want to go for. I do prefer the Wukong here from the side of TT. Kind of just say, look, get our jungler locked and loaded. But does mean I feel like Ultra Prime can just pick up the Lulu here for Sword Art and get themselves that just insane amounts of carry potential from the Zeri. But they're going to go with the Annie first and foremost, get that one locked in and loaded, and yeah, there's the Lulu. I mean, just Zeri with an Enchanter right now is just so busted. Even on 13-11, it's still just so difficult to deal with this champion when it's able to get going.
Turns out Zeri is still pretty good. All the way a couple months later, you would have thought, hey, a couple months ago, this champion should have been nerfed. Big thumbs up going over to all the big Zeri players. As an AD carry player myself, I am always happy when Zeri is playable because this champion is so much fun. I know everybody likes to complain. I saw Ox, I saw Jamada getting really kind of hype on Twitter about wanting this champion gone. I'm one of the few. I love this champion so much.
I was going to say, you're one of the very few.
I'm the brave few here online.
Yeah, you are def. I will not say whether or not I am, but definitely feels like one of those things where feels like, there's a very clear consensus of kind of how things go. Pew Pew wins the game, but TT do get themselves a recon off the back of that one there, so they recognize, look, it's pretty much a free laning phase all in all, so we're happy to take something that's a little bit more, I suppose, a little bit more kind of, engage heavy to kind of work with that Wukong. And I do love this engage. You go in with the quickness or the Cyclone, and you're able to follow up with the other one, vice versa. It's such a powerful combination of getting someone CC down and killing them.
And we now have another situation where Cassante has made it to the second round of picks and bans. So I wonder if that's going to be TT's focus. As you see already, Ultra Prime are starting to get away or get rid of some of those counters. Also leaves up a pretty strong Gragas angle with Gwen being taken away. We haven't seen it this patch, or we haven't seen it so far very often, but they're still available for something like a Fiora, the Jax, especially if you're going to be picking up the Gragas, things that they should be looking out for. And I've been hearing some rumblings about some other top laners here, kind of hinting towards that Volibear ban. We might see this champion start to creep into the game a little bit more now.
Yeah, might be seeing him coming back into the meta just a little bit, but for the moment he is on the ban table. The Sylas gets taken away from Yukal alongside the Gwen away from Hoya, so I kind of like the idea of taking away these two very big kind of counters. And again, we're kind of just letting this Cassante just fall way down the priority pick here. And it's not that it's a, you know, that it's a massive threat or anything like that, but we've seen it so many times where one knockback onto multiple members, or even just catching out someone like the Zeri and taking her out of the fight, can just be all you need sometimes on the side of TT to win the fight for you. So gonna get that one locked in for Hoya again, not really caring about what he goes up against Harry, because honestly, Ultra Prime, they didn't really do it. We didn't actually look top once, I believe, in that last game, because there was just no need to.
Yeah, there were 2 tech top laners, man. There's no reason for us to be looking up into the top lane. All the action was on other sides of the map, and it's this Poppy and the Gnar here. So, kind of speaking on that Cassante, the fun little joke I have for Cassante is that every matchup for Cassante is win or lose depending on how many Q3s you can land. Can you hit the knockups? If yes, then every matchup is looking good. You can take advantage of every single kind of champion. But here between these two, when we've seen Harry kind of succeed, it has been on those carries, so I want to see what he can do on this Gnar, who does play a little bit of a hybrid role. Is definitely more of that team fighter, but can be a bruiser in the laning phase with different kind of itemization.
Yeah, definitely feel like that coming in. The Kennen coming in here as well. So actually a Cassante going into the mid lane.
Wow.
We've seen TT flex this a couple of times. They're happy to take this into the Annie, because the whole thing with the Annie is that you want to try and go up against a mage. You want to go up against an Ahri or something like that, because you can just throw up the Tivers, get a lot of burst damage down, and then move to the objective, and you're not really in any threat. So getting the Cassante into that matchup means that you can take that burst damage, you're still going to be relevant, and you got to see how, you know, kind of the game kind of works with this one now, because there's so many Venn diagrams of death coming out from TT. There's so much potential threat onto the Zeri. It's going to be a lot of pressure here onto Swordart to make sure that his AD carry stays alive.
Another situation where I'm going to be looking at our junglers here to have massive impact. Beishuan on his Wukong, one of the most popular junglers in the meta right now, and this Poppy should be able to put in work. The low range composition of Thundertalk should be looking a little dangerous here, as Poppy's Vanguard should stop everybody from going in. Hey, there's a Cassante trying to go in. Guess what? I've got this really big ultimate that can kind of knock him away. Same thing with the Kennen here. I think that this Poppy pick is going to be putting in overtime. We'll just have to see if Ultra Prime can maybe keep that up.
We'll have to wait and see. And again, Ultra Prime did literally everything perfectly in the first 20 minutes of Game 1, and then it just all fell apart. They had the run of TT, and TT held solid. They knew how they wanted to play their game, and they played it absolutely to perfection after the 20-minute mark. This game, we got to see how Ultra Prime I want to see them come back in with the same level of aggression. You mentioned it in that Game 1. They had a great early game. They continue to look that decent kind of setup. I want to see them do that again, but this time just, you know, hold their nerve and make sure they don't fall too far behind.
All right, Yo, just getting a few bit of procs there. Just probably gonna have to take an early recall here, get back into base, but gonna have to see what TT can do, and for Ultra Prime, what they can do to bring themselves back into this series. They've got a lot of work ahead of themselves. They got most of the job done in that Game 1, but unable to finish it out there, like we've been saying. And already, I think, depending on where junglers are going to be going, there are a lot of options here. For Ning, when you are playing this Pop, you have a lot of early resistances thanks to your W when you get low. And if he's going to be looking to try to go into the top side here, could be setting up for Harry to have a pretty decent game between these two, because we're kind of expecting for Doggo Swordart to just want to look to farm. You're not going to be able to contest the early lane thanks to the Caliber on 1xN.
And it's the thing as well, you pick the Gnar because you're generally expecting it to be a melee matchup. It gives you the pressure into that lane. They thought it was going to be the Cassante for Hoya, because we did see it in game number 1. But again, you don't want to be going into a ranged matchup or range versus range as the Gnar, because you get punished so much because of those resistances being taken out so much on the mini form. So we'll have to wait and see if Harry does have the wherewithal to deal with Hoya pushing into him on this Kennen. But for the moment, Ultra Prime should have pretty decent priority, you would imagine, in most of the lanes. And that's where I'm kind of looking towards Ning and seeing where he can make things happen. He's going to be on that Poppy, plenty of opportunity to kind of get around people and put down that steadfast presence. So we'll see if he's able to make an impact on any of these lanes early.
I think this is really interesting. The fact that Ultra Prime were able to grab priority over this bottom lane so early on. 1xN taking a pretty massive trade alongside that as well. So Ultra Prime, we saw the interview with Yao Yao saying we have to keep an eye on the laning phase. We have to make sure that their bottom lane is not getting ahead. Well, right there, yet again, Doggo and Sword are getting the better of their opponents here and trying to keep up the pressure. So Ning, he looks across the map. I have an Annie who's pushing in Cassante. My bottom lane is getting the wave under the turret super early on. And the only place that we can look for, if you want to look for a gank, is gonna be this Kennen. But they already have a ward here, and Beishuan is somewhat in the area. He's gonna be very late to this if he does come.
Well, Hoya now recognizing that Ning is here, just gonna back himself away. Ning recognizes, well, I'm probably on a ward, so I'm just gonna walk away from this particular one here. And Hoya should get the crash, no problem whatsoever. Just get a boulder into the back of the head and for his troubles, but shouldn't be too worried about that at the end of it all. And again, this is going to be kind of where the game is. The meta is, unfortunately, with a little bit of farming, no one really kind of does anything until that level 6 mark, unless we do have a Blitzcrank or a Nautilus in the game where they can catch you out with a hook or so. But realistically, we're not going to see pretty much anything happening, you would imagine, for at least another 3 or 4 minutes.
All right, well, since we do have that time, Ashin, how long have you, how long have you been playing League?
Oh, God. I started...
You don't have to date yourself now.
I mean, I started after Season 2 Worlds when Taipei Assassins won.
Okay. What has been your favorite meta? I think it's always interesting to hear like which parts of the game they really enjoyed.
What was my favorite meta? I'm gonna go like real old school because
okay, go for it.
My favorite meta was when like you had Veins and Kog'Maws and like that was like Season 3, I want to say, maybe Season 4. It was a while ago. I love outplays, man. Again, dating myself, I was there when the insect was created. So I've been here a while. And yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem. I like hyper carries, but I like hyper carries with, like, it's gonna sound bad, but like skill. It doesn't feel as great when it doesn't feel as, if you know what I mean, it doesn't feel as satisfying when an Aphelios just throws out an ultimate with Infernum and it just blows up everybody's health bar. But you get a Vayne who's like ducking and weaving and dodging everybody and getting into such great positions and stuff. It feels better. That was like prime Uzi days, which we will be seeing on Wednesday. But that was probably my favorite meta.
Okay, I mean, you must have had a ball then during Season 9 when we had like Akali, Aurelia, there was Xayah, Kai'Sa every game.
Oh yeah, again,
that was a lot of fun.
The greatest play to ever happen was Zed versus Zed, Faker versus Ryu.
True.
Like it was, and again, we'll never have that again because Blind Pick doesn't exist anymore. But like that is the greatest play that's ever gonna happen in this kind of like 1v1 because again, it's an actual 1v1. They're both the same champion.
Yeah. Okay, Beishuan.
Forge has no mana, but Yukal not going to get the knockback. Forge just has a flash away. He did drop down the Tibbers. This is what I was talking about. You've got plenty of kind of survivability here as Yukal just to kind of drop down the Tibbers and not really care about it if you're Yukal.
Yeah, exactly. Forge right now is just going to be able to push this out and kind of has to look for a teleport here as Forge is going to be able to do the same. I was getting a little bit worried there as we saw Beishuan does a ton of damage early game and had already gone a back in, got a lot of long swords, so got a bit dicey there, but getting the flash is something that they can revisit, especially because it is still a Wukong. He's going to be hitting level 6 soon, and Yao Yao on this Rakan can look for angles to try to disrupt this mid matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it ends up kind of going. Kind of going for that. Hoya thinking about maybe getting a little bit more damage down, but no flash from Harry to be expended just yet, but it will mean pressure in that top side. Harry doesn't have a TP either and not exactly close to his Mega Gnar for the moment, so it should be a pretty easy kind of push in. Beishuan is around, but Ning is kind of protecting Harry as he picks up some honey fruit to keep him relevant, because again, it could have been a pretty bad situation there for the Gnar.
He would have been stuck, he would have had no teleport. Good job from Yao Yao to find that. They're going to punish with Gravitum here.
Yeah, they're going to look to anyway. Not quite able to go for it just yet, but Doggo losing his flash is pretty significant considering, again, TT having a much stronger time than they did in game number 1. In game number 1, Ultra Prime had such a stronger start that it felt like, Ultra Prime, TT just couldn't really go toe-to-toe. Now we're seeing TT going much more comfortably into these laning phases.
Well, this is what we wanted to see from them, right? Like, hey, you have the Aphelios early on. This is a Zeri that, hey, can do a little bit of damage early on, but is not really known for her early game. So let's take advantage of that, getting a pretty big win. You had said, hey, whichever one of these AD carries doesn't have that flash, doesn't have those summoner spells, that's a big loss for you. And now Doggo without this flash opens up more plays, not only for them, but again, Beishuan wanting to get involved. We still have not had our first dragon here. And really for Ultra Prime, I think this is more surprising for them. They are always the ones to try to fight for early priority, fight for early dragons. And Ning especially sits in that river and is looking for plays.
Beishuan gets himself the Cyclone. Do have the Keeper's Verdict available for side of Ultra Prime if the Poppy wants to go for it, but Yao Yao not quite level 6 just yet. Here we go, they're gonna go straight in on top of Doggo. No flash, no way to get out, and it's as easy as that. Nice first blood there for TT, and they get it onto the Aphelios as well.
There we go. So being able to cross this wave, 1xN's going to catch the next one to make sure it gets under, but now there's just going to be that objective trade. As soon as Wukong shows and Ning is on the top side, just got to be able to start up this Rift Herald and maybe look for something else, try to look for some turret plates before they fall down, but good play from Thundertalk, and that just comes off immediately after the bot lane play that we had just saw. So no summoner spells, let's attack the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to trade back the top side pressure for the bot side pressure that you did just get, but that's a plate going over now, and Doggo's got to be a little bit careful there. 1xN is still fairly dangerous on his own with that Calibrum and Gravidum combination. It's kind of becoming a little bit of a sleeper combination. Obviously, we know about the green and white, we know about the red and white, but and of course the blue and purple. But it does feel like, you know, having that Calibrum to lock down, you know, kind of get that extra range and then lock someone down with the Gravidum. It's seeming a little bit of a kind of an extra little bit of engage coming out here from the Aphelios. So proving again that don't let Zeri being OP distract you from the other champions who are OP in the game. Aphelios has been better since he came out and has yet to really falter in that regard. But, oh, I miss Kai'Sa. Now you've got me thinking of old man. I miss Kai'Sa so much. Kai'Sa
You should, you should. She did get some, obviously with the itemization changes a couple patches ago, she got some love. She had a bit of a garage sale build to try and make her breakpoints on her evolutions, but they did nerf Stormrazor this patch and specifically noted that Kai'Sa was performing a little too well, and so they'll be looking at maybe her evolutions in the future to see how healthy she's feeling after the Stormrazor nerf. But hey, if we can get a Kai'Sa meta again, I'm definitely happy, because you know what that means? We're going to be moving away from the Melios, we're going to be getting away from the Lulus.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the only reason the Kai'Sa was better, because you need hard engage. She shotguns
you need the
herself
Nautilus
into,
every single game.
She shotguns herself into the back of the enemy team, which means what you call it, the enchanters are just kind of left going, oh, Jesus, what's happening right now? I don't already know where you've gone.
I can't shield you if you're on the
I
other
can't
side
follow
of the
you
map.
there. Yeah. Exactly, and that's that. You know what? Without enchanters, without AD carries as the you know the main kind of things. Again, one of my most hated metas I think was the Heimerdingers, Ashes, Lux metas. That was, which we just got out of. That wasn't fun. Which, in fairness, I say we got out of, but we have been seeing it kind of creeping back in for a couple of teams here in the LPL and the I think in the LCK as well.
I was gonna say we just saw the TES game where there was we had Varus Heimerdinger, so. It's still there. It's still sitting in the shadows, waiting. Now, same thing here for TT. They want to try and make this play, but should have just shown on the ward there. Yukao.
Yeah, gonna look to go all out with the quickness as well. They do not have a huge amount of damage between. It takes a while. One more little tick would have been enough, but not having the ignite on Yao Yao means that Forge is able to walk away from that one unscathed. Well, not unscathed, but definitely still keeping his life. Means that there's not really much else to be done here. It does have the TP, should be able to defend the next wave. And again, like the TT are looking for it, but this is the problem with the Cassante. You still need damage.
Thundertalk have decided that Forge does not get to have a summoner spell this game, and that summoner spell is not Flash. As Ning trying to make a play onto a resourceless Yukao, but this is the kind of champion that I was expecting coming into the series to see more of from Forge. The Annies, the Grogguses like we had been talking about, where he's able to, hey, lose lane gracefully. You know, there is an art to say, I'm in a losing matchup, or hey, I don't need to be exerting myself, overplaying my hand. I am looking to be an engaged source, be a bit of a small enchanter, thanks to the change onto her E so long ago. And if that's what you need to do, if that's how you gather wins, Ultra Prime are more than happy with that, especially when you have players like Ning, especially like Doggo. And as they grab this Rift Herald and use it to get a few more plates onto their AD carry, a full one there for him as well, so kind of making sure to even up some of that parity from that solo kill there.
And it's interesting as well to see the different styles, the build paths that we're seeing from different AD carries on the same champion. Last game, it was Storm Rangers right into a Gale Force to get that early spike to continue on to it. But now, with the Storm Ranger kind of nerf, you can see the TT are kind of saying, or at least 1XN's kind of saying, look, I don't really need to go for that big early spike. We got the first Dragon. We're not really kind of looking to go and explode into this bot lane matchup. It just becomes harder and harder. So I'm going to go with the Kraken Slayer. I'm going to have to try and burn through this Poppy and this Gnar later on into the game. And honestly, straight up, the Doggo Azeri as well, with him going for the Triforce build. So it definitely feels like, you know, it got a little bit more freedom of expression in those item build diversity paths, and it's just going to be fun to see. I also like the Forge is kind of foregoing, saying, you know, I don't really need to deal with the Cassante at these moments in time. I'm not going to go for some kind of tank draining with the Leandries. I'm going straight for that Ludens. I need to just burn down 1XN and Hoya.
Yeah, it's just not the role that Annie's going to fill in this game, right? You want to be first mage. You're there to drop Tibbers on top of someone and see if they're going to go down. See if you're going to suddenly get an increase in 300 gold into their back pocket. The Kraken Slayer option is really good when you're going to be hitting frontline here. So 1XN expecting for Ning and Harry to be living on top of him, making sure that there's if there's gonna be a Gnar, I'm gonna try and get as much damage as possible. Where that Storm Razor is so good when you're up against those squishy champions. So here for now for Ultra Prime, bit of a slower game. There is a Dragon that is spawning here in a couple of seconds, and we're already making our moves. Everyone's here. Forge caught out.
I mean, Forge is caught out, but the Keeper's Verdict actually misses. I thought it was going to do a little bit more. Beishuan has to flash away because he's being chased down by Ning, who might be able to take him out. Yes, he will. Now Yao Yao and Yukal just caught between a rock and a hard place. Tibbers walking forward, just making sure they can't trade back any of that damage. Hoya is moving down now to try and maybe contest for this one here, but TT looked for that fight. They just didn't realize how many people were around that Dragon Pit.
Goes over the wall and is like, ah, there is more than one member. Huh, well that's awkward. Gets his item, but a kill means that they not only get the flash out of Beishuan, they get the ultimate. They're going to start up this Dragon and take it away from them. And now there's a Rift Herald here. Ultra Prime can move over here. It's going to take a little bit of time for Ning. He's actually going to go for a reset, and with the amount of movement speed that Poppy has, should be able to make it over. But I love what Hoya has been doing in this matchup. He has been pushing Harry under the turret and then looking to go into Fog, looking to try to pressure, maybe say, hey, look, I'm going to feign into Fog of War and try to maybe go mid lane, maybe set up a play elsewhere, get some early vision to make sure where Ning is, track where they are at.
Hoya might look for a little bit of engage now. Harry has just gone into mini Gnar. Doesn't quite land the Q, so just kind of happy with a little bit of harassment there. And it's the thing, the Rift is gone towards that Chem Soul, so the Soul may not be as impactful as people like it to be, but the Rift itself is so powerful. The Scryer's Blooms, the extra shielding on the Honey Fruit, and of course the extra distance on the Blast Cones, those things can set up, you know, kind of weird and wonderful ways of expressing yourself in a team fight. So I'm curious to see how both these teams kind of work with that. And we saw it there. Hoya was kind of saying, hey, I got extra distance on this Blast Cone. I can maybe look for something here. And it doesn't lead to anything, but it's always fun to look at.
Yeah, especially where we're talking about people who are looking to try and be those burst mage. Hoya's one of them. For Ultra Prime, it's Forge. If there's a Blast Cone and you're sending in Annie Tibbers, here we go.
Oh. Here we go. They're going to throw in the Cyclone of Death here with Slicing Maelstrom, but the Zeri goes completely untouched. They tried everything, and that just led to nothing. The Keeper's Verdict kept everybody away. Ultra Prime getting themselves 2 kills and a Rift Herald. And similar to game number 1, it's TT faltering in this early game.
1XN got sent right back to base with that one. That Keeper's Verdict sent him out. That was all the damage. And while Hoya with an ultimate tried to catch out some members, he barely felt like he really put a dent in. I mean, they don't even have exhaust for that, and it still felt like there wasn't quite a lot of damage from this cannon that maybe we were expecting. So TT, feeling like they might have to go back to the drawing board with how they want to fight engages. Let's take a look at this replay, because I was pretty sure this was a pretty great fight for them. Yao Yao and Beishuan finding engages, but it's Forge with this massive, I mean, yeah, look, like you're saying, Doggo is taking 0 harassment. No one's on top of him. But a stopwatch coming out from our mid laner in Forge finds a pretty nice pick there for Ultra Prime.
Again, 3,000 gold lead now here for Ultra Prime coming into the mid-game of this setup. And the great damage from Forge as well, getting that Tibbers down, getting nearly 6,000 at 17 minutes, even 16 minutes into the game is kind of unheard of, to be perfectly honest. It's why this Annie is so coveted. So many teams banning away, and it feels like it has to be just taken away at all times. Now Forge might be walking straight in. He's right beside a wall. Hoya thinking about maybe going for something, but he's waiting for the rest of his team to kind of move up on top of this one here. Holding and waiting for it. He knows there will be a little bit of a stun available for him. The Tibbers comes down. Forge doesn't have a stopwatch this time around, but does he have some support? Yes, he does. And now Hoya's in trouble because he's going to get knocked up by the keeper's verdict. Swordart picks up a kill.
Here.
Oh, it's disaster for TT. What is happening right now? The Zeri coming in to maybe look for something. They do get a little bit of a knock-up, but Ning is too tanky now at this stage. Yao Yao just about getting out with his life. Yukal is here, but what are you going to do, Cassante? 4v1, there's just not really a lot you can.
Oh, Doggo!
And it's 1xN. Zeri moment. It's a Zeri moment. Pew, pew. Doggo picks up a kill. Nicely done. And now they get the tower. Yukal's a little bit in no man's land. He does not want to be caught out any more than he already is. And while this is all happening, this is effectively 4v5 because Harry's in the top side.
He is just wailing away at these turrets. Ultra Prime, like we were talking about, they said game one was an anomaly. We were in an advantage the entire time. The fact that we lost that, hey, no sweat our back. We're going to keep it trucking. We're going to keep on with our good moves. And Ning just comes up so massive there. Hoya was waiting. He saw on the ward where the rest of Ultra Prime was trying to go for this play. There was that control ward in the brush, but just not enough damage here for this Kennen.
I mean, you can see how close it is. Just one or two more ticks. Even that Q lands, I feel like he maybe would have gotten it, but a nice ult there from Swordart to kind of knock up the rest of the team. And now, oh, we can see on live, yeah, that Rakan's dead.
Oh.
There's not really much else to kind of go for it. This is
right
looking
here.
a lot more, yeah, this right here is just kind of what I'm looking at right now. Because Doggo just goes, hey, wait, I'm a Zeri. There's nothing you can do about it. And he just goes in, flash cleanse to get rid of the Gravitum stun. Really, really nicely done. Has a Triforce with the Rune Lands, building up towards that Titanic Hydra. The man's insane. And again, Zeri is so busted right now. I really cannot wait for this champion to be nerfed into the absolute ground. If we do not see a Zeri game for the next 7 seasons of League of Legends, it will be too soon. Like, that's how I feel about this champion.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, there's been a lot of Zeri. I understand. I hear you. However, I think this champion is great. It is a bit abusive, I will say. She has always kind of oscillated between two different builds, the on-hit build with this Trinity Force and the Titanic Hydra, and then the crit build. They tried to get rid of the Trinity Force, and then they buffed Trinity Force like a lot. So
yeah,
definitely feels like, you know, when we're going into the next patch as well, Zeri is receiving a nerf for these on-hit builds, so she will move back into the crit, but yeah, she has a pretty long time to say. During this entire time, TT just started the Baron. They said, look, we want to try and continue to push the pace of this game, force their hand.
Ning is not really here. Ning is miles away, so the flip is not really here. This is a great decision. Macro call. Just absolutely fantastic for the side of TT. They recognize, hey, look, they're all on resets. Nobody's walking forward, and we had to make something happen. Really like that coming out from TT, and that shores up the gold. Oh, dear. Ulk, we're past 20 minutes. What happened in game number 1? I'm starting to see a little bit of deja vu. Have we seen this movie before?
One of these teams doesn't have Jinx, so it's less likely. I will say it's a little less likely, but when we're looking at the carries, Doggo and 1xN are even right now. Yes, Doggo has all of those kills, has a little bit more. Yukal?
Yukal, don't know if you can actually take that 1v1. You can't take that 1v1, and yes, Harry is here with a boomerang, trying to see if he can maybe go for something else. What was that, Yukal? That was just, yeah, scratching your head. I'm scratching my head, bro, because I don't know what you were doing.
Well, now he's lost right now because that was the, I mean, he went for that play. They got the teleport out of Harry, and despite them having the Baron, they're not actually able to apply that pressure onto other sides of the map. They punish Ultra Prime for investing so many resources of getting all of these turrets in the bottom lane. Harry goes in, does not get the flash.
I mean, that's a big, big miss there on the flash. That means Forge and Harry are both dead. Nice little capitalization there for the side of TT to, you know, 4v5 still come out of it, because I think Harry just got a little bit too antsy right there. Both the solo laners go down. So again, more gold going back into TT's pockets.
Oshin, I'm scared.
Oh, Why are you scared? This.
Is
Don't
it
be afraid of it.
Is it
The
happening?
LPL is a friend. It's an old friend.
It's
the
an old
throws
friend,
are part
but
of life.
This game right now is giving me Game 1 vibes right now, right? Like, they were so far ahead, and it feels like Ultra Prime maybe overextending themselves here. I mean, Forge under this turret, he's just tanking it up. I don't know exactly what they were looking for.
I mean, yeah, like, I mean, look, I wouldn't have minded it as much if it's like, oh, 1xN flashed away, Yao had to use something, but 1xN just Gale Force and Yao just battle dance back to him. So it wasn't as if he got a lot else out of it. It was like he lost his flash, and that was it. He lost his flash in his life, and then the rest of his team kind of looked at him doing it. So, and this is the thing as well. You're looking at TT's composition, and yes, so far they've been kind of out-damaged, outdone by the side of Forge and Doggo, kind of, you know, having so much value in these picks, but eventually this Aphelios will burn you down. Eventually this Kennen will one-shot your backline, and that's the scary part of it. There is zero magic resistance on the side of Ultra Prime, apart from a pair of Merc Treads here for Doggo. So it is definitely a possibility here for the side of TT to just burst people out on the back end of a fight.
It'll be very dangerous, like you were saying, and we've got Dragon in a minute and a half. There's no soul point, or there could be one for Ultra Prime, but alongside the Baron and the picks that they were able to make, ThunderTalk are feeling more and more comfortable with the state of the game. I'm hoping that Ultra Prime can kind of reel it back in, find something a little bit different, because I have been really happy with what we've seen from them. Not only from Doggo and Sword Art, but again, Ning has been finding those plays. He has been instrumental in getting these teams leads, but they need to be able to close it out. It feels like a little bit of lack of direction, lack of that voice to rein in all of these players and say, look, this is what we're going to do. Let's not try to overplay our hand. We need to be able to close this game out cleanly if we want to stand a chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like, again, we're slowing down. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, and it's a Chemsol. So again, not exactly ideal. Even if Ultra Prime get themselves here on top of the Soul Point, it's not really something that TT are really worried about. I will say TT would love to get it for themselves, considering they have got the Cassante and he benefits greatly from the Chemsol, but not really the greatest of, you know, or the worst of situations to find yourself in. The last Soul was far more impactful, and we know exactly how that last game went. So for TT, they are building up. 3 items though onto Doggo. 3 items nearly being built up here by Forge as he's got himself the Rabadon's Death Cap. You even have a hole breaker here for Harry as he looks to try and dominate on those side lanes. This is where the game becomes about execution and how you're able to make these team fights work for you and your team.
This feels like a bit of an adaptation mid-game here when we're talking about the hole breaker for Harry. Bit of a different kind of style we'll see from this Gnar. But TT are super prevalent at just sitting in mid and over grouping. They do this a lot. They've done this in a few of their games where Yukao had an advantage and kind of squandered it, moving from lane to lane, trying to pick up farm, and the rest of the team is just sitting in mid, huddled around, arms locked in with each other, trying to make something happen. Doggo, too far up.
You're left on your lonesome. He finally gets away, but it's his flash and his cleanse down. Can they jump on the Forge? You can see there that they're going to put Beishuan as a sacrificial lamb. I feel like he was just kind of saying to himself, look, we're probably dead either way. I don't have my flash regardless, so we might as well just kind of take that one. We're going to lose the Chem Drake, and there's no Baron for a minute. So I think it was more to disengage than anything else. I'm not going to give him too much of a hard time about that particular
Yeah, for sure. Trying to build some space for the rest of his team. There are no summoners used during that fight for ThunderTalk. If you look at Ultra Prime, may have just bought them a little bit of extra, space. No flash, no cleanse. A stopwatch here for Doggo is the only level of protection that he will be able to grant himself when we're talking about this Baron fight. The Baron dance between these two teams. As we get into this replay, I kind of want to see what happened, because it seemed like, okay, he just came in out of Fog of War and found this pick. I mean, sure, it's fine, but their ability to turn right here is why I love this composition here for Ultra Prime. Immediately, Forge comes in and grabs that stun, and they're able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, I think maybe, actually, on the second look at it, I think maybe Beishuan was expecting Forge to go for a flash in with the Tibbers to try and catch people out. That's why he kind of throws it a bit more haphazardly, shall we say. Either or, it ends up being a kill in favor of Ultra Prime as they bring themselves to about 4,000 gold in the lead. But we have been here before, Alt. We know this song and dance. We know how this one goes. And now with a full Zonya's finisher for Forge, he's onto 3 items himself. The Baron is now onto the Rift, and this is where the game gets a little bit testy. And we'll check once this banner goes down whether or not we do have 3 items on the Aphelios. Yes, we do. So This is the moment here where you can see the Aphelios gotta go, but Harry's kind of on his own on the bot side, taking an inhibitor. You still gotta cover him right now. And honestly, I feel like it should be you, Cal, who really kind of looks for him because he's the one who's built full tank.
Could be. Doesn't have the same amount of ability to poke as maybe the Kennen would, and I would tend to agree with you. Right now, the wards are not great for the side of Thunder Talk. There's not a flank ward for Kennen to come off of. I think the most likely option is probably going to be teleporting in from this top wave. But right now, Ultra Prime, they're going to go ahead and push that in, and it is pulling apart Thunder Talk from being able to contest, being able to move in and really put down wards, really stamp their mark on some part of this map as Ultra Prime getting more and more damage, getting chip damage. One of the cool parts of the new Trinity Force change is he gets a ton of attack speed for hitting structures. So Harry can very quickly hit it with a bunch of Hullbreaker procs, walk back out, and it's very difficult for TT to really nail him down.
All right, Ning, you found the first test. That's the first ward that was behind enemy lines that you've taken in. There are 2 more wards that you need to find in order to pass this test. That's what I'm looking at right now. And I will say for Ultra Prime, I'm not a big fan of the fact that they just threw in so much resources to make sure they had priority on this Baron, and then just gave it away, got a full reset off, and then just kind of went back to it. So now you're in a better position here as TT because of those 2 flank wards that are available to you. They're going to TP in the Cassante, make sure he is in position there, making sure that everybody is aware and available for him. Now Harry still maintaining the damage here on the bot side. Now you don't have a choice. It has to be Hoya who goes and deals with this because there's no TP here on the Cassante. And honestly, again, TT is kind of making a weird choice in the macro sense of the game, but Ultra Prime aren't really forcing their hand. We saw a recall come out here for Doggo to pick up BF sword, and yeah, that's great and all, but it's not, you're not doing anything. You're just waiting right now, and again, everyone's scaling.
Yeah. It's not necessarily that it gets worse, but they are just trying to find the absolute perfect fight. TT right now are looking for the 60-40 like kind of team fight right now, and I don't think that Ultra Prime are going to give them that. We still have these 2 flank wards. Thank you to our observers for showing that. They're going to run out sooner rather than later. We have a dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and for Thunder Talk, if you're not going to get this soul, are you looking for an Elder Dragon, potentially? That's a really far ways away, and I think you're kind of leaving it up to chance while this entire time Harry is applying pressure on the side lane.
Forge! He jumps in on the Yao Yao and he gets himself that kill. Harry is still pushing in that bot side in the picture. You can see Hoya maybe thinking about going for something there, but Flash from Forge does secure him that kill. They start this Baron. They do start it, but again, it was only the support, not exactly the most high priority of targets. That's a hell of a lot of damage going down the base shot. That's just Tibbers doing it all on top of UCal. Trying to see if he can take a bit of a 1v1 right now. Will be forcing out a stopwatch right now as Forge taking so much damage, but the wild growth in the heal keeps him alive. While it's happening, Harry is ending the game. You need to make a decision here, TT. Ultra Prime are running you around the map.
Beishuan does pick up some of the honey fruit here, and they're going to grab Vision. They're teleporting in with this Annie. Forge, full HP. Does have the flash for Beishuan. It is ticking down, and they're using the single 1xn tower to look into the pit.
Yeah, they're going to get the knockback there. We're going to see Beishuan go in. Does he try and burst it down? They're going to go 50-50! And it's stolen, and he gets away with it as well! Oh, my lord. Doggo trying to go for this one here. Goes over the wall. Immediately has to get out there. That's frustration from the Ultra Prime AD carry because he knows they shouldn't be giving up that objective.
And while they were low, Ultra Prime are still going to be able to grab this soul. A huge steal for Beishuan. Yet again, another Baron that is going to slow down the pace of this game and prevent Ultra Prime from outright winning. They'll grab themselves a soul, and it does mean that we're going to grab that Elder in a few minutes' time. But Ashin, we're back to where we originally started with a little bit of hype in between.
I mean, this is such a strange thing. Like, you're focusing out. Keep the keeper's verdict for Beishuan. Like, why are you keeping it for the... I don't know, man. Ning, that's just a bit of a poor kind of decision there. And then Doggo gets a little bit hyped there, thinking maybe he can go for it, but immediately has to flash cleanse over the wall. And now we get to see some of these standing structures get taken away. Now you've got Rabadon's death cap onto Hoya, so he's going to have a much more significant chance of taking out someone like Doggo and Forge if they get caught out.
Exactly. No summoner spells on either of these guys means that it is so easy for Thunder Talk if they can find a position just like this. Beishuan and Yao Yao sitting in Fog of War, looking to try and find something, maybe using a blast cone to get onto Doggo. With this wave crashing, they could go for a dive under this turret.
Has to be soon, though, because you got Harry pushing on the top side with that hull breaker. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage. Got a good ward to cover off the eventual push in. Despite there being super minions in that bot side, it's actually Hoya who picks up a tier 2 in that bot lane. But again, like I said, Harry is pushing in on this Gnar, just being a menace. He's kind of said, look, I'm no longer going to be with the team. I just need to push in these side lanes, and he's doing just that and doing a great job of it.
All right, typically I'm a big hull breaker hater. Like this item is usually pretty useless for when we want to see team fights. Beishwan gonna get up onto Harry, should be able to get out, has a lot of movement speed again from this Trinity Force and the Dead Man's Plate. But he is getting maximum value right now. He has gotten 3 turrets by himself, 2 in the bottom lane, now 1 up here as well. Harry is doing everything. He is playing the Yordle version, the Yordle version of Fiora at this point, of Jax. He is just in a side lane at this point, constantly applying pressure. And while it is pulling TT a little bit away from maybe some of the objectives they would have wanted, they still have this Baron, and they're still more than comfortable with controlling the rest of this map now as the gold lead shrinks and Ultra Prime are corralled into the mid lane.
Here's the thing, though. The Baron was great, and it's helped you come back into this game. You're still about 3,000 gold down. Actually, almost exactly 3,000 gold down for TT, but it's gone now. You've only had it for a couple last few seconds. You will be able to just melt these towers now, or these waves here as Hoya, but you're not going to have that same level of presence. 3 minutes 30 until the dragon spawns. That's going to be Elder Drake, like you mentioned earlier on, and we got 3 minutes until the Baron. So both objectives roughly going to have spawn at the exact same time, which even Abyssal Mass coming out here for Ning as well to try and give more presence and power to Forge. And again, more and more kind of pressure being put down here by the side of Ultra Prime. Can they finish it off? That's the big thing. Don't forget how game number 1 went when we got to the super late game. And a GA available for Beishwan means that he's very happy monkey, just kind of saying, look, I can dive in knowing I'm going to have a second life.
And it's just got to be so tense. This is when those, those veteran voices for either team really need to step up and lead their team to victory. We have some fresh faces across the board, but it's voices like Ning, it's voices like Sword Art for Ultra Prime, and for TT, you're looking at Yukao. How can we lead this team to victory? How can we get ourselves into position for, if you're TT, closing out the series, for Ultra Prime, getting another second chance at this, at this game to close it out. And Hoya, this could be their catch.
And this could be it. He is going to go forward right there to try and maybe burst down Harry, but yeah, he's dead. You can't do anything now, and your support came in with the jungler. This is it. That's game. You've lost your engage. There's nothing else to be done there. You're going to need 1xN to literally use all 200 years of Helios' engineering to win this fight, because other than that, you're going to a game 3.
I kind of like the name there. He's going to have to be 1x9 right there. He's going to have to put on a performance. He's got red-white, but the crescendo is about to fall.
Doggo goes in with the lightning crash, and they take out Yao Yao. They're going to be able to kind of push into the last one. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't do anything, and that's going to be 1 kill going over, but nothing else. Yukal can't do anything on this Cassante. He's going to try and take down Harry, but some happy feet there from the Gnar means that Ultra Prime will be getting a bit of revenge for game number 1, and will be sending us to game number 3.
That's the correct reaction from Ultra Prime right there. Not feeling super satisfied with the quality of that game. They still did end up winning, and they're going to send us to a game 3 here, but they can't be super ecstatic about that. Thunder Talk did have the potential of coming back into that game.
I mean, yeah, I feel like for Ultra Prime, that was kind of how the game 1 should have went. Honestly, this should have been a 2-0. If being totally honest there from Ultra Prime. But for TT, they just felt like indecision leading to, indecision is a decision in itself. You're not making a choice. You're kind of hoping that you see a mistake. And just, for Ultra Prime, they didn't make one. They made sure that they kind of, yes, they flipped the Baron. That's a bit unfortunate. But for TT, I just didn't really see any, any proactivity. There was no TP coming in from Hoya to try and get onto a flank, and I felt like there was so many opportunities where they should have just pushed the ladder. They should have just made, kind of go for a big play, and they just didn't. And then when you're dealing with a split pusher of the Gnar with a hull breaker, you're always just going to lose that fight, because the longer the game goes on, the less pressure you have.
And this is symptomatic of a lot of losses here for Thunder Talk, where they don't make a lot of moves. It's a lot of action. Maybe we use Beishwan to go for it, but they don't do a lot. They have some maybe good laners. Again, it is mostly UCal who is carrying their gold difference at 15. But aside from that, they wait for a mistake to happen. And when you're playing against better teams, and you're playing against a team who is playing very hot on the day, where is your avenue for success? We need to see someone either step up as a leader or look for something, because TT can look very lost if it's not a chaotic game that is just constantly moving, constantly at a different pace than maybe the rest of the league.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it is right now. And look, these are two of our... Well, I would actually argue that Ultra Prime are one of our lower-end teams, and TT should be a playoff kind of pushing team. But unfortunately, this split, it doesn't seem to be coming together for them. And it does feel, like you said, it kind of stems from a much larger issue that we're not able to really see coming out here from TT. Seem to be struggling a lot with the game, seem to be struggling a lot with how they want to play it. No real decisive calling coming out for them right now. And it does feel like they are only really kind of capitalizing on teams' mistakes rather than creating their own opportunities.
I feel like when if I am a TT fan and I am looking and I've seen the rest of their games from this split, seeing UCal have very little damage like that is heartbreaking. He is one of the leaders. He is the biggest kind of player when we look at this team, where we're like, oh my god, every game that they're winning, UCal is smashing his lane. And he just doesn't have that kind of same presence when you are putting him on like a Cassante. Specifically, I thought the Annie pick we saw was kind of mid. I wasn't super impressed with what we were seeing from them. So I want to see both the teams focus back in on their identity. When we saw Ultra Prime win this game, I'm not going to say all of it was because of Forge, but he was back on the Annie. He was being more of a facilitator, more there to help out Ning, help out Doggo when we find those picks. And for TT, they didn't have a lane to really play through.
Yeah, I mean, for TT, they got a great advantage in the bot lane, but it does feel like it's one of those things that after that, look, I like the flex of the Cassante to the mid. I do think it has some merits there, but I mean, for call a spade, UCal was just kind of useless, not going to lie. He didn't really do a lot in that particular pick, and it didn't really look comfortable for him. So we will have to see what TT have got themselves into, if they can really bounce back after that slow loss, or if Ultra Prime can get themselves a full reverse sweep of revenge and bring us to a 2-1 victory. We will see you guys on the other side of this very short break.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He's took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing, Igao. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We're back now, yeah, we made it.
球董先往前进，给到对方的伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋队友是谁的，有没有惩戒？葛温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开赚。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，泽利在疯狂的拖伤害，恶火流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血泽利加小猫咪，所以上有点不太够，被震回来了。厄斐琉这个点上有点高，
有机会追。
泽利还有第二周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，残血厄斐琉斯有击宝还在拉扯，后续的酒桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被亏在粘到脸上 ，Q 3命中，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要五杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第一天。 五杀
Goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up, and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jangalov getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG, and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，大招直接撞起来，卡纳维是有大招的，可以走。但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，烂直播输出位置还可以，369开始，我的这个大招大3个，第一时间第一条命已经被打出来了，厄斐琉斯需要往后拉扯一下，营业的效果很不错，这波 AOE 拉扯直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下 double kill， 狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone. Almost dying here, but whoa, Mako. It looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker. Not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from Jeje as he gets a reset. Nala. He's taken on the whole world. He survives, and up again. Oh, you gotta love Nico.
大上也是死血的，
但是利物这里可以点，
利物这边点塔速度很快啊，再拖点2枪。
有追名的，
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了。波夫的第2个大招已经好了，过程中利物这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个 Fofo， 根本点不动。
感觉北川是经常会搞一些就是意想不到的东西嘛，给人一种就是发明家，有点类似于发明家那种嘛。然后就跟他在一起去碰撞的话，就是注意一些他那些小套路吧。我觉得他的小套路还是蛮多的。我觉得属于下路版本，但我感觉这个版本更像是那种资源版吧，就感觉能拿到龙魂的队伍基本都感觉就已经赢了那种。
I like that little move there as well. It's like, yes, it's a bot lane meta, but it's a resource meta. Who gets what resources? What resources are you able to deny / get for yourself? Really, really do like that coming out here from the Ultra Prime jungler. As we do have ourselves a 3-game series, we're going to game number 3. Of course, on your debut here, Alk, we are going to get you the full slate of games, all 6 guaranteed going into the first day of week number 3. But we got our MVP from game number 2. It is Forge on this Annie. He did his job. The Annie with 100% kill participation, constantly finding people out with the Tibbers, constantly putting down damage. And when you have 42% damage share, I think it's fair to say you did your job.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, I think, when we were talking up all of these plays, hey, what we're going to see from Doggo, we saw that solo kill from him in the bottom lane. All of this is just coming down to the Tibbers placement from Forge. How many people is he able to just have sit on top of this bear and take so much damage? It was Forge, who we thought was getting caught out a few times, but was the perfect kind of set play for his team to come in, swoop all of Thunder Talk, and take them to a game 3 here. Nothing more that you could say. I mean, this is a stark improvement from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I can't really put it other way, kind of saying, like, even though they didn't have as an explosive game number 1, or as explosive start as they did in game number 1, in game number 2 they felt a lot more decisive. It felt like they were a lot more comfortable with how their kind of composition worked in that later game stage, and it just kind of, rather than taking a team fight where they maybe kind of got themselves caught out, or maybe found themselves in an unfair disadvantages, they took picks. They looked to try and make sure they were catching someone out with Forge's Tibbers, getting all the CC and damage down, and then either forcing them completely out of the fight or killing them outright. We saw that multiple times coming out here from Ultra Prime, as they are kind of keeping themselves alive in this series. Not kind of, definitely keeping themselves alive in this series. And again, this is a big matchup, you got to say, for these two teams. Ultra Prime 2-2 in the standings on a 2-series loss streak in week number 2. But if they can get a win here, they not only keep themselves kind of on a positive win rate after 5 series, but they're also knocking down a potential playoff threat in TT. TT only 1-3 right now. To go 1-4 after your first 5 series, definitely not an ideal start to the split.
And when we're talking about how fast this schedule is, every single loss can start to compile, start to snowball into bigger problems. It only gets worse if you cannot find a win. You know, you start to think, like, what does the environment start to look like? You start to wonder what the inside of the team is going to look as the split goes on. But again, it is some of that schedule, right? These are the teams that are fighting up against each other, the ones that are closest in the standings. And when we're looking again at TT, after this, they're going to have to face up against Billy. They're going to have to play up against Weibo and WE. So they are really hampering to try to find this win and close out this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, again, 1-4. Not impossible, obviously. You're not going to be out of the idea of a top 10 finish, but it makes your life a hell of a lot harder. You mentioned right at the top of the day just how hard of a run the next few games are for Ultra Prime. They're going to have to take a couple of scalps if they don't, or sorry, not for Ultra Prime, for TT, if they don't have to take a couple of scalps if they do lose to Ultra Prime here today. So, we're jumping into picks and bans, and again, we're seeing a lot of the kind of same ones coming in here. I feel like Ultra Prime going to ban the Annie as their last one here, but the Lulu, the Milio, all being taken away. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see, I was going to say, yeah, the Wukong, and maybe TT goes straight back for that first pick Vi, or do you leave the Annie open and see what TT go for?
This is surprising, especially when we've been talking about the prevalence of Milio and Lulu. Specifically, Milio has been a red side ban for the entirety of this meta for the past couple of weeks. So I think it's very surprising. Maybe Thunder Talk saying, we're not willing to really first pick this. With Vi up on the table, you have to imagine Beishuan is looking forward to saying, get my hands back on Mets. Let's get me some early playmaking and something that, if the game does go on, I can guarantee and engage. Wukong does not have that full guarantee that he's going to be going in. Vi, she presses ult, and it's a one-way ticket for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of has her set up. She knows what she's doing there, and you can see there TT kind of saying, look, we're happy to ban the Azir instead of the Annie. You take the Vi, we'll take the Annie and the Aphelios, and we're starting to see a very similar draft. It's almost like a combination of the two drafts we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2. This time around, though, Yukao will not be waiting until, you know, later on in the draft to pick up his pick. And Harry could, I was just about to say, Harry could pick himself up the Cassante right now. They could ban away some top lane counters. And I imagine Ultra Prime very happy to start banning away things that will do well into the Cassante, maybe the Malphite and such like that, maybe even the Scion. And then TT's probably going to ban away things like the Viego, possibly even the Nocturne that can go up against the Vi.
A lot of options here. When you're looking on the side of TT, you just got to get rid of all of these junglers. There is a couple of support picks that I think they could be looking for. My eyes for Sword Art. Are we going to see the Nautilus again? That would be a great way to answer something like the Ahri, get her to, hey, if you're going to Spirit Rush forward, I'm going to hit you with this ultimate, and you're going to have to Spirit Rush away, get him out of the fight. And on the other side for TT, I love that we're going to be seeing this Ahri for Yukao. We already talked about how much of a lane presence he can be when you give him stuff like this. And with the Vi, this is similar to those Viego Lissandra comps where you're just trying to get those resets on and on. And Vi is a perfect way to do that. So you have a deadly mid jungle here, which is perfect for Yukal and Beishwan.
Perfect combination. The Gwen, the Gnar taken away. The Viego, I wouldn't be surprised to see, possibly even the Volibear, to be perfectly honest, taken away. We did see that being banned by TT in game number 2 as well. So maybe they want to try and take that one away. But no, they're going to go with the Poppy. So like this one coming out here from the side of TT, recognizing the Poppy was a big issue in that second game. And Poppy would have been exceptional in stopping a lot of what TT have already built up for themselves.
I see those 3 champions and I'm picking Poppy. That is a free win in my mind, unless something big comes out for TT. So glad they're able to grab that, take that away from them. We're getting Ning's Kindred here in game 3. I think that is insane, especially when we're talking about finding those resets for Vi or for Ahri and Jinx. Kindred's gonna do wonders there, but needs to be very careful for Beishwan going for early invades. If they have early priority from mid lane and they go hunting for this Kindred, Ning's gonna have to be extra sneaky if he wants to be able to survive some early game aggression.
I mean, Ning hasn't played Kindred in a while. The last time we saw Ning's Kindred, he was on IG. It was 2020 Summer Playoffs. That was 3 years ago nearly at this stage. It was a loss. In fact, the last 4 times he's played it has been losses. Previously to that, it was a pretty damn good champion for him. But Ning whipping this one out for the final game of this series to see if he can clutch it back home. And it does mean that you have a double AD carry. And this is something that we always have to bring up when we see 2 AD carries effectively in a team comp, is that your objective taking now becomes exceptionally fast, even early on in the game. So if you're living a couple of seconds there to try and make something work, it definitely feels like you can kind of go for it, as everyone's hovering over the Vayne here. Not to be picked, but just to let you know that Uzi is on his way. The dog is coming back to the LPL. And I love this Blitzcrank right now. If you're able to catch out this Jinx and kill her off before anything else, who's there to protect her? She has little to no peel outside of TT already using their utility to try and jump in on the AD carry themselves.
And it's going to be pretty one note for the most part. When we're talking, we said in game 1, Sword Art, if we give him engaged champions, he will go and find picks. He will go and roam, find different avenues and different lanes. This is perfect for him, right? If you can get out onto the map pre-level 6 for some of these solo laners, that is a way for them to go for a punish, find some early kills, and set themselves off at a good pace early on. But it all comes down to this last game. The last 2 have been back and forth. We had some slower games. We had definitely a little bit of a resident sleeper in the second one there towards the end. But now here, hopefully we've got some more action. We've got Yukal on Ahri. We've got the Beishwan Vi. And Blitzcrank for the side of Sword Art. I think it can't get much better than this.
I think it can. I think both teams pretty happy with what they've got. I will say TT probably got the more quote-unquote meta of the 2 drafts, but Anani is still Anani, and Anafelio still has plenty to be dealing with there. We'll see what both these teams can do. Both desperate for this win. For Ultra Prime is to keep their positive start. First 5 series, you told them they'd be 3-2. They would take that deal any day of the week. And for TT, they got to try and get their season started. 1-3, sitting down the bottom end of the table after being in playoffs in spring is not where you expect this team to be, and they have to start making matches matter now. This is the final game of this best of 3. Winner takes all. And this could be the last time we really kind of see either of these teams play against each other for at least another few months. Because again, they might not either both make it to playoffs or neither make it to playoffs. That could be it.
Yeah, there could be a combination of one of the 2, and it could be one of those things where we're talking like this match could potentially cascade into a bunch of other things, right? Like this match could be a primary function as to whether or not one of these teams makes playoffs. So hopefully for them, they're focused, they're keeping their heads on straight, and we get to see what, all the different stuff, right? We talked about Kindred being kind of a cool pick for Ning, but not something that he's found a lot of success on. That was, I think, a lot to do with similar to like the Viego, where he ended up picking it and then didn't have too much success on it. Still not really kind of rocking a great win rate there. Oh, Ning is not going to be able to find this ward, so they have perfect tracking of this Kindred. And that is huge for TT. If they can find out where he is, they can meet him at this blue buff and get dangerous on the jungler of Ultra Prime.
We'll have to wait and see. Ning not quite sure where he's going to be standing right now. Sword Art gets control over this brush. That's exactly what you want from in Blitzcrank's point of view. We'll actually be starting off with the punch, the powered up punch, to make sure that he now know that there's no hook available to him. So Be interesting to see how he kind of moves forward with that. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this Kindred, where and when they end up going with their pathing and whatnot, and if they get spotted out again on the way back from these Krugs.
Some mirrored starts here. Both of these junglers are pathing towards bot side. There's a tank in both sides of the lane on top. We are not going up there. This is going to be similar to game 1, Ashin. We are not seeing any action from these two top laners. If it is, it's going to be Harry all out. Hoya is going to throw the ultimate, and we're going to be like, and we're right back to where we started with this lane matchup. It is all eyes on this bottom lane. 1xN Yao Yao versus Doggo and Sword Art. Doggo has gotten the better of this matchup time and time again. But when it came down to the wins, it was this Jinx that brought TT their first game.
Was indeed. Probably wondering why they did a random zoom in there onto Ning. That is Pyoshik skin. That is the DRX Kindred.
Oh!
I believe it's like a chroma for it as well.
I was gonna say.
Do you know, like, yeah, I was gonna say, do you know, like, how much it costs to get all the skins and the, like, chroma and, like, the ultimate pack and stuff like that? It's like $150.
Yeah, my friend was not happy because they were like, I just want the ward. Can I just buy the ward by itself? I don't want to buy all these skins.
Oh no, I think you can. I think if you get the world's capsule, you get the ward as a. I think I could be wrong on that. So if you want to tell your friend that, that might be a workaround, so they don't have to spend $150.
There's a maximum amount of RP you can buy. As you count, it's a pretty good trade up against Forge. So there are some people who actually just need to wait twice. You have to wait a couple days to be able to buy the world's package.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money, to be perfectly honest. A little bit forward there with the traps for 1xN, but good for him to see that he was able to kind of follow up there with Yao Yao. Ning did not get the spawn of the mark. It wasn't the top side, unfortunately, for him, so he's just going to recognize, yep, it's probably gone. It's unfortunate. It's straight up RNG. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you do not. And but he may see this as an opportunity to maybe get something on the bot side, because he's probably thinking to himself, hey, my mark's top. That means that the jungler is probably top, so maybe they could work for something here. A bit of an early dive, and Ultra Prime looking to get aggressive.
Oh, look at this. Already has the Gravitum as well. It just takes one hook. It doesn't matter how well you set up this dive. Beishwan is nowhere near this area. They could potentially call down a teleport from one of the solo lanes, and that would be a win by itself, but instead decide we're not going to go for this. It would be a pretty big overextension. Grabbing that hook onto Yao Yao is just going to mean a little bit more damage. And like you're saying, those marks going missing from Ning is going to hurt in the meantime. The funny thing when we talk about Kindred is people are like, if you get 4 stacks, you're a real champion. And that's not necessarily the case. It does feel very nice. There's an attack range buff. You get a lot of bonuses on all of your abilities. But the champion still functions pretty similarly without those stacks. It's just accoutrements to the rest of the meal.
Great word. Sorry, I was just thinking in my head. I was just kind of like,
yeah.
Just a great word.
It's different.
It's a different word, absolutely. We'd like a bit of variety here in the LPL, but again, it's going to be a pretty slow start to the game again. This is just how it goes. You let level 6s, that's when the game-altering setups kind of come in. And it's just too high risk, low reward to really go for anything too exceptional this time around in the meta. It doesn't feel like you're kind of really rewarded that exceptionally for taking a risk as things come in. But Ning is going to have to start to be a bit more proactive or creative, either one of the two, if he really wants to start picking up some of these marks, because for the moment, it's going to be pretty easy there for TT on Beishwan to kind of just manage where these marks are going to be spawning. Because that's the thing, when all your camps are down and you know that a mark needs to spawn, you can kind of dictate where it's going to spawn by not taking camp, like this bot lane Krugs.
And it gets stuck there, you're like, well, what do I do now as a Kindred? Because now I'm stuck. I can't really move out of this lane. And it's like, you could go for an invade, especially if, as we've seen from Ultra Prime, their bottom lane getting priority time and time again. Pings are coming out. There's a lot of action, and I love how much vision Thundertalk have put, not only just entrances to jungle, but in the Dragon Pit. It stops Kindred from getting very aggressive and looking to hop over walls and get a little creative with her pathing. If we're just going to be seeing full clear, Beishwan is eventually going to get that ultimate, and then we're looking at maybe a play in mid lane, maybe a play towards this bottom side, as TT are more than happy with this game going the longer it does.
Yeah, well, Peichuan saying, cool, I have no camps up. I know exactly where this is spawning, and I'm going to take it away straight off the bat. So Peichuan being very smart of how he's been able to kind of cover all of these marks that have been spawning available. Ning will now know that it has been taken off of him, and he will not, unfortunately, have that available to him. So a bit unfortunate there for Ning, still sitting on 0 stacks. It does feel bad. Sometimes a Kindred gets 4 stacks in 10 minutes. Sometimes you get none in 20. I've seen it a couple of times there, but it is just it's just par for the course. It's just how a champion works.
Yeah, usually when we see Kindred players, you really want to stick around mid on the first clear just because you don't know which mark or which side of the river the mark is going to go. And Yukao, by trading pretty aggressively onto Forge early on, did force the issue so he could be able to be the one to move forward first. We haven't really seen Sword Art make too many plays. We've seen some hooks. There's that ultimate.
Yep, they're going to throw it in. A great combination of CC comboing up, and then, yeah, Forge recognizing he was dead, not going to burn the flash, and that is first blood of TT, using that powerful mid-jungle combination.
It's a good start for Thunder Talk. We'll see if they can compound that into some further victories across the map. But again, we thought coming into this game, hey, you have Ning, you have this double marksman composition. The rest of the team really has to play around that. Annie is great because she's a facilitator. She's a bit of an enchanter as well. You have Sword Art with these hooks. Now that they're going for a bit of a lane swap, trying to contest for this Rift Herald, I'm still waiting for when we get really that first punch thrown by Ultra Prime.
Still waiting to see where they want to try and focus right now. Ning putting himself to the back of the pick because he recognizes he can just dance his way out of that one should he need it. But you did use the Spirit Rush and the Cease and Desist here for the side of TTs. You're not playing with a full deck of cards for the moment. One good hook onto a priority target could mean it. This could be a 5v5, but TT think the better of it. Ultra Prime happy to take away this objective, and without trading the Dragon, it's kind of an ultimate win coming out here for the side of Ultra Prime. They're not losing anything because of this.
Yeah, that's actually the biggest thing that was going to be happening here is the fact that Ultra Prime, by getting this Rift Herald and with Thunder Talk face-checking this side and rotating so many people up, there's no access to the Dragon. There's no trade for them like we were talking about. So Ning, playing towards this top side, could be looking to drop this Rift Herald and get Doggo ahead. A big part of their wins every single time. But Yao Yao has a flank. And I'm sad.
I mean, again, it's hard to do it. I think the big thing that's kind of coming up from this is that, yes, you have the Kindred for the Lamb's Respite, but there's a big old Gragas barrel that could knock you out of it. So you have to be very aware of where you're bringing these fights and how you're kind of going for it. I will say, quietly, we've actually been seeing a little bit of an advantage being built up here on the bot side for Doggo. He's got himself a nearly 30 CS lead here. As you can see, 1xN struggling to really keep up in that regard, and it is leading to a significant advantage. It means that he's going to finish his coal first. He's going to be well ahead of that in terms of the power curve, and that could mean with a Dragon on the fit, still on the Rift, that this could be an opportunity here for Ultra Prime to either get that objective or even find a couple of kills.
1xN has been following Ultra Prime around the map, trying to make sure that he's in the right position, but by doing that, you are missing out on minion waves, while Doggo, not missing a beat really, moves into top side, takes a couple of takes a couple of waves, then moves into the bot side. Hoya's got to be careful here.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash away because beautiful timing on the all-out from Harry means that he buffers the explosive cast and gets himself a flash out of Hoya as well. So advantage to the Ultra Prime top laner for the moment. Now we can wait to see where TT want to try and get this one back. And again, the entire narrative of the series has been Ultra Prime looking the better of the two teams. I don't want to get it twisted. Even in the game that TT won, I maintain that Ultra Prime should have won it. That's just kind of how this song and dance goes. Yeah. And we can see now Harry going underneath the tower, taking a bit of a bad trade for the moment.
Harry?
Yeah, don't know if Harry was maybe thinking about this too much. Will have to flash himself and then gets a little bit of a dash away, but now maybe turning this one right back around. Knows if he can get the knockback, he could be in a good position, but not quite able to land. And Harry just having a little bit of disrespect there towards his opposite number and not respecting that Hoya can straight up go for those kind of fights.
Right, I tell you, Sheen, we go top side, we're like, oh, no, hold on, is there going to be some play? Nope, nope. It's just tank top laners doing that thing.
Told you, man.
No
point in looking. There's just no point in looking anymore. It's just it's full of disappointment and regret. That's all it is.
Is that how you feel about tank top laners? That's how I really feel, Sheen.
I mean, again, like I maintain that one of the most fun, even though it was like crazy busted at the time, was 2015 Worlds, Fiora Darius. That stuff was so fun.
Ew.
It was so fun because it was a proper matchup of like who got advantage of who. Did you get the apprehend off before the riposte, or did you riposte it and they were able to turn it around? There was so many little things. There was so many times where riposte was used to just nullify the effects of the Darius guillotine, and yeah, the Noxian guillotine even. Little small things. It had me reminiscing now, Ulk. You got me thinking about all the different metas. I've been around a while. I have been
That's fair.
a part of League of Legends ecosystem for a fair bit of time at this point.
Yeah, you've been here for a while. You've name changed a few times. Some of these items have changed up on you as well. So it must be nice. You know, you got a lot of history there that, you know, especially for a lot of newer League fans, they don't know. There are some people that may not even know a lot of the legacy that Uzi had. So it's really awesome that he's coming back and there's another person here to tell that story for them. Give them some hope. Give them some of the, I guess, the mysticism around Uzi when he was coming back. But he's not in this game. We don't have to worry about him. I'm going to let Mazel and them have fun with that series when it gets to them.
I was just about to say, flattery will get you everywhere, Ulk. That's all I'm saying. It's just all I'm saying is flattery will get you everywhere. I really appreciate the kind words you're throwing into it. Everfrost for Everfrost. Actually, no, just Everfrost for Tibbers. For some reason, I thought Forge had an Everfrost, but
it's frozen, Annie. It counts. I'll count it.
Yes. You know what? We'll allow it. Median germ. But yeah, I don't think we have a moment here to kind of chill for a second as Forge does force the ultimate out of UCal at the end of it all, so it ends up being kind of an equal trade. Does Ning actually have any stacks? I don't believe he does.
No.
He's still doing well for himself in the farming department, but I don't think he's actually got anything else now. UCal, oh, that was a lovely flash. That was fantastic from Sword Art. He wants this victory, and that was gorgeous. Oh my lord, the prediction.
He just did not care. He said, look, one of the best Blitzcrank mechanics you can do is don't even throw out the hook. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is just knock them up with your E and just call it a day. Goes for that, gets the ult right there. We are getting extra slow-mo in-person picture-in-picture there for Ning as he clears his top side of the jungle.
I was like,
his mark
was that his first mark?
No. So his mark is on Hoya. It did just move. It was off of the buff bar here for Gragas, so he may have chosen another one. It should show up next time we see Ming. Unless we get another camera of Ning, I don't think he has many stacks. And so now we're in this cool position where a minute and a half before the dragon, TT maybe getting a little antsy, maybe feeling that sweat down their back, like we are in a tough position here. They're gonna try to death rush, try to find a pick. Sword Art is gonna walk straight into Fog of War.
Yeah, and he's almost certainly gonna die. I say that though, there is a Lamb's Respite to kind of keep him fairly well and popped up right now. There's a good hook, and Sword Art thinks that you have caught me, I have caught you. Great turnaround there from Ultra Prime, and they get themselves another little pick.
They thought, hey, with 1xN's ultimate, with all of our engage, we should be able to burst out this Blitzcrank, but it's just not enough, and so now Ultra Prime will be able to grab this Rift Herald. Because of the desync timers on the objectives, it does leave them the ability to move into the bot side and contest for this second Drake. So ThunderTalk, that lack of proactivity that we've been seeing from them all throughout the season is still continuing to hurt them, where now, this time, it was a backfire. They completely messed up that play there because of Ning and his ultimate.
Yeah, we did see there Ning had 2 stacks as well, so not ideal in terms of where he is right now, but definitely getting better. Sword Art is moving down here with Forge to maybe catch out UCal, and almost certainly is going to be able to get the stun down. Drops the Tibbers, not going to get the hook off of this one here, but the Proto Belt means that UCal's in a little bit of trouble. No flash from Sword Art and no hook. I feel like that was a little bit premature there from Sword Art to try and maybe catch him out. He maybe could have kept that in his back pocket before all the Spirit Brushes have been used. But yeah, this is just great. Look at Ning. You can see him as soon. He's almost gotten the recall off and then immediately recognizes, no, I can help out my support.
Oh, and I love the fact that Ning tries to save the ultimate till very last second, tries to get as much out of it as possible, giving that kill over to Doggo, continues that win condition. We saw picks.
Oh, they got the flash out of Yao Yao, which means he's not going to have it for this one here. They're going to try and maybe go for a bit of a flip. Not going to be able to flip it. There's going to be a TP in, but a TP confirmed as well by the side of Harry, who's looking to try and maybe make this fight work. They're not quite done. The health bars are a little bit lower on the side of TT, as Yao Yao did get caught out, but still a dragon here for Ultra Prime. Mountain Soul potentially for them in 10 minutes time. And Ultra Prime again looking more proactive, looking more comfortable in the first 20 minutes of these, and it's all 3 games.
It's funny that we're saying proactive and there's 3 kills in this game total.
I know.
KP is through the roof right now for some of these members as Ultra Prime, Harry in a bit of a tough position here.
Yeah, he's going to see if he can maybe get out of it. He is still a Cassante. Will get knocked up a couple of times and charmed down. And Yucal picking himself up a kill. Very nicely done there. Finally gets a couple of stacks into his Doran's ring. Or not his Doran's ring, his, oh my god, what's it called?
Dark Seal.
Dark Seal, thank you so much. All I could think of was Medjai's, and that was like incorrect in my head.
That's fair.
Because they committed everyone bot side, does mean that mid lane turret gets exposed, and they end up trading a kill for could be 2 turrets.
He's got 3 marks. We can see it now. He got one from the Grov right there. He got one, I'm assuming, from another one of those kills that we saw earlier that he moved onto another carry of TT. And that is 2 turrets. Like you were saying, Yucal would use that ultimate. All you have to do after getting that kill onto Harry, he backs, teleports in, tries to get a few more turrets for his team, but the gold allocation is feeling really good. You've got it onto both of your marksmen at this point, so Ning is going to start to skyrocket ahead. Doggo's already ahead at this point. As an Ultra Prime fan, this is similar to that game 1, like we've been saying. You're getting comfortable, you have a scaling advantage right now, you're getting more and more of these Drakes, so in terms of stacking, you're feeling confident there, you're winning the resource war. TT, you gotta wake up, man. This is the game. Game 2 was a nightmare. Now is it time to get out of bed and really show up in this series.
Yeah, now the real nightmare begins when you wake up and you realize reality is what it is. But I mean, yeah, it's getting a bit dark, a little bit too real sometimes. But
no,
I
there's
mean,
another
yeah,
Zeri game. I
was gonna say, maybe.
There's another Cassante. Get it, the voices.
Leave me alone.
I open up my fridge and there it is. There's Melio waiting for me banned.
Yeah, he's everywhere, just absolutely everywhere. But again, this is going to be just kind of more things. We will see a 4th mark being picked up by Ning. You can see another thing, but Hoya. Do they go for him straight away? That's the question. I don't think they do want to try and fully commit onto him personally. Now Forge, though, getting caught out a little bit. They are going to commit 3 ultimates on top of Forge, who's not going to get caught out by the quickness and survives. So Yucal up in top side means he'll get a tier 1, but now that you've used these ultimates in the mid lane, you can't really defend this or kind of push for this tower that you could have, kind of traded 2 for 1. And again, it's these small decisions that are coming out from the side of TT that just made me question so much of what they're going for, because again, it just doesn't really make sense. You could have gotten 2 turrets for 1 there, and no one would have cared.
It feels like desperation. It feels like instead of going for those turrets, they want to get that short-term goal, take someone off of the map to relieve some pressure off of them. With all of these guys just sitting here, with Forge being able to survive there, pretty big win. Now was ultimates there, so they will come up a lot faster than the summoner spell. It also means that in a later fight, specifically this dragon coming up in a minute and a half, Forge will not be able to flash Tibbers, flash stun, the 80 carry on the side of ThunderTalk.
True. Very, very true. We are going to see people looking for the new blue buffs. You get a blue buff, and you get a red buff. Everyone gets a blue and a red. So nicely there for Beishuan to be able to pick it up and continue it on. It's like what we were talking about there earlier. Nice charm onto Sword Art. He takes about 1/3 of his HP out. He is going towards that Everfrost build, so he is a bit behind in terms of that because it is still very expensive, and will need 1 or 2 more kills before he can solidify that in his lead. But 50 seconds till Dragon spawns. That could be the key turning point here, and it's a Mountain Dragon, such huge value onto something like a Cassante if you can get those stacking up for yourself.
Right now, ThunderTalk, they are still staring at some item disadvantages, specifically in the jungle and 80 carry department. Those marksmen are just cashing in on that Rift Herald play that we saw earlier. And so Dragon here, I think ThunderTalk kind of in a catch-22. If you don't want to contest for this Dragon, well, you're going to have to contest for the next one. And if you do, there's a very high likelihood that you are looking at another teamfight loss. Hoya, though, in a huge flank position as Harry getting into the river, getting onto this on-ramp is establishing priority for Ultra Prime.
Here's the thing. This is an incredible position for Hoya, but if the teamfight moves away from this top side of the river, definitely can build it up here. As we did see the Spirit Rush was used by UCal that maybe makes something happen. Hoya is completely unseen. Finally gets himself the ultimate off. They're getting immediate Zhonya's though to try and keep a Sword Art alive, who is in the Lamb's respite. Forge trying to trade this one back. Will get taken out, and the Jinx goes excited. UCal going golden to stop Ning from picking him up. We will see a cleanse used, but can he take out 1XN? That is the question. He will. Harry finally finds himself a kill, and that's going to be a huge shift in the way this fight can go, because Doggo is alive. He will be able to push forward on the Beishuang using the Gale Force. Beishuang had the flash to keep him safe. You still have Ning available, which means they can go straight back onto this objective.
And in the same position to game one, where 1XN flashes forward to try and find kills, this time Harry punishes it and gets the all-out as Hoya.
Yeah, you're in no man's land. He does have a lot of damage, but he's not able to pick anybody off at the end of it all. That's going to be another kill for Ultra Prime. UCal TP'd to the bottom, and this has been honestly such an off performance from UCal. He's just not been able to be in the right position at the right times, and he's just not making the right calls.
And that's kind of been the nature of Thunder Talk, right? Where they've had on and off performances. Their series are a mixed bag of results, ultimately ending up in 1 and 3. If you take a look at this replay, it starts off with an okay start to the fight. Rakan gets a free engage into the backline. This Kindred ult, we have to get away from this as Forge is caught.
Yep, Forge is caught and Forge is dead. Didn't have flash, but there is a fantastic little pick back. One hook is all it takes. Falling in love with Ultra Prime, and they are just doing so well to kind of anything that could go right for the side of TT. Ultra Prime are saying, no, it can't be 100%. There has to be a trade-off.
We're going to be making sure that we're getting our 1-for-1s here. And with Beishuang going down, I would not be surprised if Ultra Prime move in towards this move into this Baron here. The red buff, he's waiting. You got to get real and close and up and intimate with that wall to try and grab that from there. They're going to start this up. We talked about from the draft, when you have this double marksman comp, it is very easy for you to start taking down these objectives. It is burning down. Teleport coming in from Forge.
I mean, they're going to get Sword Art to get caught out here, but I don't know if he's going to go down because they can't really confirm that. They finally get the Super Mega Jet Rocket, which executes him, but do they want to go for the fight? That is the real question. Now you can see with the quickness, do they want to try and maybe make this fight a little bit too far forward, a flash away? Doggo almost goes down, but he knows there's no ultimate available for the Jinx, which means Hoya has been left all on his lonesome. They trade it back 2 for 1 in favor of Ultra Prime, the Baron, and with 3 minutes to go, they'll have a full wave, all lanes wave push in their favor while they get this Baron going for themselves.
They can just keep on pushing. I love this lane assignment as they all start to redeploy back out onto the map. Doggo, great cleanse there to keep himself alive. Almost went down in that last fight, and that assuredly was going to be a turning point for 1XN if he was able to grab that kill. We take a look at this. Oh, they're just on top of a ward. No one's sweeping. Forge does get caught out eventually for the rest of this after UCal gets here. And this is as close as this fight was going to get. This should have been Thunder Talk's position. Beishuang getting caught out by this hook just turns everything for Ultra Prime.
And again, Sword Art does get caught out at the end here. Plenty of damage available. Honestly, he could have gotten away had he had vision on where the... actually, he did have vision of the ultimate, but
of the brush,
too slow to kind of go for it. But you'll see back to live, everyone's getting posturing. I love how they do this in the LPL. They want to try and show you the replay just in case they'll bring in a picture-in-picture. The action never ever stops, and with this Baron gonna get a lot more priority like we talked about. You're gonna be able to push in this top wave. 6,000 gold nearly is the lead here for Ultra Prime. They're gonna have a Dragon Soul available to them in 2 minutes time, and TT, you gotta go for a Hail Mary. You gotta go for something, because again, you're just not doing anything right now, and it's hurting you so much.
Not much of an option right now. There's a dragon spawning in a minute and a half. So there you go. He knows. He knows. That's why the emotes are coming out. Blitzcrank ult is not the longest cooldown. You know,
nor
I'll
is
give
the
him
most
one.
impactful of setups. It's more of a follow-up after your hook. You know?
Yes, exactly. So as they do this, they're just pushing on 2 lanes. Harry simply using the Baron buff to get these minions buffed up, get this turret low as possible, and start to make their way down for this Mountain Soul, where Thunder Talk, now is the time to do something. You got to get something out of them. Now with everybody recalling, don't quite know where they are. And we haven't seen them really threaten Doggo. That last fight for Yao Yao where he ended up getting picked. I love that we're getting the picture-in-picture of this.
It's already off cooldown.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. You don't got to do that to him.
Yao Yao went on to Harry. We saw in the Dragon fight before that Beishuang was trying to zone out Doggo, but didn't really threaten him all that much. if there's no threat onto Doggo, this is one of the reasons we have seen Ultra Prime win so many of their games. It is through Doggo and his amazing team fighting. But if you can get onto him, his positioning can be punished, and we could see picks.
Yeah, we can see picks just like that. The silence comes back in. The cooldown was not needed, and Ning picks himself up a kill. Harry flashes over, maybe looking for Yao because he knows he has the support of his team. Double kill coming in for Ning on the Kindred. They know where everybody is. They know they're separated out, and he wants to go even further. He's got one more to go for. He's going to try and get on top of 1XN, who cleanses. We're going to see immediately into the Lamb's Respite as Beishuan gets pushed out of it. They will not be able to try and kill off Ning at the end of it all, and they might not even need the soul. There's 3 people dead. They could just go for the end of the game now.
They've got 5 members here, and if anybody needs to recall, they can use their teleports to save these minions. This inhibitor is likely to go down. Yeah, double marksman. UCal is up in 5. Ultra Prime do not think they're going to go for this. They're going to instead go secure their Mountain Soul. As TT lick their wounds and 10,000 gold down, they're going to need more than just 1 miracle. They're going to need a few from Ultra Prime to get back into this one.
They're going to need the resurrection god himself to come back in and help them out with this game, because that's going to be a Mountain Soul now for the side of Ultra Prime. That's a near 10,000 gold lead. The bot lane's been taken, which makes this Baron defense in potentially a minute 45 exceptionally difficult because it is such a far away inhibitor to go for. And again, I maintain that Ultra Prime, despite the series being 2-1, you know, in either sense of the word, they have looked the better team. They have looked like they should have been able to, you know, they've had TT's number, and, you know, they've cleaned up the mistakes of game number 1. This Blitzcrank, I talked about it right from the draft. It just does so much to just, you know, kind of swell up everything that TT have done and just put them in such a box.
Well, we saw the Nautilus from Sword Art as well, and we were saying, hey, you did an excellent job there. You might have lost the game, but you were one of our front runners for a potential MVP there. And now with the Blitzcrank, it doesn't even matter if you're missing hooks. We gotta fight.
Yeah, we got to fight, and Sword Art's already dead. Immediately, Beishuan trying to jump in onto the backside of this one here before just jumping onto UCal. Ning is down the Beishuan, and Beishuan is your mark. He's going to get himself another kill. That is just a jungle diff if I've ever seen it. This is what makes the Kindred such a scary pick, and now they traded off 2 for 1 as Yao goes down. They can keep pushing it towards that mid lane, maybe look to try and break up with this base again.
5-0-5.
They don't care, they're even minions!
Yeah, exactly. We're bringing Tibbers. Tibbers could be our new minion. This one can take up a lot. They have a wave coming in as well. Awesome stuff coming out from Ultra Prime as they're just getting a little cheeky. They want to try and end this game. Kindred is level 17 right now. The average level of this game is like 13 to 14 right now. And when Beishuan respawns, you can see I'm pretty sure he's still level 12 here.
I mean, possibly, maybe level 13. Just about. You weren't far off, to be honest with you. So, I mean, Ning is having such an exceptional game. 5-0-5, 9 stacks on the Kindred, and it's just such a snowbally champion. It's weird to see now Baron going to be taken, pretty much secured, no real question whatsoever. Yes, you'll have the ultimate come out for the Jinx, but it's just too hard to kind of go for it. And that's what I'm talking about. The double marksman makes taking these objectives so damn quick that by the time you even realize the Baron is being taken, it's already gone. So coming back into this one now, Ultra Prime have all the tools available to them. However, they have been known within this series to throw it away. So if TT can get one good hook, one good charm, maybe onto Ning, this game gets a hell of a lot different. I don't want to see Ultra Prime flip this in Elder in 3 minutes 30. I want to see them end the game with this Baron in 2 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, Sheen, we are stuck in the casting booth. We have no decision-making power here.
No, cast or curse, we have all the power.
Ah, true. Very true here. All it takes is one pick, like you were saying, on either side. If Ultra Prime can find a kill, this should just lead them to, for sure, end the game in the next few minutes. For Thunder Talk, if they're able to grab something that will alleviate the pressure on this map, observers are showcasing that ward right there, potentially for a flank teleport.
I mean, they're all inning on the Harry, and Harry is not taking damage underneath that tower. Eventually will end up having to go back. Hoya loses himself his flash. This is the problem. You've got super minions in bot, super minions in mid. You're now going to have super minions in top. It feels like Ultra Prime are just ticking all the boxes, dotting their I's and crossing their T's as they look to pick up their 3rd series win in the LPL Summer Split. And I don't know who's going to be able to stop them.
All these waves crashing at the same time. This mid wave is coming in, this bottom wave is coming in. Thunder Talk, it is now or never. You have to do something here.
They're going to go for it, but the Gragas is already dead. Yao Yao now to follow as well. The Jinx is gone, and that's really your late game carry. Doggo waiting for UCal to come back up so we can maybe kill him off. Just like that, it's a full ace for none. Ultra Prime take the series 2-1, and they equal their spring record of 3 wins. And we're not even all the way to week 3.
Oh man, well, it's a good look for Ultra Prime, especially for Ning, who was on a pretty big hiatus going, you know, taking some time off, just doing a little bit more streaming, but now coming back into competitive, playing a lot more here with Ultra Prime. Really exciting stuff to see as we get further into this year. He's shaping up to this entire Ultra Prime team. Seems like they're starting to scale as the year goes on, but again, they are going up against Thunder Talk, someone who is close to them in the standings, and they still have to go through the rest of this week as well as the rest of the schedule here for LPL.
I mean, yeah, look, there's a lot more League of Legends to play here for Ultra Prime, but a 3-2 start, starting off the split, you take that any day of the week. Doesn't matter who you're going up against, doesn't matter who you take down. And for TT, I mean, this is not looking good. This is it's heartbreaking, but it's also kind of a proper reflection, in my opinion, of where this team is at. Their only win of the season so far was up against last place LGD, and that was a 2-1. This is kind of the reality of the thing, because again, they've gone up against LGD, FBX, AL, now Ultra Prime. They haven't really gone up against the top of the LPL, and it's gonna be a rough season if they can't figure out what's going wrong.
You can see them right now for Ultra Prime. They're getting off stage, but like you're saying for Thunder Talk, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and this felt like a massive, somehow still a departure from form, specifically from UCal, who we've been touting as, hey, the best player on this team. Every single game, he's the most consistent player, and it felt like he was more of a shadow in this last series.
Yeah, I mean, what made this team so good in spring was UCal and Beishuan creating opportunities. It was the fact that you did have those kind of, like, you know, those small advantages in the mid game, or the mid game, kind of eking out into the rest of the lanes. And I just got to be honest, I just don't see it right now. It just feel like UCal, we called it out a little bit in the game. Their TP is kind of going nowhere, not really putting himself in the greatest position in fights, losing his ult for random picks that don't even actually lead to anything, and he's just without his ult then for the next fight. It's just weird timings and weird kind of plays that UCal just never really made before this, and it does feel like maybe the pressure's getting to him, or perhaps it's the idea that he needed to improve, he needed to step up and make these big plays, but otherwise his team won't get anything. It is just difficult. It is just a very difficult time here for TT and TT fan and UCal fans alike. So, but on the other side of this one, Ultra Prime, they're going from okay to good. This is, again, like I said, they only got 3 series wins in spring. They went 3-13. They were dead last. We are only at the start of week 3, and they have already secured themselves 3 wins into the split. This is a unbelievable turnaround for this team, and really showing that this team can put on the show when they need it, and they're working together so well.
Yeah, it feels like we are seeing some of these pieces start to come together. We're starting to see that identity form. There are still hiccups along the way. That is no doubt. We only need to look at game 1 for that to have occurred. But I'm glad that we're kind of seeing an improved Ultra Prime. Obviously, from spring, like you were saying, there is just a lot of improvement going on, and there's still a lot of games to be played. I know we're talking about like it being about a fourth of your season already done, but if we're talking about, hey, they got their max amount of games, what if we're just caster cursing them here, Sheen? What if this is the end of the golden road?
We have the power. We have the power. We gotta figure out where it kind of goes. That's just how it is. I'm glad to see you kind of embracing the power of the caster curse in the LPL. But I mean, look, great for Ultra Prime as well. I'm excited to see what this team can do. We can kind of look a little bit forward to where their next few series are. They've got a little bit of an easier matchup, I would say, or definitely an equal enough matchup with Ninjas in Pajamas, then RA. Then the difficult matches start to kind of creep up on them. It's LNG, RNG, EDG, JDG. That's when this team starts to, we really start to see if they are playoff material, or they're kind of like the best of the rest, shall we say. But we are going to send it over, though, to our winner's interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Sword Art from UP with us. Congratulations on today's win, and also the split you joined into the new team. Many teammates have that like you are the one that can lead them, and you are very experienced. You are the shot caller. So how would you comment on your role inside the team? 首先，恭喜你们今天获得了比赛的胜利。这个赛季也是来到了全新的队伍嘛。其实你有很多的队友都说你会是那个比较多引领他们、领导他们的人。然后呢，你也是经验比较老道。你怎么评价自己在队伍当中的一个定位和担当呢？
我觉得我当初会加入 UP 的主要原因，就是因为我觉得我们的3个 C 位都非常的有潜力，但是可能是在那个团队的协作能力上面可以做得更好，所以我后来加入了之后，我跟宁王，因为我们2个是算比较有经验的选手嘛，所以我们2个就讨论的非常的多，然后也尽量的把春季赛上面出现的一些运营问题改善，所以我们最近才可以打得比较好这样子。
I believe one of the main reasons that why I would like to join into UP this team is because we feel like we have 3 very potential laners, and together with Ning, I believe the 2 of us are the more experienced one. So we feel like the problems of the other 3 rookies, maybe the synergies inside the game. So we would like to have so many communications around this part, and also we can just make some adjustments and improvements on the macro inside the game to have a very solid in-game content. So after that, we feel like we can just do better. And also, after today's win, you guys just ended up the losing streak. As you have mentioned, like maybe for the macro, there's still some parts can do better. So what is this UP did differently today in order to have a good performance? 那其实就如你所说嘛，可能在运营啊，包括有些部分可以做得更好。那么其实今天也是终结的连败，你觉得今天可能整个队伍哪些方面有打得不太一样呢？
今天会赢应该是因为。我们每个人都有把我们自己该做的事情都做好吧，就是尤其是我觉得我们野辅的协作今天打得特别的漂亮，就是在打 W1 跟打 BLG 的时候，我觉得我们可能就输在这一部分，所以我们回去后特别的加强了，所以我觉得今天才能表现得那么好。
I believe why we can get to this win is we just did our individual roles perfectly, and especially together with Ning, I believe we just have the very great jungle support synergy. We really played so well, and also maybe for the games that we didn't manage to win, we got some problems here and there. But for today, we just play like a whole team. We just do better, have a better synergy. So that's the main reason that we can get the win for today's game. And also, I would like to talk a bit more about game 1. We know that game 1, you guys have a huge lead in the early game, but TT bounced back. So what went wrong? And also, they got the Scalio support. I'm very curious about your thoughts with the Scalio support. A good choice, maybe? 那也是。
第一把打那么久被逆转，应该是因为打得很困，就太老了。然后中间就最后有一波团，我可能开得不是很好，然后。那个加里奥 support 的话，主要的原因就是因为它可以克制我们的梦魇跟泰坦进场，其实是一个比较非常规的选择，但是我觉得它能拿出来的话，也是一个很好的，就是当下很好的反应吧。
Yeah, in game 1, it's a very long game. I believe why we didn't manage to get that win is maybe we're too sleepy. We're just too old. But also definitely maybe I made some mistakes here and there in the late game. I didn't manage to have a very perfect engage. So maybe this can be the reason. And also for the Galio support, definitely is the pick that beyond the expectation. It's not a Euro pick, but this can be a very good pick to counter the Nocturne and Nautilus to restrain our performance, especially to restrain our hard engage. So maybe in their perspective, this can be the pick that they can get on stage. And also the very last question is about game 3. In game 3, you got this Blitzcrank, the champion that can have a hard engage, to have so many opportunities. When getting this champion, what's your focus inside the game?
因为我觉得我自己的优势就是在选一些比较侵略性比较强的辅助英雄嘛，所以我觉得机器人是一个很好的选择，尤其是在对上洛的时候，因为在打洛的话，它的优点就是在于它的机动性很强嘛，但是它如果真的被我勾到的话，基本上我们是能一套把它杀掉，所以这是为什么我选机器人的原因。
I believe my strength is I can always have a very aggressive play style to have the hard engage with the team, and also after get this Blitzcrank pick, we feels like this can be a very good pick against Rakan because Rakan can be super strong because of his mobilities. He can be very flexible playing on the map, but with my after the Rakan got the hard engage, maybe if I just hooked him, I can just stop him to smash them. So it feels like maybe Blitzcrank can be a good pick, and also I can play with this champion quite well on stage. And thank you for the sharing, and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，我们也加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And of course, I love that answer of just like, oh God, what happened game 1? Oh, we're just too old, man. We're just too old and too sleepy. It's been a long day. I'm past my bedtime. Like, I mean, not too old to win the series, but definitely recognizing that game probably should have been a win for the side of Ultra Prime. And of course, we do have our MVP from game number 3, which meant we did see Ning popping off on this Kindred. I mean, when you have a world champion in jungle, a world finalist in support, this team could do things. I don't want to put into, kind of any expectations, but they can do things.
That is probably one of the takes of All Time Machine, that this team could do things. That sounds like a lot of teams, to be fair. And while he did have a slow start, Ning didn't let it get to him. This Kindred, he just kept on rolling, kept on getting those stacks later on into the game, and that goal differential at the end of the game, I mean, he is just pumping DPS, unkilled that entire time. So respect goes out to him as we get to see this highlight package, and every one of these plays has to be with Ning involved. He was just, after a slow early start, this guy took over.
I mean, Sword Art was the bait. He was, in fact, the killing blow. Just so many times we saw the Sword Art was kind of catching somebody out, and Ning was just benefiting so much from those catches. And again, it just became. I know it's the funny thing is this is a Ning highlight, but it is a Sword Art kind of highlight. Yeah, the two of them kind of comboing up with each other. So really good to see here from Ultra Prime. And again, this is a team that maybe might be, we don't really know how far they can go. This is the beauty I always say about the LPL, is that you don't necessarily need to be, bet the best of the best to get into playoffs. Because remember, we have 17 teams and 10 of them go into playoffs. So therefore, you only need to be just below average in order to get yourself into playoffs, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, you just, as long as you're hitting that 500 mark, probably going to be making playoffs for the most part.
Possibly.
For those teams, though, I mean, it's really cool because I like to think of Sword Art on this team as like your left hand is Ning and you've got Doggo on the right, just like ready to go at all times, and he just like serves them up. He's like, here you go, guys. I'm here to be the all-father for our team and give us a couple of good wins on the way to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we did mention that, NIP is their next big matchup, and then RA, but sky's the limits here for Ultra Prime. We are, though, going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have the start of our second series of the day.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯是阿比打到第5个人头。
最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来 BLG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个 赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业，还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。J.K. Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 J.K. Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q3我天哪！这个大面1打3平2杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，挺进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有吗？别进了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝4杀5杀吧，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的。 首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了，我觉得，然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, I'm gonna run toward it, no time you get no warning, I feel my head distorted, so I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'll scream out.
勋的打法其实转变了很多吧，他从之前的自己发育，现在变得很团队，然后自己前期帮队友做了很多吧。下一场比赛对战勋选手的话，我会尽量去野区找他。打野最重要的是保护下路吧，因为这版本应该是下路版本，还有控资源吧。对战 BLG 不会有压力吧，就做好自己，打好自己的就好了。
Just need to play their own individual game, and they will be able to get themselves in. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming up to our second series of Week 3 on day number 1. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely amazing Ulk Battery, who's been joining us here in the LPL for all the craziness. And I mean, you got it. We're bringing you in now. Your first series. Let's be real. You know, it's kind of it's always a tester, shall we say? You know, you get two teams that maybe aren't as breakneck speed as you probably like them to be. BLG, on the other hand, who'll be coming up against AL, are like the early game team right now in the entire world. I feel like when everyone else is playing to scale, they are playing to beat you in the first 15 minutes.
They have the fastest average game time in the league right now. So they are leading the league in a ton of stats. Right now, they are the team to beat right now, as they are, for the most part, undefeated. They've dropped a few games, but they look nigh unstoppable right now with the run they've been on.
Oh, they really, really do. And they're already sitting up there at the top of the standings, 4-0 in series score, yet to drop a series. And honestly, don't know if they're going to be dropping one today, going up against an AL squad, 1-3, who are slowly building themselves back up a little bit of kind of, reputation as kind of a team that you need to take care of, but did lose quite a few series right at the start of the season. And it's going to be difficult for AL to really find that kind of that sweet spot of being able to kind of, do their game plan while also stopping BLG from doing theirs.
This is definitely, I think it's funny because we got to see the interview right before the start of our series here. The fact of like, we're not really worried about BLG. We just need to focus on our own individual kind of key areas. Me personally, I'm a little afraid of BLG, guys.
Yeah.
They're coming off of a insane run over in MSI. They obviously got second place in the spring split as well. And I mean, they're even just looking at their schedule this week. It's Anyone's Legends. You have Thunder Talk next, and then there's JDG at the end of this weekend. So they're chomping at the bit. They're ready to try to get that rematch as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the rematch of the rematch of the rematch of the rematch. This will be the 5th time, I believe, that they would have gone against, or sorry, 6th time this year so far they would have played against JDG. Twice in MSI, twice in spring playoffs, once in the regular split, and then obviously the regular split now in the summer season. But for BLG, it is about kind of maintaining that momentum. Such a powerful young squad that's kind of coming into it. You could argue, Yagao and such like that, maybe not as young as people maybe expecting it to be, but it does feel like this squad with a 19-year-old top laner, I think there's a second youngest support in on as well. I think Feather, who only just came in there for LGD, being just younger than him. So this is a roster, and Shun as well, of course. This is a roster that is hungry to prove itself. And again, getting off to an incredibly, solid start is going to be pivotal for them to kind of, get back up into contesting for a championship.
And they are starting to kind of build up their name. I think before now, like a lot of people were looking at BLG and it's like, you've had some pretty okay runs for the most part, but so far 2023 seems to be their year that they're stamping. They win Demacia Cup, spring they come in second, like we're talking about MSI already. And it feels like the MSI hangover really hasn't hit this team quite yet. They are still trucking along. Elkanon have not missed a beat coming back into the LPL, and when we're looking at anyone's Legends, this is literally our first place team going up against one of the bottom seeded teams right now in our standings. So this is not just a mountain, this is a couple mountains. This is a full range of them that they're looking to climb. We're looking at, hey, let's take one game at a time and see what anyone's Legends can actually do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's kind of figuring out how to disrupt that early game. We talked about a little bit as well from BLG, but BLG have been so explosive in the first 15 minutes of the game that has just been building them up so many advantages. And it does feel like this team wants to end the game at 24, 25 minutes. They want to try and keep these as quick as possible in both senses of the word. Even in some of the games they've dropped against the likes of RA and such, it has been kind of out of, they go for that crazy play and out of nowhere they're just losing the game. It does feel like they turn off a little bit sometimes, and it goes, I think one that kind of strikes me was the last best of 3 I casted of BLG, where On had Rakan, I think 3 games in a row. Game 1 was exceptional. Game 2 was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. Then Game 3, he turned it right back on again. So it does feel like it can be just a complete toss-up of what kind of BLG you get on the day.
Yeah, I will say, like you were mentioning there, BLG are not undefeatable. They obviously have already lost a couple games coming back to China, but I think some of them can be attributed to different looks specifically towards their top side. Bin, as crazy as he can be sometimes, has been prone to be found getting solo killed, especially when he is on that Gragas pick that we've been seeing more recently. Shun as well. The one that I'm thinking of most likely is Game 1 versus Rare Atom, where Shun got a lot of early attention from the enemy jungle, and it kind of disrupted a lot of their plans. It stopped Elk and On from getting the jungle attention that they typically tend to receive, and then they're winning topside, so what do you do in this situation? They do drop that game, and there's at least a formula that has already been found where BLG can stumble and fall.
Yes, absolutely agree with you. I think Bin on Gragas is something I don't really want to see much of.
Him and the Shire holding hands on that pick, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of like the way the things work. But again, good to see BLG kind of bouncing back, and I really do need to try, it does feel like, even within the faithful of the LPL have been around for a while, it does feel like this team, this roster, it still has a lot of people kind of question marking over it. There's a lot of people kind of saying, how good are they? How good this team should beat that team should beat them here. And that every single possible moment, apart from literally JDG, every single time they defied expectations, every single time they've come out, had an incredible run in the spring playoffs, got all the way to the finals where they lost to JDG. They honestly should have beaten JDG in their 4th round of the spring playoffs. It went to 3-2. It was a very, very close series. And then the same thing happened in MSI, where it was like, Gen.G should beat them. They're the easier of the Eastern teams for NA or EU to take down. All these different small little moments where we're kind of saying to ourselves, is like, when do we stop underestimating this roster? When do we just start to have expectations that this team is built to be able to try and take down some of these juggernauts, and they should be given the respect they deserve?
That's where BLG come in, and they're like, hey, we are building that name for ourselves. We are building our legacy here in the LPL to say we are a team that is going to be contending for a lot of championships. The only thing they're missing is an actual trophy in that case, right? It's still missing. They've got the Demacia Cup one, but yeah, you're still looking for something.
It is what
there.
it is.
When they can get that
silverware.
when they can get their podium finish in the first place, then I think a lot of people are going to start to turn their heads and start to change those opinions. But we still have this whole game. We still have a series on our in front of us here for anyone's Legends. They are going to be looking forward to a pretty big shellacking, because Pinzi has kind of been hit or miss. The biggest one that I think is their performance versus Thunder Talk, where we saw Zhao Hao alongside Pinzi with the Lee Sin and LeBlanc 2 games in a row. They were just controlling mid-jungle. They slammed Thunder Talk and then moved straight into the bot side, and they prevented any kind of plays from happening.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like especially for the lower down teams in the LPL, you kind of have to play your own game. You have to play what's comfortable for you, and you got to try and make that work for whatever you think is going to kind of get you that win. Because like I've always said, you play standard against a team that just plays standard better than you, you're gonna lose. That's just how it is. And even one of the best teams of the last decade from Europe was a team that was flexing Pike top. I believe you kind of like, I believe it was Dom kind of tweeting that out recently. Yeah, putting out a tweet, and he's dead right. He's absolutely correct, and I do think that a lot of our teams just need to start being a bit more emboldened and brave to try and chuck these things out. Because I always think of the quote from the School of Rock. He was like, "You may fall on your face, but you will fall on your face with dignity." With a pocket pick in your hand and pride in your heart. That's just kind of how I feel about this, because it does feel like you play standard and you lose, or you try something new and you lose anyway. Either way, at least in one sense, you tried something.
One part of playing that standard is when you do that, you get to train some of those fundamentals, and especially for younger rosters like we're seeing here from Anyone's Legends, you are going to need to be able to build some of those foundational pieces, build how you're going to start off a game, what happens when you find a pick, when are you going to be able to move for Dragon, the timers, everything. It starts with playing standard. If you're going to be bringing in some pocket picks or whatnot, some of these champions can really warp the game around them and how they want to play and have a pretty unique play style. So I understand the hesitation. I agree with you, especially when you're going up against top teams. You cannot be trying to play their own game because they're just going to beat you at it. And Anyone's Legends, it's their time to shine. If they can try to get this upset, it's the biggest one this week. Like there's probably some other matches that might be pretty big. This one is going to be clear one of the top two, one of the top three.
Oh, for sure, especially if you're able to take down such a behemoth of a team that's coming in with so much momentum. And again, for AL, I actually came in with quite a bit of expectations, maybe not super high expectations for this team, but it definitely felt like this team had improved on their roster from spring, was building off of the success they had where they were taking down a couple of pretty big scalps last year. Like I do remember quite a few times where AL's like, oh, bit of spicy there, bored out of his mind, waiting to come in. But again, AL, yes, they were bottom of the standings, but it did feel like they were still pushing towards the correct decision. They went 2-1 against LNG at the time. I think they went 2-1 against OMG as well. And even BLG, the last time these guys met, was a 2-1 in favor of BLG. So they can find the wins. They can make it work. They just need to try and find out how it's going to really kind of come together for them.
In the last couple years, BLG are 4-1. There's a tie thanks to Nest. There's just a 1-1. It was a best of 2. I know you already clowned me earlier for being a North American Challengers League fan. But BLG have won 4 out of the last 6 times that they have played. Last time Anyone's Legends was going to win, it was summer 2022. Hopefully, it is summer yet again. Maybe you make it a yearly occurrence here. You're able to take down the top dog.
I mean, look, stranger things have happened. This is the LPL at the end of the day. Nothing is ever a certainty. Everyone beats everyone. At the end of it all, we still send the teams we probably should have sent in the first place. So, except for Worlds, we generally our 4th seed can kind of be a hell of a toss-up. Definitely something that we're, always keeping an eye on. But the teams are now on the stage getting themselves ready for picks and bans. And again, I'm actually quite curious to see if BLG are going to try and change something up. Look, the meta in 13.11 isn't actually that different to 13.10. Nope. We are still waiting to see 13.12. That's when we're going to start to see proper changes coming into this meta. So I don't really expect anything much to change. But if any team was to pick something different, it would be BLG.
Especially, just going for different stuff. They might try some different stuff in top lane if Vin is really feeling it. Least likely is going to be this bot lane. Elkanon have been really, really consistent. They have been sticking to their guns, most literally, when it is about Aphelios, the Jinx. I'm really sad that we may not ever get to see a Lucian Nami game or Lucian Milio game again from Elkanon, because it has been banned so many times. I just want to see them pick it up. I want to see them put on a masterclass because they're one of the most aggressive bottom lanes that we have. And on the other side, Jichoi had a really good performance against Ultra Prime. They still lost that series, but got a pentakill. And there's some light at the end of the tunnel, especially when we're talking about brand new AD carries coming into the league and wanting to show off all of their skills.
Absolutely. I think, look, It is a feat upon itself, regardless of the result of that series, that you come in for your first ever LPL major region game and you get a pentakill on that game. That is something to be applauded and definitely something to be proud of for the new AD carry of anyone's legend. As it's going to have a bit of a tough time now. I will say that On and Elk have been pretty on fire. I would say, you know, maybe go as far to say they have been the premier bot lane back in the LPL for the first 2 weeks of the split. They have definitely been looking exceptional. And it does feel like BLG are kind of moving away from a team that could, you know, has to carry through Bin or has to get, you know, exceptional team fighting to kind of go for it, where they can pretty much carry from any lane. We've seen Yagao, Bin, Shun, you know, Elk all carrying on their respective picks, and they are starting to build names for themselves as a much wider roster of threats.
The only thing I do not want to see today is, please, LPL teams, we need to stop giving Yagao Nico. I don't know how this is happening. He is 5-0 on this pick. And I don't know if maybe it's people saying, it's Yagao. I can handle him. I can take care of the Nico. Or if they just really think that this is... Thank you, Anyone's Legends. Putting respect on this guy's name as a long-standing veteran here in LPL.
I mean, absolutely agree. And I love that, you know, we see BLG kind of taking what you just talked about, the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc. Let's take, you know, Xiaohao and Pinzi off of things that they feel comfortable on, get rid of the things they would feel like they could have an impact in that mid to late game with the kind of champions they would. And that means that BLG very happy to go with the Zeri here for Elk. It's going to be an immediate trade-off, though, for the Lucian Nami. As we imagine to see now, AL just kind of lock that one in. They could technically wait, pick up their jungler here, but it's a bit of a risk because we have been seeing it before that you can take away the Nami, especially with something like a Zeri, and kind of just like, you know, get rid of that combination whatsoever. And unfortunately, Elk, the more things change, the more they stayed the same. And I have seen this bot lane a million times over. This is an incredibly fast pick ban so far, though.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to Jamada, because this is going to be going right into his inbox. I told him if I keep getting more Zeri Lulu, I got to let him know. So he was not happy about that part. He's like, oh, yes, they're going to have so many cool AD carries. No, I was surprised here for BLG as to they're picking up the Annie. I figured maybe they would want to try to grab the Vi and take that away. Anyone's Legends are going to be the ones to ban it away. And now we're going to be focusing hopefully on the jungle picks, because Shun has been picking so many different things. Obviously, the Wukong and the Vi are doing a lot of work, but also his Kha'Zix is nothing to mess with. He is putting so much damage down and is a massive threat. We're talking about anybody can carry. Shun is no slouch in that department.
Oh, yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that the next few bans coming in here, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Wukong ban from BLG, just to kind of go. Interesting enough that BLG are the ones that ban away the Gwen. Normally we do see the Gwen being banned by the enemy team, just kind of a general ban away from Bin, but Bin kind of recognizing he still thinks the pick is exceptionally strong and doesn't want it to kind of maybe be flexed to the top side, considering the Gragas is a flex between mid and top. And yep, they're going to go with the Jace this time around because they're recognizing, look, they've got an AP top laner that could go for a little bit more of an aggressive mid into the Annie, and the Jace is definitely something that can have a lot of success in that matchup.
Interesting. I love that there's just this unagreed gentleman's agreement that we're all just going to hover bait. I know you had mentioned it earlier, but it's beautiful to see that everyone's just going around with it, and they're just saying, hey, we'll do this little funky hover. There's no Cassante yet, another thing that we've been talking about throughout the day, that teams are dropping priority on this champion and moving further to say, let's just pick up our bot lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, get the bot laners, get the junglers locked and loaded. We might see something crazy here. Ooh, this could be an Elisa Renekton vibe, but always have to wait to see where the broke the cardinal sin. Like my brain just goes into so many different ways I kind of look at it, because Shun is definitely someone that can play the Elise, but not to be this time around. The Cassante, as you mentioned, going to be locked and loaded here. We wait to see where that Gragas is going to be going. Probably into the top side there. They know it's going to be there, but BLG thinking about where they want to try and bring this last pick. And the Kha'Zix can have such an incredibly, you know, kind of varied impact on a game. It can feel like it's absolutely busted, just assassinating people left, right, and center, or it can feel like it's absolutely useless if you don't find the right opportunities to jump in on that.
Unfortunately, it is Shun, so that means it's definitely going to be useful. If everything goes how they want it to for Anyone's Legends,
that's a big
however,
if, Volk. That's a massive if.
I don't know. Have you seen Shun? Have you seen Shun pretty recently? He's pretty good.
I have seen him. I'm not doubting Shun. I'm just saying if
yeah.
everything goes right, then yeah, of course he's going to have a great time.
It's a cult take for a reason, you know? If you're winning, you're winning. You're going to stay winning for that part, unless you're our first game of the series for today. But here now, we have finished off our drafts. Our compositions are ready for us. It is going to be the Gnar into Cassante, a bit of a dangerous one for ZDZ, who is coming off of some pretty disappointing performances recently. And Bin is no slouch at wanting to take advantage of other top laners in these matchups, wanting to get right into their face. Does end up getting solo killed a few times, but is always willing to take that trade, teleports back in a lot of the times, and is able to go 1-for-1.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a very aggressive thing that BLG seem to have curated for themselves, and we'll see if AL can kind of rock the boat a little bit. They got the Lucian Nami. They've actually got a great kind of amount of burst available to them between the Gragas, the Lucian, and of course the Wukong. So you're going to have to be respectful here at BLG in the mid-game if you do end up having that Imperial Mandate and Gale Force start here for the Lucian. Could maybe see a Storm Razors as well. We'll have to wait and see has that changed that much on 13-11 in terms of build paths. But the comps are locked and loaded. The teams are ready to go. We are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. BLG still yet to drop a series, and AL looking to try and rock the boat a little bit as they are struggling just a tad down the bottom end of the standings. We are racing towards the end of the season already. We're only into week 3, but guess what? We only got 5 weeks left of play. We actually have only got quite a few, only a few left in terms of the actual time before we start hitting into playoffs. And
there's 7 weeks.
Yeah,
we're in week 3. This is essentially the hump. We're cresting over the middle part of the season, which is a really big deal when we were talking about the schedules. We were talking about looking towards playoffs. Every single win starts to matter that much more, and you don't have a lot of time to start iterating, start coming up with different plans, different strategies for yourselves when you're clamoring for wins.
The Jayo is going strong. Good to see now. Shun going with the blue smite. I always like to keep an eye on the Kazakh smites, just because it can be a little bit more varied with the red and the blue, but I do quite like the blue because it gives you that extra bit of movement speed once you have completed all those camps and the stacks have taken away. So get an extra movement speed to maybe jump onto a backline as such can be an exceptionally powerful tool. And again, nothing really too crazy to be kind of saying out of in terms of the summoners or in terms of the runes. I do like that we're seeing a lot more of the Lucians going for the Ignite these days as well, kind of saying, look, I have to be aggressive, I have to look for something, and most AD carries on the opposite side of this will kind of react in kind and pick up something like a barrier and a heal, so don't expect Elk and On to be dropping down anytime soon.
For sure, but this is also, I think, a departure from a lot of the success that we've gotten from BLG. I think most specifically of On's Rakan and his Nautilus. He has been a killer support this split so far, always looking for fog of war angles to try and catch out enemy bot lanes. And it seems like he's playing Battle Lulu at this point. He does not mind. He's like, oh, I don't have to hook? Cool. I can just throw out this Glitter Lance and chunk you for about 1/10 of your HP every couple of seconds. I'm loving how aggressive they're playing, especially when you're thinking about these bot lane matchups. If you're thinking in isolation, Chichoyi in this Nami should be playing very aggressive, and Elk just jumping over the wall.
Yeah, even the crowd feeling a little like, all right, we get it. You're feeling confident right now, but let's calm it down just a little bit. And honestly, you can't really blame them right now because, again, undefeated in series, doing exceptionally well to keep that streak going. We are not going to see that ward catch out on the Kazakhs. Yagao is very far pushed forward right now, and without a stun to his name, going to find it very difficult to really go for it. Yeah, immediate flash there from Yagao, recognizing he was in trouble. Has to respect the flash belly bop.
Big respect going over to Zhao Hao, who is the primary engine for this team. This guy has a insane KP at 15. He's the first in junglers, only followed by Shun. Shun, who is a part of every single first blood for this team, and right now he's trying to make that possible in the enemy jungler.
He gets a lot of damage there on the Xiao Hao, but doesn't blow anything else after the fact. I think Shun would have really liked to steal away that blue buff, but was not able to do so. I think that maybe would have given him level 4 and definitely would have made him a little bit more of a threat with that second level in the queue, but not to be. So already we're seeing that the Shun Kazakhs kind of being a bit more aggressive, recognizing, look, I could be far more impactful if I can make these things work. Yagao just don't need to be that far pushed up. He's going low and he is going to go down. A flash away by Xiaohao means that he stays alive. You are getting that isolation damage now from Sean, but not enough to really keep him going. Nice sidestep there from On, but he's probably going to have to use his flash to keep himself alive. Just about does it, and that's the aggressive start to this we thought we would see in this bot lane from the Lucian and the Nami.
Anyone's Legends are taking BLG to task here. We talked about that if Shun's early game plans are set behind, there's an avenue for anybody, for really any team, to take advantage of BLG. But this time, they answered in the mid lane. Xiaohao moving into mid, getting the flash out, and then bottom lane still playing aggressively as ever. That Ignite was used pretty early on, so it's going to come back soon, and that's another window for anyone's Legends to find more and more gold, finding more and more of an advantage here.
Wait to see if AL could do much more with it. I do like that they're just kind of focusing a little bit on Yagao, kind of saying, look, not going to let this Annie just kind of get up to 6 without a care in the world. Definitely throwing a couple more curveballs the way of the Annie, and Yagao's going to have to play a bit more respectfully. On without a flash now on this bot side also needs to be a bit careful with how and when he looks to try and be aggressive. But for the moment, BLG happy to kind of just let this game go a little bit longer. They've got the Cole picked up here for Elk, so he's got to just try and stack that one up as long as he possibly can. And then top side, they're happy to let this top lane go equal as best they possibly can. So again, it's down to AL to try and make sure they're punishing out a lot of these BLG members without their summoners.
As we get closer to more and more of these fights, we're going to be looking at the influence of the mid lane. We've talked about Annie to death, I think, but for Gragas, it is all about getting into that backline, disrupting Shun from being a real killer onto your AD carries, onto maybe even this Gnar as we get further into the game. And so BinZ has an easy job. Survive the laning phase versus Shun and Yagao visiting your lane, and then look to roam. Look for you and Xiaohao to be diving BLG's bot lane.
Shun already kind of coming down here. I will say with the Kazakhs and the isolation damage, you do end up taking objectives very, very quickly. But you need to be very aware of where everyone kind of is right now. Xiaohao hovering off to the side, seeing if he can maybe capitalize on Yagao, who's still without his flash, but not to be so far. Flash from Elk needed because there was already an Ignite gone down. We're seeing a couple of 1v1s, and that's why we're seeing them right now. Great flash from Sean. Keeps him perfectly in position to try and make sure Xiaohao has no escape. And that is a great aggressive start. And already in the bot side, good bubble coming back onto On, so we can't push this any further. And AL, as you said, they're putting a little bit of pressure here on the BLG and saying, we're not going to allow you just have the early game you want.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Chichoyi is taking HP away from Elk, forcing early recalls, getting the summoner spells out from him. But with Shun finding that kill in the river, it means that this bot lane is struggling to get this wave under the turret. They do not want this to be stuck in a really bad position, but they have no summoner spells. The heal is starting to come up for Zora, but they are going to need to act very quickly.
They're going to need to respond to this one here. Good bubble, though, straight on the Shun, but he jumps straight back on top of the Lucian, which means that all your damage is gone. And that is Shun popping off in this early game. I doubted him. You quelled me and said, no, it's Shun on Kazakhs. He's going to be just fine, and he is just that.
Look, I'm friends with Lennon. I'm friends with Mazel. He made me a believer. After they won the Demacia Cup, I was like, okay, Shun's pretty good, but we'll see what he can end up doing. And then he started clapping folks, and I was like, all right, maybe he's the real deal here. As we get a replay of this fight between the junglers and the mid lane for these two teams. I mean, Shun is just putting out so much damage. Shout out to Shun for this flash, just heads up.
So well played as well. The fact that he gets his auto attack off before he flashes, and then we can look back straight onto bot side, because they have a big ward on the dragon, but they don't have a ward to say that the Yagao and Shun combination is coming, and yeah, without any summoners, you're dead, boys.
They knew that they were here. Like, Xiaohao did just go down earlier this play, so the time in between these two clips is not very long. This was them in a pretty desperate situation. I think the only real escape you can go for is you have to all in on under the turret. Someone's probably going to go down, and you're probably looking for a couple of executes there, but more kills into Shun's back pocket. While it isn't a dragon, it's a Rift Herald, which just means they're going to be looking for more and more gold for some of these carries.
Yep, got themselves a Rift Herald, maybe try and pump that into the Zeri if they so choose. I think Shun is massive right now, to be perfectly honest, with that Umbral Glaive. And ooh, are they going to be able to get this Lucian out? He's actually feeling aggressive, goes forward with the culling, and actually goes right in with the movement to try and kill off this. Oh, Yagao with the fadeaway Q. Nicely done there. Gets himself a 1v2 kill.
Put some respect on this man's name. I know that there's some people, myself included, that have maybe seen some of Yagao's performances and been like, you could have played that better. But right there, excellent use of the stopwatch to time out when his spells would be coming back up, and gets a great kill in a 1v2, which is not too dissimilar to how we've seen a couple of BLG's plays and how they want to find advantages. Good stun onto Jichoyi, and right here, he's waiting for one last spell. He's just too close, burning down to Tibbers. That Q just barely missing onto Yagao.
So close, and again, just great movement, to be perfectly honest, from BLG, recognizing their limits. We're seeing them kind of pushing in so aggressively. They're going to say, look, I can take this because I have the stopwatch, because I have the Tibbers available to me. Looks like AL, though, will be able to pick up this dragon pretty much without any kind of contention. That means they're not falling too far behind in that particular objective route, so they're going to be able to try and stop a very early soul. It won't be a Chem Soul either, which is nice for both of these teams. But having an Umbral Glaive on the Shun makes holding vision this so difficult now for the side of AL.
This just feels like a way different game than most of them that we've seen from this split so far from BLG, where it is typically Shun moving down into the bot side, getting a first blood for his team and for his bottom lane, and Shun is just leading the gold alongside Yagao, who, again, this typically, the way this team plays, you play towards bot side, you get Elk an advantage, you leave him alone. He is more than willing. He has actually the most solo kills out of AD Carry, and it's weird to say that AD Carries are getting solo kills. You should have seen that Xayah game, where he's just taking them to task, just taking multiple kills, and then on moves across the map. But with this Zeri pick, they're staying together, they're sticking together, and it's Shun, or it's Elk and On, who are 0-0 right now.
I mean, yeah, they're just having a moment, you know, just kind of vibing for the moment and seeing what they can kind of do. But I mean, when you have Shun getting so far ahead alongside Yagao, there's not really much else you need to do.
Exactly.
Especially with the rest of your team. And this is what I was talking about for BLG. When you have so many players who are just doing so much, there's an explosive cast means that you're going to lose that ultimate now no longer available to you. Bot lane going to see a little bit of aggression coming in. The lightning crash does come down. Xiaohao coming in though means the tidal wave is good, and the double knock-up does secure the kill there for the Lucian bot side. So Elk not quite able to get close enough to the wall means that he does end up falling down, and AL do get themselves a little bit of a counter kill.
Anyone's Legends, that's a perfect kill to find, because if there's a way for BLG to keep your bot lane in this lane to maybe push out this turret, Shun was looking for somewhere to put down this Rift Herald. There's the pretty big wave that they're going to have to contest. If Anyone's Legends do finish these recalls, that's an angle for them to punish. You can't use it in mid lane right now. Let's take a replay as to what happened here. I mean, perfect Fog of War from the side of Xiaohao, only showing at the last possible minute, and there's no E from this area anymore, so just a kill.
Yep, no E. We just see an all-out coming out on the top side. A flash forward might be forcing ZDZ. Yeah, I was going to say, ZDZ got to flash away. He gets knocked back on that. He definitely comes out with a kill. Good moves coming out now for the side of BLG to make sure that the AL don't get too cocky coming out of this, but definitely feeling the pressure is AL. The Rift Herald gets dropped down into that mid lane, not going to lead into anything else other than just maybe a plate or two. See if they get the second one now, but there's plenty of people here to defend, so they don't want to risk it. They don't want to defend. They don't want to push too far and get caught out here.
I don't know if maybe it's me, maybe it's the fact that this is just the LPL, and like you were saying, anybody can take down anybody. AL are keeping this surprisingly competitive. They are still down 2,000 gold, but hands-wise, it's looking pretty good. They're keeping up with the best here.
For the moment, they are definitely keeping themselves in touching distance, about 2,500 gold lead. Definitely nothing exceptional for the moment, but Stormrazor finished up here for the Lucian, makes him a pretty decent threat coming into these mid-game fights. We'll have to wait and see how they want to try and deal with this one here. And I'm just curious to see how AL want to try and transition this, because it's all well and good saying this in the early game, but it is kind of, where do they go after this? How do you stop BLG from just running the map and taking over? Because your engage is very much reliant on Xiaohao getting on the Cyclone. If he doesn't get that, then you're running out of options.
Only time will tell. And guess what? We have a minute and a half, so potentially grounds for BLG and Anyone's Legends to duke it out, and let's see what happens. Seems like they just want to take control of this top side jungle. They know waves coming in. They know that their bot lane's going to be coming. Shun using the ultimate.
They're going to try and get him before he gets back into Mega. Won't be able to do it for the moment, and just kind of wasting a little bit of his health bar to the side as they do wait for this Rift Herald to spawn. He has got Mega, and Xiaohao is here. There's 4 members here, and the longer this Winion Wave takes to move up, yeah, you can see BLG recognizing we can't really go for this. There's going to be too many members on the side of AL to defend. Looks like it's just going to be a red buff steal for the moment. It'll be a small win here for the side of BLG as they look to try and get a little bit of a bigger fish.
All right, but they invested so much vision up towards the top side, dropping the dragon entirely. Maybe being on our side or saying, hey, this Chemtech Dragon, probably not the most important. This Cloud Dragon, definitely not. Let's try to play for Soul at a later point. Anyone's Legends, if they're able to Dragon stack versus BLG, that is a way to supplement a potential win condition. It's a secondary win condition for them where they can grab this Dragon, force a Soul. BLG could be put on the back foot. They still have a gold lead. They're going to grab this Rift Trail for themselves, and Shun should be looking to break open one of these towers.
Something we talked about in the last series we saw BLG play is that they are definitely fans of picking the quote-unquote harder to execute composition. They are, you look at their composition right now, and you're very much relying on Shun being able to find isolate targets, get in on top of the backside and go for these kind of big plays. And it is a lot easier for the side of AL to try and just throw everything in the kitchen sink at the bot lane and try and see if they can kill off his Zeri. So curious to see how BLG are going to try and make this one work. And again, they don't really feel like they have to go for anything crazy for the moment. They're happy enough with letting this Zeri and this Annie just kind of stack up the damage so that when it does come to those 5v5s, they have got enough to just burst anybody out.
We'll see what ends up happening with Shun's build. I know that we were talking about some of the changes specifically towards Duskblade at the beginning of the show. The max HP damage you're able to get out of that is insane for the execute. And when we're looking across at Anyone's Legend, what is On doing?
On got the residual red buff. Because no one else is taking it, so On got the residual red buff. It's all part of the plan, you know?
Yes.
It's all part about getting it. Not giving it to the AD carry, give it to the Lulu so she can continually be healthy.
All I'm saying is Elk is 0-1 and 0. On, however,
is 0-0-2.
Assist.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the carry in my eyes. Supportal combat all the way.
Oh man, you're reminding me some of the other guys back in North America. We got to get away from the supportal combat right now. That's why I've been loving some of these enchanters. Most of them are not willing to fight each other. We're not getting like Thresh versus Nautilus just duking it out. Something like a Braum as well. None of that. None of that. It's just Lulu standing next to her AD carry and saying, I'm helping. Giving the big ol' helping award. They're going to travel into mid lane with this Rift Herald here as it was about to expire. Xiaohao coming in. He's spotted on a ward, but it also means that Pin Z is not. This could be them trying to find something onto Elk, maybe forcing a summoner spell.
They're looking for it. See if Yagao can go for something now, because the tower is dead. Yeah, Yagao on a bit of a flank, but they can jump onto the Zeri, who has to flash away, already has the barrier popped as well. They're seeing if they can maybe burn down Pin Z, and they will be able to get him. The Lucian is taken so low, but look at this damage that ZDZ is putting in. Bin forces the flash away from the Gnar, but it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade. Nearly seeing Shun get one more. He's so close to going down, but he can't really go for it. He's looking for the resets. He gets the invulnerability. That's why he went in for it, because he knew he could get the resets off of this, and now ZDZ is down. This is a huge play from Shun, taking that Duskblade and making absolute massive work of it.
You are untargetable when you grab those kills, when you get that takedown. And Shun puts it to excellent work. A masterclass here when it comes to playing Kha'Zix. And in the jungle here, there is no other player that could possibly make this happen right now. I mean, Shun is just popping off. He has been the most dominant member. He's one of the best junglers in the league. His stats reflect this. He's the best when it comes to gold difference at 15. He is not skipping any of his camps as well. Has a CS lead. What else can you say about this guy other than just fantastic play all around?
I mean, this goes so well for AL as well. Great tidal wave that stops the CC coming out from Yagao. He's got no more stacks. They get onto Elk, and it looks like AL have just gotten themselves a perfect fight.
Like right here, I will say AL played the first half of this fight incredibly well. Like we were talking about, just setting up for your AD carry. Chichuyi got so much damage, but is Shun saying, I am not getting out of this fight without a few kills, without putting my team on my back and getting us into a better position than we started here.
I mean, just such a great move there from Shun to recognize I've got the in-target ability. They won't be able to catch me out, and really, really well done there by Shun on this Kha'Zix, who's just kind of going from strength to strength. And we talked about how a Kha'Zix can have such a huge impact if he's given those resets, if he's given time to catch out people isolated and get those kind of, you know, resetting on the leap strike. So we'll wait to see now where they'll go with 4-0-2. There is a dragon spawning in a minute's time, and it's an Infernal Rift. AL not feeling too bad, but 4,000 gold down. Definitely going to have to be a little bit more careful. I'm going to be honest with you. I need Yagao to maybe step up a little bit as well. That stun should have been a lot more impactful in that last fight. Without the flash now, going to see if he can maybe do a little bit better.
Well, do I have news for you? He is playing Annie, so there's definitely going to be a tipper stun sometime this game, and it'll probably be a little bit more impactful for that. So. And hey, look, even if he is not going to be putting in that work, you've still got Shun, you still got Bin right now, who is steadily getting further and further ahead right now, just slowly eking an experience lead, and he will be able to move down. K'Sante, I think, is one of those perfect champions for him. Just feels more like the embodiment of Bin. When you give him the ability to both play a tank in the laning phase, as well as then the ultimate popping off and getting so much kill threat onto whoever he wants.
Well, vision control belongs to BLG for the moment. And speaking of kill threat, ZDZ looking for a bit of a kill down to Bin. That's going to be a solo bolo if he's not careful. The boomerang to slow him down. We just hyped him up. And now BLG lose their top laner with a TP available to him, though, in a couple of seconds. He's down for 40, though. So this is a 4v4 for the moment. ZDZ not got a TP for the moment, so it's still okay for BLG to fight this.
Shun is spotted. Doesn't have doesn't have the Umbral Glaive to really show the ward there. Xiao
they are
going in
turning this fight around. Yeah, 2 people went over the wall, but nobody else followed. So now you got a separated fight. AL, they had it. They knew where everybody was, and they just don't do anything about it. They just kind of separate and find themselves in a horrible position. We will see that the Lucian will be mowed down eventually by Elk, who will eventually pick up that kill. Kha'Zix died, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. That means we're not going to see the dragon taken for the moment, but Elk going over the wall, looking for a little bit more damage. Pinzi not going to get taken out just this time round, though. Gets himself away with the belly bop, but this is getting into a very scrappy affair. It is still BLG coming out on top, but it's not pretty right now.
They're trading kills, and on the top side, ZDZ did take that turret there. So at least going for a trade somewhat, as BLG are going to grab this dragon.
You don't have a jungler.
Yeah.
You don't have a jungler. They want to contest Yagao now. Trying to see if he can play bodyguard away from Xiaohao, because they know they don't have a smite. You cannot take this. Don't bring it too low, because he's just going to jump himself in. That's an easy steal. Xiaohao is going to be able to take it. BLG, what are you doing? You know never in a million years can you ever go for that fight, and now AL gifted a soul point.
BLG taking maybe a few notes out of Ultra Prime with some sleepy play here. Very sloppy, especially without Shun there to try to lead this. Let's get a replay of that solo kill up in top side. Tanks a turret, and after that, not able to land any Qs, which we talked, I made this joke earlier, but like, every single K'Sante matchup is winnable if you can land Q3. If you can't, then good luck trying. There's no jungler here as they start off this fight. I mean, this was a good start, but the end of this play, the result of this play, is incredibly sloppy from BLG, and we'll see how they kind of bounce back as AL are just taking them to task, keeping them responsible.
I mean, I just want to know how Shun dies. That's my question right now, because they're all so low. He's trying to cut off the wave. Yeah, belly bop. Just flash belly bop and gets caught out. That's a little bit unfortunate. Did not respect the summoners there of Pinzi. And still only a 3,000 gold lead. ZDZ, on the other hand, is getting mighty big. Getting that solo kill, getting the top lane as well. He is looking pretty good for the moment. He's been just trying to make sure he gets as much as he possibly can. Nice Mega Gnar ultimate just to disengage, but this is not a... Again, this is why I called it out right at the start of this game. There's 2 sides of BLG. There's the BLG that looks like incredible, the team that went all the way to the MSI Finals, knocking out both LCK representatives. And then there's this BLG, which just takes really weird fights around Dragon without a jungler. It just doesn't really make sense to me. So we'll wait and see if AL can continue to punish on some lackluster decision-making coming out from BLG, or if BLG can just continue to dominate on this one here. Here's the all-out, not going to land the Q3 like you talked about. Bin looking for it. Meganar coming!
No!
And Meganar is going to be enough. What a massive turn of events in this top lane matchup. 2 solo kills, and Bin on 0 and 2. But immediately, we're going to go for a 4v4 now in this bottom side, or sorry, in the mid lane, as you got Elk trying to see if he can take down Pinz. Does not have flash, and will be going down. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Shun trying to see if he can catch out this Lucian. Should be able to jump on him in a couple of seconds and get the Q down. Nicely done there by BLG. It doesn't matter if Bin is inting his ass off. They've got the team fights in the 4v4.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons, you know, when we're saying that they are not infallible. It is Bin that is typically the point of pressure for them that other teams can take advantage of. I was gonna say, if you have a very strong top jungle, you can look to try to maybe assuage that point, try to get into there. But BLG, they're gonna wait for Yagao to spawn, and they're gonna take this Baron. Zhao Hao cannot get here in time to try to go for a smite steal. It took one fight for BLG, one fight that still looked a little bit sloppy, and they're gonna try to keep you honest. They want you to stay. Hey, look, if we're gonna make a mistake, we are taking this Baron.
I mean, look, as much as I said that Bin is inting, it is.
Oh no, he is.
He is inting, but it's ZDZ. Definitely playing that one much cooler, and just knowing that he has the damage available to him. So really nicely done there. And Shun just kind of puts himself in a really smart position to say, I'm on a flank with an instant flash Tibbers. The burst is insane.
Yagao heard you talking smack. He heard you say, hey, Yagao, step it up. And he's like, all right, man. You got it.
All right, you know what? If Ushin says I got to do it, I got to do it.
Exactly. If it was that BP guy, probably not. Probably wouldn't have done it. But if it's for Ushin, you're gonna do it. You're gonna get it.
He'll get it every time. Every time for Ushin, never for BP. But coming back in now, we do have full Barons on the side of BLG. They're going to start taking up some of these standing gold that's available to them. When you have the lethality as well for Shun, he will start to auto those turrets down pretty damn effectively. Even has the Edge of Night to try and stop any kind of big change of burst down going down on top of him, so having that extra little bit of safety to him is definitely a good sign. Almost level 16, TP coming down onto the bot side. Bin no longer wants your 1v1. Bin wants this to be a 2v1. Never mind, he wants it to be a 4v1. Everybody is jumping down into ZDZ. You bullied our top laner for too long, ZDZ. He's still not dead yet, but he will eventually fall down. You gotta feel like it will happen, and eventually it does. Finally, ZDZ goes down. He's dead for a minute and 20 seconds till this Baron spawns. Or sorry, not Baron, Dragon spawns. We'll see if they're able to kind of do something. Bin is just here to maybe cover a little bit of damage. He's trying to see if he can maybe go all out. He will take away Haichao from that Dragon, but Bin in a 1v4, I mean, you saw what happened to ZDZ in the 1v4. Why did you think you were any different?
Bin giveth and Bin taketh away. Okay,
he's just taken away today.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is part of the ultimate. That is part of the all-out. Yeah, pretty big mistake there coming out from Bin. While they do grab the Dragon and stop the soul from anyone's Legends, they grab 2 turrets. A huge win for them, in my opinion. Hey, we may have not gotten the soul. Not a big deal, as they invested so many resources to play towards this bot side. They tried to pivot into making too many plays, and Billy, I think playing too many different angles, too many spoons, guys, come on.
Yeah, yeah, look, it happens. It is definitely something that Bin is, you become accustomed to very quickly here in the LPL, that some of your best players just play differently sometimes on different days. You know, people like Ruler and Knight, they have some not so amazing games happen, and it's just the way it is. There's nothing else I can really pull for it. I will say, however, you have got the Rabadons now finished up on Yagao. There is still very little magic resistance on anybody at all. And literally just a Hex Drinker on Xiaohao, and that's it. So you are looking at, if he's able to get on top of someone like the Lucian, or even honestly onto ZDZ at this point as well, he will be blown up. There will be nothing else to it, and that is a very, very scary prospect when you add in a Kha'Zix that can burst you out as well.
Exactly. And Elk is not getting any weaker at this point. Already has his 3-item core with that Titanic Hydra finished here. And he's even tankier, so when we're talking about how much burst potential AL have, they have to get through 3,000 HP enemy AD carry, which is just ridiculous to say, as ZDZ has a flank here.
ZDZ does have a flank. Bin is already used his flash, hasn't gone all out just yet, but still fairly tanky. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, not quite able to land the belly bot, but that one works!
Oh.
Holy moly, mother of God! That was an insane amount of burst damages. Yagao is just absolutely smurfing with this Annie pick. If it's not the Nico, it's the Annie. My God, what happened?
He is just dropping, look at him, not a care in the world. He's like, yeah, I'm that guy, okay? I'm Yagao, okay? I'm your goat. Put some respect on the name right now. He is one-shotting anybody's Legends bot lane. And they're just going to push onto this inhibitor here. Another turret down. More and more of this damage. I mean, the mid-jungle for BLG are running this game. They do not care. They're like, oh, Elkanon, you didn't get ahead? That's cool. Bin, keep doing your thing, man. Whatever you're doing up top lane does not matter in this matchup. It does. We are here to play.
I mean, what? And look, obviously, I know it's an Annie. They burst you out, they drop the tibbers, but it's just the sheer damage that comes out that is insane. I want to see it. Hopefully, we will. I want to see just how much damage comes out of this Annie in the replay and how quick it is, because it's literally the two sides of the same coin. Pin Z goes in with his flash damage, doesn't get anything, and then Yagao gets his, and it's a completely different fight.
I just want to watch this. Shout out to ZDZ, who's putting out a lot of damage and a lot of threat. He is staying in Fog of War. They don't know he's here. So they walk in too late. Flash.
Deleted.
Full
Incinerated,
HP.
if you will. Just, yeah. That is why you can blind the Annie. It's why you got to pick it. It's why it's such a pick ban on red side. I'm sorry, it's just how it is sometimes.
How old this champion is? Like,
yeah,
point and click stun. I thought we got rid of those.
OG champion Shun looking for a bit of a movement here. Will be able to kind of get huge damage there onto Zora. While this is all happening, you got Nar pushing in the bot side, but you're losing the 4v4. This is the thing. In the 1v1, yeah, you're winning. Congratulations. I'm delighted for you on the Nar, but that's not where this game is won or lost. The game is won or lost in the team fights.
Right now, though, it's going to be decided with this Baron for BLG. They're going to get it again for themselves, and the Dragon spawning in a minute. They can very easily just walk over and take this objective yet again. Anyone's Legends are going to have to be ready to fight right now.
TP on the top side, that's
the force of nature.
Yeah, he's coming in there. He's going to try and see if he can maybe get something going here, but...
he does it again! It's a magic
interactive gameplay as Yagao now finds ZDZ, who thought he was in a little bit of a fun position, but yeah, that is going to be the Baron for sure.
It's a magic trick at this point. They need a Magician Annie skin where it just poof, disappears. Oh, your 80 carry's gone. This is I definitely feel for Chichoyi, because as a fellow marksman player, there are many a champion in this game that make you disappear the second you make a mistake. And Annie is one of them, especially when you have a point-and-click stun. Not much play you can have there until maybe some picks up on Mikhail's if you're going to go for the QSS. So BLG just steamrolling on ahead. The Dragon's going to spawn here. Shun should be able to solo this out while BLG use their Baron to press these waves and shove AL right back into the locker that is their own base.
Yeah, and look, you know, everyone's been complaining for a while. The ADCs are busted. They are, you know, broken beyond belief. There's no counterplay to a lot of what they do.
He missed?
He just missed. It doesn't matter because you've got a Tibbers who's very angry. And he's going to be able to slap you down.
There's Elk.
This is Elk going in, getting everything done for the team. It took a while. It's 32 minutes, a hell of a lot longer than we normally see from BLG, but it looks like they're going to be able to end this game with a W and potentially continue on their winning streak, as they're going to be able to finish off this one and get themselves to a 1-0 advantage.
Consolation prize. ZDZ is building up the Mega Gnar, but like you were saying, this should just be the end of the game here. Flash coming in from BidZ.
Yeah, oh, nice Mega Gnar ultimate. Does kill off on but it's flashy. But it doesn't mean anything, unfortunately, as Shun is hop, a skip, and a jump to victory. Ends up being 22-11. And that is a 33-minute win here for the side of BLG. Look, it was not a very clean game, but at the end of it all, it's a win's a win's a win.
Bin right now is the ultimate top laner's dilemma, where you just look, you press tab. Yeah, I hope this game. I definitely did stuff this game.
It doesn't matter.
It does not matter what happened in the top lane. Congratulations to BLG for winning this first game. should be looking to close out the series. Not unexpected, the result, but I think the journey we took to get there was definitely not what we were looking towards when we saw this matchup. The first place team going up against Anyone's Legends, who are at the bottom of the standings, and Anyone's Legends were giving them a run for their money, at least at every bit. Yes, BLG were keeping up on the gold, but every single fight it felt like they were trading even for Anyone's Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like it just was AL were trying their absolute hardest, going pound for pound, punch for punch even, but it just got to a point where the Annie is going to blow up that Lucian Nami. It's why we saw the Annie priority coming out for BLG. They wanted this so bad. And again, you know, it comes out of it. You get the Zeri first, then they go and pick their AD carry because they think, look, the Lucian Nami is so exceptionally powerful into the Zeri, which it is. But then you leave open the Annie. And it does feel like Yagao is becoming one of those names where I'm kind of saying, like, look, you know, yes, we are in a league with Rookie, Xiaohu, Knight, you know, there's so many massive names, Scout, you know, Doombee's not even playing, and he's still one of those names you kind of bring in with the LPL. And Yagao, in my opinion, does need to start being put in alongside those players. He's won multiple different titles. He's gone to several different semifinals and finals at international events, and he's been proving time and time again that his game sense, it may not be the flashiest in the world, but he gets the job done.
When Yagao is in his pocket, when it is his meta and it's champions that are super well-suited for his kind of playstyle, Yagao just looks like the best mid laner in the league sometimes. He just pops off with these kinds of performances, and these are reminders for people, right? Like, there's going to be droughts. Every player is going to have a period of time where maybe they're not the best, maybe they're not having, maybe it's just not their meta, right? But Yagao has times like these where he's playing the Annie. It's not mechanically the flashiest, like we were saying, but it doesn't matter. Who cares about mechanical excellence when you can literally just win? It doesn't, like, he did the most damage in this game by a huge margin. Shun was the big carry for this game in terms of the flashy Kha'Zix plays, but it's Yagao who's coming in, deleting the bot lane time and time again, and clearing a way for BLG to run away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I mean, look at the damage. That's just all you got to do. 32% when you have a Kha'Zix and a Zeri in your team is a hell of a lot. And honestly, it kind of tells the same on the other side. 31% of your team's damage coming out from ZDZ, who, try as he might, was not able to kind of bring this one back for the side of AL. Even with the solo kills that he was able to kind of keep Bin out of the equation. And again, most people would say you're keeping Bin out of the equation. You're doing exceptionally well for your team. It doesn't make a difference if the rest of your team is just falling to the wayside. And you go, whatever you want to call them, really coming out on top here for this first game.
Oh, it was an insane performance. Again, I do want to give flowers where they are given for Anyone's Legends. I'm really excited to see what this team kind of looks like as we get into the second game. They have a lot to still work on, obviously, but they were keeping up pace with BLG. And if we're looking at BLG, I'm kind of still worried about topside, right? Like, Bin, while he is amazing, we have moved away from a lot of those fighters, the Jaxes of the world, the Camille, the Fioras, and Gwen was banned as well, right? It was one of those things that they were taken away. So if they are looking for an advantage, maybe we start to see Xiao Hao move up there alongside him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like this is going to be a team that can do well when they get all the ducks in a row. Unfortunately, they kind of all scattered into the pond a little bit for AL. But we are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
What Yuumi does, with help from jungle mid as well.
One-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too. So when inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. That's what, okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
Now, having nothing on their side, But still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LG will have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Suicide back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is it going to try and make this one work? Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing. Trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off. And now, with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
Steve.
he
Here comes
is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There
in,
he goes.
Jinzhao's trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
觉得我们现在状态还挺好的吧，因为我们主要是每个人都训练很积极吧，然后在英雄上面也是都掌握得很好。我觉得现在版本就是还是以下路为主吧，然后作为中单就是掌握好一些地图上的信息跟线选，然后帮助打友去控到资源嘛。
That's exactly what he did in that game. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just got off of BLG having a scrappy affair where they did come out the better versus AL. We are going to have Yagao as our MVP of game number 1. And we saw him there, like, you know, he said we're in good form. The scrims are going well because, in his own words, it's like mid lane's about controlling those objectives, controlling the priority. And he did just that in that game. He was everywhere.
Oh, if the objectives were anyone's Legends bot lane, then he controlled them mighty fine. In great words from him, I mean, just 32% damage, just disgusting coming out from Yagao. And he made this Annie look incredibly strong this time around, as it was his roams alongside Shun, him as this dynamic duo, took over this game. If it wasn't going to be Yagao, it was going to be Shun, but it was plays like these that led towards more and more of a gold lead compounding for BLG, and that hope for anyone's Legends starting to fade as the game continued on.
Yeah, it did feel like just little by little, bit by bit, it didn't matter what happened in the side lane, even with the Gnar getting so many amazing advantages for the side of AL, because, again, just great decisive work coming out here from BLG to recognize when they had an opportunity. And little things like this, just flashing in, burning them down with the Tibbers and the Incinerate, just showed you how confident they were of making these things, you know, work for themselves.
It's what we were talking about at the beginning of this series, which was every person on this team feels like they can carry. If it's not going to be Elk and On, it's going to be Shun. If it can't be Shun, Yagao can step up. And Bin, hell, this might be the game that we get where Bin goes back to Gigabin and everybody is claiming his name as one of the best top laners in the world. So I'm really excited to get what we see what we get from the second series, especially not only because we've been talking about anyone's Legends being able to push BLG just a little bit. Specifically, ZDZ, I thought, had a really good performance and was taking Bin to task multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on several occasions where ZDZ was just playing the Gnar matchup so well, being able to say, look, you're not going to get a tower, you're not gaining any objective from me here, and eventually the Gnar will just outscale you, especially if they go that Hullbreaker build. You're not going to have the same kind of relevance in that side lane. So again, really well played there from CDT. It's a bittersweet kind of setup where it's like, oh, you solo kill Bin twice in the game, but it didn't really make a difference because, again, you're just relying on those big team fights so much and so heavily in this game state that getting a single pick, unless it leads to objective, just doesn't really make the difference in these games anymore.
It's the ultimate top laner dilemma where you're like, I'm solo killing my opponent, jungle's not coming topside, press tab, let's see how the rest of my team is doing. Oh.
Yeah.
All the dragons are gone. Well, we got most of the dragons, so you know it's going to be good. And then Shun gets one. It's like, okay, fine. Well, I've got Hullbreaker, so maybe we can go for a split. But oh, wait, I don't have lane pressure. We can't push out mid because I'm missing all of my turrets. Can't do anything top lane. The same thing. It just happens. It sucks. It's one of the reasons why split pushing is so weak right now is because those team fights, like you were saying, are so important, and the objectives in particular are game warping.
Yeah, they really are, and I think that's the best way to put it. Is that like, the objectives are so impactful, and it really just feel like, again, it's why it's such a bot lane heavy meta right now, is that even if your top laner gets ahead, even if you have all the pressure in the world, it doesn't matter if the enemy AD carry is alive, because the enemy AD carry is the priority for every single thing. They get objectives, they get towers, they get team fights, they get everything. And for them, it's going to come down to AL. What do they want to change? You know, do you change the bans coming into this one here? Like, you've already had to try and ban away the Nico, which obviously the Annie is still an issue. You still have to ban away the Milio, the Yumi potentially as well. These are there's just too many things for them to ban, for them to realistically get on, you know, have a decent chance of getting the things they want on that red side.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about things like, hey, you mentioned banning the Nico. Well, they banned the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc last time in Game 1. Gonna need to see something a little bit different, and we will with Harder substituting in. Pinzi is going to be stepping back as anyone's Legends want to find something of a different formula here. Maybe Harder coming in will bring something new to the team in terms of the dynamic between him and his jungler.
Maybe he'll make things more difficult for the side of BLG. No, okay. It's getting late/early for you. It's still mid-afternoon for me, so I'm full of
You're chilling.
terrible jokes. Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm having a good time. So is Yagao on our screen there, just having a bit of a moment there, as we can see. Shun and Bin play the. They wanted to play the Nidalee Renekton, and just again, I love the art we get to see from so many of the fans here in the arenas, even with their iPads, or even without iPads. They just get a marker and they make some of the coolest creations ever.
One of the awesome things that I love about watching Billy play is watching the player cams. They're always having fun. Even when they're losing, I think of those games versus RA, the ones against EDG. When they're losing, I can see Shun just laughing his little head off. Like, just like having so much fun, making sure that everyone is like, he's like looking around, he's looking over to Yagao. Bin, though usually a pretty stoic looking guy, is like cracking a smile. He's like, alright man, like, we're gonna have a little bit of fun on stage here.
Yeah, and again, look, we're seeing them kind of like having to prioritize different things. The Yuumi, the K'Sante, and the Lee Sin all banned away by the side of BLG. This time around, they banned the K'Sante themselves. They don't want to pick it, but they do not want to give that over to the side of ZDZ, who had a very good game. And unfortunately, when you leave something open, you only have 3 bans, you're going to end up having something like this. The Milio is being picked up right now for BLG. The Aphelios maintaining a ban against Elk because he's just too damn good on the pick. So you just go Zeri Lulu here to try and lock in your... You're ready to get it. I would prefer to actually maybe see them go Zeri Wukong, but wait and see what they actually want to go for.
Ooh, maybe try to snag this away from the side of BLG. Yeah, they're just going to try and take the Lucian Nami immediately, which for BLG, there's a couple options. You could go for this Jinx. I know that people have been playing Zeri. For everybody at home, please do not play Emilio with Zeri. The Q interaction does not work with the additional bonus damage that Emilio provides with his passive. Just a little note out there for everybody at home, please. And for BLG, I think that there are still a lot of options, right? Like the Nico might be gone, but okay, Elk reaching for the Kog'Maw. How often? We'd have to check some of these stats on this.
I was gonna say we have had it so far in the LPL. It was in week 1, I believe.
It was Ultra Prime. It was Doggo and
Ultra Prime Doggo. But yeah, haven't been seeing a huge amount of it, if I'm being totally honest. It is still very much one of those fringe picks that kind of comes out of it. I think we've had it maybe once, maybe twice. Can't remember exactly if it is. I'll have a quick check on the exact matches it was able to play on beforehand. Yes, it's been played twice. Once by Abel, once by Doggo. Both have been losses. Once against Aphelios, once against Azaya. This time, though, it's going to be against a Lucian and a Nami, so we'll see if anyone can really go for it. And look, the Kog'Maw, the puppy, has been definitely something that can just plant its feet and just do so much. And I'm glad, again, this is something that BLG have been doing so often, is that when they have a 1-game lead and they know they can kind of be a bit more... kind of free with their picks, they do go for these compositions that are slightly harder to execute on, and they continue to do that because they know that if they can get these ones down right, then the regular compositions that are, an easy executionable, they're going to have those in the bag.
They're probably playing those games, the standard compositions that we've come to know during this meta. They've got those hands down, right? They've played all of them. They've played them in stage games. They've played them in playoff brackets. They know how to do that. The only way that you can get better as a top team when you're starting to kind of get diminishing returns on playing multiple different comps is let's try to expand our champion pools. Let's see how far we can push the brink of our players and see what works, what doesn't. What if we can maybe have something that we can pull out in a game 5 where we really need it to matter. And I love this. It's an exploration of kind of different strategies. Do I think Kog'Maw Milio is that different from the norm? No. But it is, like you're saying, 0-2 right now in the LPL, and it seems like anyone's legends are like, hey, BLG, that was a pretty cool comp. Can I take most of it? Can I just borrow this homework from you?
Yeah, except for the bot lane. Can I have, the bot lane wasn't bad, I don't think, for the AL bot lane, but Again, I don't expect to see much else from here. I actually would love to see a Malphite or something come out here for BLG, but I mean, also down for 100% going to resets and damage capabilities, not even a protect the puppy composition, just a jump on everybody composition if they do lock on this Jax.
Big eyes will be on Yagao yet again here for me. He's the only one that has reliable crowd control with the point and click and with his Tibbers. Whereas for AL, the second that this team gets a little tanky, I am afraid for BLG as they have a ton of options to get onto the back line. This Kog'Maw will be under threat of not only the Nami, but this Gragas. Anyone's Legends, I think, have a very good composition as it stands right now. It seems like they're going to be giving ZDZ that Gragas instead, and they want to get more aggressive in the mid lane, harder taking up that Ahri.
Yeah, getting the Ahri in, very powerful combination with the Kazakhs, having that mix of magic and AD damage, but I mean, BLG have just got straight into a very curious kind of setup right now where the Kog'Maw will have the Milio, but is the Milio enough to keep him alive from a Gragas, an Ahri, a Kazakhs, a Lucian, like so many things that are going to be jumping right in on top of his space, in his area, if you will. And it's going to be on Elk's positioning and the rest of his kind of, you know, kit to try and make sure that he's able to put out the DPS. It's not that they're lacking in DPS, it's just that you don't want the Kog'Maw to be useless in these team fights, and he definitely doesn't have the same mobility as something like a Zeri in the last game.
We may have kind of glazed over it a little bit there towards the end of the draft, but Ben is going to be on that Jax.
Yeah.
Do we think we're good? Like, how likely is it we're getting that Giga Ben coming back?
I mean, it's hard. It's always hard to say, but I mean,
Yeah.
Jax being one of the bigger picks for this man in his career, of course. I believe it's I think it's like his second or third most played champion. I can have a quick look now. Yes, third most played champion in his career. 57 games, 37 wins and 20 losses. With this game, he'll bring it up to his second most played, which is going to be the Renekton on 58. And I mean, this guy has done magical things with this pick in the side lanes before. That's why you pick the Gragas into it. It is a very solid kind of, you know, just absorb the pressure kind of laning phase. But we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds. Both teams are locked and loaded. It is BLG with a 1-0 advantage in this series. AL looked like they had some answers, but not them all in the last test. We'll see if they can come into this particular game a little bit more prepared. And wait to see what Elk can do on the puppy as he picked up the Kog'Maw.
Not a great matchup in the top lane. I'm gonna need more Chayos real quick.
All the Gyos. They know it's the last one. ZDZ.
Way too far up.
Yeah, he's not going to die, though. There's no real way they can kind of get on top of him here. They're just going to continue to harass him backwards and put him down to about half HP as, you know, no real kind of CC after the Counter-Strike is down.
I like how Ben is just not letting him recall. You're not allowed to stay here. Either going to be forcing him to stay in this lane at 60% HP or arrive late. ZDZ, I wonder if... Okay, so ZDZ's just going over to give potentially his jungler a leash or protect them from what is a suspected invade. And good job from BLG support on immediately finding this ward, stopping any early jungle tracking coming in from anyone's Legends.
Trying to see if they can maybe stop this bot lane from getting in, but 5 gold, winning the lane now for AL. That's it, it's done, it's over. 5 gold confirmed. Again, just kind of waiting to see where this kind of goes. Like, again, we're going to have the junglers just kind of hard farming up to level 6. There's not really a lot they can do pre that, so wait to see where they kind of go for. And if Shun can have the same level of an impact that he did in that first game, that's going to be the big key, I think, for both these teams, to see if Shun versus Xiaohao is the key breaker between these two sides.
We're talking about doing some innovative pathing here. Well, Shun trying to get an extension on his red buff here, making sure to get over onto these Krugs. Looking at maybe an early bot roam here. Will get spotted on this ward that's outside of the Tri-Brush. So is going to be a big damper on some of those plans that they were looking forward to, as Chichoyi and Zora, they're standing their ground. They're in the middle of the lane. They still have both of their summoner spells here, and Shun just going to have to look. Harder is just getting ran right now by Yagao.
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot harder for him to really make something happen against this Annie. And again, Yagao knows how to play this champion. Doesn't feel in any way, shape, or form under pressure. It's why the Annie is so good into the Ahri. The Ahri can survive, but the Ahri will need to kind of do a bit of, you know, positioning, get a couple of good charms off to really change anything else. As we can see now, Shun being a bit of a nuisance here, trying to see if he can maybe steal away this blue, but I don't think he's going to have the pressure from mid or bot just yet. And yeah, Xiaohao already a camp ahead. It's going to be difficult for Shun to really make this this steal stick.
He really wants to get this going and on.
Oh, Elk's dead.
I don't know if they were... Oh, yeah, well, Elk.
Yeah, Elk is almost dead with the Milio with the knockback. Oh, The heal and the shield, just enough to keep him there on, keeping his AD carry nice and safe. But great move from Xiaohao, I got to admit, to put some pressure on this bot side. Now, does he know where the rest of the enemy team are? That's the question.
I love that they were looking for the ZDs. He's going to get this solo kill on the bin, man. Has to flash, potentially.
He's potentially looking for a flash right now. He doesn't want to use it just yet. There's a belly bomb. Oh, he goes behind him. Bin looking for a bit of a trade back. He's going to pop down the counter strike because there's no mana on the Gragas. ZDZ very, very close to going down. I got to be excited. That looked like it could have been the biggest big brain play in the top lane ever.
Oh, he looks a little, he was a little upset there. You saw the head nod. He's like, ah, whatever. Fine. Gets the flash out of both of them. Man, that was incredibly close. And it just means that BLG are going to go a little bit even here between them and anyone's legend, as Shun not able to find an early roam, most of it to protect Elk from Xiaohao, them not able to find that kill. I thought it was going to be the good luck charm for today. I thought we were not going to see a Emilio game, and unfortunately here, BLG have struck me right in the heart, and they have taken away that most beautiful essence of not having to see this champion played.
But it gave us a Kog'Maw. That's okay in my books. You know, that's an okay situation.
Fair,
sort of,
fair enough.
Something different to cleanse the palate. You know, I'm not so mad about I'm not so mad about supports as I am about AD carries. As see a little bit of a trade back here. Elk taking a huge amount of damage. Just trying to stand his ground as best he possibly can. This is again the power of having that ignite, just putting in so much work onto the trades of the AD carry of BLG.
And when you're cutting down the healing from on, it's pretty difficult for them to deal with. Shun is making his way down here again with his pathing, fishing out on those Raptors. You see the pings, they want to start up. I like those pings because it also means that AL know where Shun should be. If he is following the same kind of jungle camps, he should be on this bottom side of the map. So right now, Xiaohao is going to finish off those wolves and make his way down here just to cover for his lanes. If he can stop this gank and stop Shun from any early shenanigans, again, great position for them.
Doesn't look like Shun's going to go for anything too aggressive. He needs to get level 6 pretty soon. Speaking of level 6, there's a nice engage in that mid lane. Harder taking a huge chunk of damage, but doesn't lose his ult himself. Xiaohao now moving himself stealthily into this bot side. The wave is pushing in favor of BLG, which means that Xiaohao knows there might be a little bit of an overextension, but looks like a reset coming in here. I actually think if they don't go for the big trade onto the Kog'Maw...
Oh, wait, he's staying!
He's staying. I don't know if he needs to right now. The wave is pushing back in favor of AL. Try to go aggressive. Oh, Elk. They're thinking about it. Now they're going to jump in on top of him. He flashes away. On does as well. It's a 2-for-1 summoner trade in favor of AL. Nicely done there by Xiaohao to keep his patience.
Big win for them, and they should be able to get this turret under the wave. Oh, God. ZDZ, can he make it out? Fancy feet?
I think he should be able to. He guessed which way that the Viego would be going, and he guessed correctly. And that means that Shun, without the Heartbreaker, not going to be able to kind of follow up on that one once more. Does force out the Gragas away from that lane, but now Harder recognizing there is no summoners on this bot side. You're playing weak side now, Elkanon. You have to leave. You cannot stay here anymore. They only lose a couple of minions, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, this Kog'Maw still needs time to build up to be a big old dog that can protect the family.
Anyone's legends, man. They are at least trying a bunch of things. They're making sure that Shun, who is such an early game engine for BLG, can't get anything. He's keeping up in farm. He's maybe down a single camp for Xiaohao, but really good play from them, utilizing and leveraging their bot lane priority from this Lucian Nami, as well as I think Harder, despite taking some pretty bad trades into Yagao, is making the best out of the situation and is always looking to try to roam with this Ahri.
It's about how it is. We saw in the interview with Yagao that it's about mid lanes, about who can kind of control the tempo, get around the map a little bit more and have an impact there. Level 6 is hit, but both these junglers now, as Shun starts to go in and look to be a bit more aggressive. I would like to see if he could maybe go for something. It's a risky one to go in up against a Kha'Zix, and maybe he just looks for the smite to get out. That might be the play that comes out from the Viego right now.
I think it's just going to be this smite steal. Oh,
not quite. Not quite.
Shun's down bad right now. There's so much he wanted to do in the early game, and every single one of these plays is getting stifled. There's nothing for him to get. feels like he's just getting stiff-armed at every single opportunity.
Oh, there's a heal coming out from On. Needed the healing and a little bit of movement speed to kind of get back on track. We do have decent damage coming out here now from Elk. You got to be very, very careful. They say that huge damage coming out. No heal available. One more tick. Oh my lord. He was burning, but he wasn't going to go down. And there's been so many times now where Elk feels like he should have died. He should have went down. But he has just been able to survive. And the thing is that if he doesn't go down, yes, he loses his farm and a little bit of the turret pressure goes over to the side of AL, but not dying still means that he's, keeping himself, not giving over free gold effectively.
For sure. This does mean for anyone's Legends that they are going to be grabbing this dragon, and that is part of that dragon stacking that we saw. Still a pretty different style of game that we're getting from BLG, where none of the early plays are working. Shun is essentially just full clearing at this point, where he can't really look for anything. He tries to go for ganks. Someone is there to stop him. Xiao Hao is just smiting a little bit better on his own camps. And this bucks the trend from a lot of their stats. They are one of the teams that almost always is able to get a first dragon, is always looking to control most of the dragons. And so far in this series, anyone's Legends has made sure that that is not going to be the case.
And again, it's what I've been talking about. BLG just kind of picking up slightly harder to execute compositions to see, honestly, kind of just checking to see where they can and cannot make the plays. Like this little ward that's just behind the players in bot side there, because you're going to have the Unleashed teleports coming up now in a couple of seconds. So maybe a slight play to work with here if they do end up kind of moving forward on top of that. They would be able to spot out Shun as well, so he's been perfectly spotted out here as well, but I don't think it's going to really matter in the grand scheme of things. I think he's just going to push in this wave and maybe look to drop the Rift Herald.
This is just waste his time, 2023 right now. Shun unable to get anything here. So for BLG, they're just waiting. Now we're just going to be looking at team fights as the game goes on. For anyone's Legends, you are continuing to scale. You're getting more and more gold under Jichoyi, as Bin uses the ultimate just to try and get this wave under the turret at this point, and so he can get his back in. Wants to just try and crash this because he doesn't know where the enemy jungler is and has a very high likelihood of this turning into a potential gank for him.
It's 11 minutes nearly into the game. We have yet to see first blood. It's been close. God Lord knows it's been close, but so far, no cigar. TP coming in from ZDZ to put him straight back into that top side. That's a bit unfortunate because Elk and On are going to be here to maybe go for something here. ZDZ didn't spot them out, and the Viego is here as well. They're going to try and jump in onto him straight away, and they're going to try and burn him down. Welcome to the campfire as Milio finally gets first blood.
They still have the Rift Herald here, and when we're talking about protect the puppy comp, you are just putting gold more and more into this Kog'Maw. So cutting the wave, Shun is going to get his cut. He's like, Milio got the kill. I need to be picking up some farm here. As Xiao Hao jumps in, but Shun just ducks right underneath him at this point. Zora's going to be here to match. It's going to be gold going over to Choyi while he's matching this Jax. That's a dangerous matchup to be in.
He is. 2 plates are all they're going to get in that top side there, but half the damage onto the turret as BLG with that kill keep the gold fairly even. Didn't have to use any summoners there either, as Harder is now on this top side. So there's 3 people here for only the 2 of BLG. Puppy needs to be a little bit careful. Not quite got the Gwynzus just yet to go for a stopover onto the Berserker Greaves beforehand, but again, little small things that are coming in right now. Milio getting up to those 2 quick cooldown items, getting the ability haste on the Ionian Boots Lucidity and the Kindle Gem. Very, very good. And even has the Fairy Charm as well for a little bit of extra mana as well. So really like that On getting the most out of that kill, even if he's not the one they wanted to give it to, still gets plenty of value out of it.
Remember, this is also the patch where Ardent Tensor is nerfed for people who are trying to rush it on early. So still has the same effectiveness. I think it's going to do the exact same thing it would in every other game, but the actual numbers are tweaked just a little bit more. And for BLG, with this Rift Herald coming up in the next 2 minutes, I think they are very keen on trying to grab this objective. If they can do this, try to open up either a mid turret or finally knock down this top turret, they'll be pretty ecstatic where they are. This game is incredibly slow, and I'm sure probably Shun, of all people, is getting frustrated and like, we need to make plays. Like, I'm not just going to let this game go by and say, hey, let's not just do anything. Let's try to scale. Let's try to do something. We are one of the best teams here in this region. We need to be showing we should be showing the pace of the game and setting what the LPL looks like for the rest of these teams.
Absolutely. And just to kind of build off of your point you mentioned there earlier, the Ardent Sensor was tweaked a little bit. It's no longer a hyper late game kind of, setup either at this stage. El's going to have to use the heal from Milio to keep himself alive, but used to be between 15 and 30%. You get bonus attack speed depending on levels, so the higher level you are, the higher the attack speed bonus would be. Now it's just a flat 20, so it's still pretty good. In the early game, it's actually slightly stronger, to be perfectly honest, given how the item works, but you're no longer kind of dealing with this uber scaling item that's also fairly cheap to build out of your repertoire. As we see Shun going to see if he can steal away some of these Raptors. Should be able to get that steal down and get himself a stack off of the Smite item. And again, it's a very, very slow game. It does feel like BLG are the ones with the, as I mentioned, the harder to execute composition. They need to have a lot more, I suppose, conditions met before AL can really get caught out by them. And AL have a lot more available to them. I feel like with the Kazakhs and the Ari being able to have such mobility, catching someone out shouldn't be that big of a deal.
I don't think we're going to get much action, so I think this is the perfect tangent time. Do you remember when Smites were, like, a lot different? Not just the Spirit of the Elder Lizard. Not that one.
I remember what was before Spirit of the Elder Lizard? So I can't really remember what it was.
Well, that was at least for me, that was my first iteration of the Smites. And then afterwards, we did, like, we had, like, Wriggle's Lantern.
That's right, yes.
There was Sated Devourer. I just remember the ones where they all looked like different axes, or like specifically like Poacher's Knife, and then they had the enchantments which were the jewels. You had like Warrior, Magus or something, and that's where we ended up getting like a pretty funky build from Power of Evil with like the Smite mids.
That's right, actually. Yeah. Oh, man, you know what? I'm gonna say it. Like junglers get wrecked in preseason. Like, junglers are just told to learn an entirely different system compared to every other role that just has to make sure they don't lose, like, oh, my item's changed. Okay, well, this one kind of does the same thing, Like, it's incredible what junglers have to deal with on a regular basis in this game.
I'm just going to let you know, I don't think Shun's going to text you back with this kind of attitude. Just letting you know.
I'm telling you, man. I'm just saying, like... Hey man, gotta always try. God loves a trier, but
true,
yeah.
True. All right, well, this is the play that we were setting up, right? Them for BLG ignoring the dragon and moving over towards the Rift Herald, wanting to just say, hey, we're gonna forego the stacking advantage that maybe a Drake would give us later on into the game and get early gold, try to destabilize the map. Yagao trying to do this again.
Oh, he looked to try and maybe get a bit of CC, but it was buffered there. TP going to be coming out with a charm from Harder to make sure Bin could not join that fight. Doesn't mean it's going to stop BLG. They're looking to try and make sure they can get on top of this mid lane, but it's difficult to do. Again, the Shun Viego is good, but is it that good? Whoa, that's a very aggressive play coming out here from the Lucian. Will force out both of his summoners and the heal. Harder looking to try and be aggressive. Immediately going to have the campfire and a flash away. Lots of summoners burned across the board, but that TP from bot means that Bing gets a couple of free hits on this, and that's going to be the tower for sure.
I was going to say, I think Harder actually made that play very good for BLG. By canceling the teleport, that would have been something that Harder could have used to push onto this turret with Bing gone. But now they are moving all across the map, and by spreading your resources too thin, they lose out on 2 turrets. So a massive swing of gold here for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, like it felt like AL were ready for what they wanted to try and go for there, but then because they were so quick to the trigger on the teleport from Harder, because no one died, but summoners were down, and Elk was still very healthy with, the BLG on. Oh, I stopped myself. Has been spotted out as the rest of BLG are moving in. There's a flash available for Yagao if he wants to go for it. It looks like he does. The flash in. 2 men get caught in the trap. And that is an easy double kill coming in for the side of BLG. Now they've got themselves a couple of kills. No Baron to speak of for the moment. No real objective for them to take. But they'll get the gold and they'll be happy with that.
And they'll be able to take away some of these camps away from Zhao Hao. Harder, you have ultimate coming up soon. Flash is available as well, so that's 1 summoner spell, and Bin is more than happy with that trade. He's going to move on, continue to collect this wave. we'll see what BLG can do. Yagao backing pretty close to Xiao Hao, but we're just going to jump straight into this replay. Bin was seen here. I think this is a pretty massive mistake positioning-wise from Chichuyi. Why walk into this bottom side? You know that Jax is coming, and it leads to this.
I think he didn't really have a choice, though. I'm going to say it was either walk into Bin or walk into Yagao. There isn't really a choice there. Ooh, one more Q from Shun could have maybe taken out Xiao Hao, but a flash from the Choger of AL keeps him alive. And this is the thing. This is where we're coming. Oh, wait, hang on. Yagao's dead. How did Yagao die?
How'd that happen?
Yagao died. So, yeah. It is unfortunate that Yagao died, but he did die.
It was this play. Okay, it was right before the replay. I was like, Yagao is backing right now, and Xiao Hao is here, but ends up walking away. Yeah, okay. Jump, tippers, even gets the stopwatch out of him, which is huge. One of the more important items here as Shun goes in.
Yeah, Shun goes in, and Shun might want to try and run out because he is being assassinated. Double TP. It's going to be the top laner and mid laner of AL and BLG, respectfully. Again, this is why the Kazakhs is becoming a bit of an issue now in the draft phase, I suppose, because you're having those little small isolated moments. This should put AL onto sole point. No jungler to speak of for BLG, and no way to kind of really force themselves back in on top of this objective means Ocean sole point for them.
There's no turrets for them to play with either, so anyone's Legends fighting themselves in a pretty good lead. This is, I think, as even as the gold has ever been, sans the start of the game in both series here. And they are taking our first place team to a potential Game 3 here, which not many other teams can say right now. There are two others, RA and EDG. They're not impervious, but every single game has looked close. And right now, I mean, what are your angles for BLG, right? Because usually it's Shun with a massive gold lead looking around to kind of swing that wallet and get in the faces. Elk is still waiting for his items to finish, and while that is happening, Chichoyi is picking up more and more items, farming more of this first strike gold. He's going to be playing as aggressive as ever to make sure that BLG do not get a chance to breathe.
This is the thing, you got the Cogball kind of putting up, but if you can't plant his feet, can't put out the damage, he really does struggle to be relevant in any way, shape, or form. Yagao was a little bit overextended, but still does have a turret, so should be fine to kind of come out. I will say, while this is all happening, Bin is building up towards his Zonya's Hourglass as quick as he possibly can, so definitely feeling like he is going to be a little bit more relevant perhaps in the later game team fights. We do have vision control belonging to AL and a little bit of a flank as well, and they're looking for a TP. Plenty of damage coming down there. Look at this puppy go. They're trying to see if they can get on top of Elk and isolate him out. There's going to be a charm, but he's not dead just yet. Harder trying to see if he can kill him off, but they just have too much. Now Bin with the stopwatch keeps the rest of the team engaged. Will end up being traded back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. No charm from Shun, not quite as practiced on the Ahri as maybe he is certain other champions, but how the hell does Elk not die?
There was so much shielding coming out from On. There's maybe a reason why this melee champion is a little busted on this patch. Anyone's Legends come out the worst for that trade, not only giving over 2 kills, but using both of their summoners here. Let's look at a replay of this. I like the idea, punishing this, trying to get Elk in a very difficult position up against this terrain. But, like, either Harder just doesn't have enough damage, or right here, ZDZ, because he's in stopwatch, he can't activate the cask. So he's missing out on damage.
That is so unfortunate from ZDZ to save his own life. It meant that the Kog'Maw couldn't be taking his. And the funny thing is that because of that, Harder then doesn't have any resets on a Spirit Rush. There's so many little small things that change the dynamic of that fight just from that one little stopwatch play. And you never know sometimes how things are going to go, but I definitely think that BLG are counting their lucky stars on that one, because again, they didn't lose anything off of that. ZDZ was the one who started that off with the flash, and Harder used his teleport, so in terms of summoners, they actually came out on top.
Exactly. 2 minutes before the Dragon, I'm expecting for BLG to try to contest this, but there is a Baron up at the same time, so I could see a world where BLG forsake an Ocean Drake and try to start up a Baron, force AL's hand.
Let's see what they want to go for. It looks like Bin's setting himself up around this area for the moment, and maybe thinking about going for a fight there with Xiao Hao, but without any real support coming in from the rest of his team, difficult to really make that 1v1 go in your favor. We got first item or second items being completed by most carries across the board. Even Abazonia's here for Yagao, still has that flash for potential flash tibbers. And Runan's Hurricane here available. Ooh, thinking about it, but not going to commit to it just yet. They know there's a flash on pretty much everybody on the side of AL. They don't want to overcommit. So I mean, this Kog'Maw's already starting to do work from a distance.
Every single time that Kog'Maw has the W available, the Bio-Arcane Barrage, that is just a time that AL are not allowed to step up on throws down.
They know Yagao is here.
Cooldowns.
They know
Run,
Yagao is here.
Yeah,
he's
got
gonna
flash
have to use
if
that
he really
W.
needs it.
Yeah, he's going to use that W to kind of back himself away here. Will realize he's been spotted out on a pink ward there now, so we'll see Charm going wide ever so slightly. ZDZ doesn't have flash. Going to have to use that explosive cast to try and catch out the Kog'Maw, who flashes away. They're going to see if they can take him out, and they will.
Oh.
No stun to be found there for Yagao, but Bin is moving forward with Sean, and the resets are good. Did he have enough damage? That is the question. Not quite able to get the rest of the team, but it's a 1-for-2 trade. Yes, you got the Kog'Maw, but you traded back 2 in your favor.
Ooh, I was looking at Kog'Maw's items, and that Runon's being finished before that last fight. He could have done so much more damage if he had not gotten exploded around as we get right into this replay. Shun playing very excellently, mechanically speaking, just dodging out on a lot of skill shots. And while Elk is kind of just tossed around and unable to have too much fun, the fact that Shun can find these resets, make up for the rest of his team, having some pretty big mechanical failures there, is awesome. This continues that idea that we had thought that this team can really carry from anywhere. Last game it was Yagao and Shun. Seems like right now all eyes are on Shun while Elk is still building his items.
There's a pink now on the back of that pit, but that means that they're not going to see Bin and Shun kind of roaming on this. They know that he's here. They're looking for the Kog'Maw, but I don't think you're going to get it. Let's see a TP from Yagao to bring him right back to his own mid lane. Bin and Shun looking to pincer in here, but AL keeping themselves relatively close together. Harder had to flash. He knows he needs that Spirit Rush. ZDZ getting jumped on here, but it's actually Shun who has to go golden. Can they protect their jungler? No, they cannot, is the short answer. Maybe there's a little bit of a trade back, but a double kill comes in from ZDZ. AL will get themselves onto Soul Point. Or I mean, Soul Point. They're on Soul right now. BLG, they're just a bit too scrappy.
Machine, are we about to see another upset here for BLG? It's looking very likely with how this game is going. They're moving straight over to the Baron now. And only Elk and On are alive. I mean, Bin pushing out this top side. He's trying to get as much work done as possible. Maybe he tries to overextend for a tier 2, but there's just no avenue for BLG to move in right now.
Oh, they got to be careful though. ZDZ sitting there off to the side. Do they let this Baron go? I think they do. Yeah, they're trying to back themselves away. Bin thought about it, but it's just too risky. There's just no way the health bars are low enough on the side of AL. So massive swing of gold brings AL into the forefront of the gold lead. They've got themselves a soul as well. They are looking pretty good to maybe get themselves another game in this best of 3, because again, just Elk getting caught out a little bit. It forces the TP from Yagao, which I actually think is the biggest problem here, because On is able to get away from Harder, and that means that Harder is just, you know, kind of overextended, but he's able to get out with the flash.
I was wondering, I mean, Yagao is just nowhere near this fight. BLG maybe feeling a tiny bit disoriented as to what they should be doing right now. Which is, hey, we're grouping, we're going to try and make sure that we're protecting our Kog'Maw, we're getting vision where we can, and staking a claim on jungle entrances. I think the most important one is going to be this Raptors on the red side. It stops them from entering Baron, it controls a large portion of the map as well, entering mid lane. Instead, they say, hey, Yagao and Elk, you're nowhere near in DPS threat range. Let's just have Shun and Bin duke it out amongst the rest of the AL team.
But I wouldn't take him out just yet. There's going to be a good charm and Spirit Rush from the side of Harder to make sure he does not go down. But while this is happening, you committed members to the top side. That means that mid lane is exposed. You should be able to get back to defend just in time here with Elk and On, but not going to quite really work out for the side of BLG. And you can feel it. They're feeling like they need to go for something a little bit more drastic, a little bit more desperate to make sure they can come out of this on top.
Right now, it seems like they're waiting for Elk to finish this third item, which looks to be a wit's end, making sure that he can stay alive. Bin has his Hull Breaker, recognizing that this game is looking a tiny bit shocked if everything keeps going the way it has. With this Runon's BLG should not be afraid of a mid lane being collapsed, but top lane right now with so many wards, with so many ways for anyone's legend to jump over this wall. Unless they start to put down vision, it can be very scary for them to walk in a fog of war.
Trying to see if they can catch somebody out with harder on a charm, but look at the shred. Gotta be very careful. ZDZ gets himself over the wall. Not quite able to burn any summoners just yet, but Elk's already down so low. These two cannons should be fine to take down the last tier 2 in the top side. That should be an easy little rotation now for AL. They got a couple of things. It's not a huge swing of pressure, but it's enough for them to get enough kind of, of these towers down to make it harder for the side of BLG to get into their own jungle.
I'll take a 3,500 Baron lead off of that. I feel good about that. 25 seconds means by the time they get back to lane, it is going to be over once they reach the inhibitor, so really no point in doing all that. 2.5 minutes for this dragon. Ashin, this is the only way BLG can get back. Split pushing is not an option right now. The team fights are not going very well. Almost everyone is behind in gold to their counterpart. If they can steal the Elder Dragon, that execute by itself is the great equalizer for these two. But they just can't walk into their own side of the jungle.
Yeah, Baron does get taken away, so they're not going to have that for the moment, at least. Bin looking to maybe be aggressive, but again, what engage do you have? It has to come from Yagao. He has to be on a flank, find a bit of pocket of vision where he's not being spotted out, and maybe BLG have enough damage to maybe burst out the Ahri and the Lucian, but we'll have to wait and see if they can keep Elk alive. That could be another win condition for them, but they really want this final tier 2. Here we go. They're going to try and flash Ying, try and get on top of this Lucian. He doesn't go down just yet. They threw everything at him, and he still stays alive. Didn't even have to burn his flash because Bin wasn't there. It just feels like, yes, you're going for it, but you need to go as a 5-man unit. You can't be going in 4v5.
Just nothing is working out for BLG, and AL are in prime position. They are in pole position for them to just completely run over the rest of this game. 1.5 minutes before that Elder, they have, even whenever they're taking damage, Ocean Soul is healing them back up, Bin forcing the flash out of a couple members. But a re-engage on the table.
It's difficult, but you can see that AL still need to respect it. This Kog'Maw can do damage. You're so close to a Rabadon's death cap here as well for the Annie. Would love to have that finished up just before this Elder Drake fight. And this game isn't over. This game could just straight up be flipped over who gets the Elder and who doesn't.
Well, we get to take a look at this replay as to what happened. I feel bad, obviously, for Shun, but AL just played this so well. The bouncy house castle that Shun had to deal with of Nami ultimate, Gragas ultimate, and then harder with the Ahri. Those these jumps are just so difficult to lock down any member of anyone's legends, and so they're going to continue to compile that gold lead. 3,000 for them. And this is a roster of fresh faces, some of them from other previous iterations of the roster, but Chichoye coming in and his debut split, having a fantastic performance against one of the best bot lanes here in the LPL.
Oh, there's a good charm onto Elk, which means he's already so low. On has to flash away while Xiaohao keeps chase. They've gotten rid of the Viego. Now they're going to try and kill off the Kog'Maw, and they will do just that. The resets, the hops, the skips, the jumps. AL found their mark. BLG just could not get their Kog'Maw going. They wanted to try and see if the Milio Kog'Maw was worth it, but it shall look like it will be going to a 0-3 scoreline here in the LPL. Xiao still trying to see if he can find out where Bin went, but not to be done for the moment, and he's all alone in the world. I don't think Bin can 1v5 as much as he tries.
He's going to be sitting under his Fountain or Nexus turrets here. 15 seconds before Shun is alive. Elk, same thing. AL, they're going to have to push the boundaries here, get really close and intimate with some of these turrets.
Yeah, they're going to try, but already Bin just cannot hold the line. He's going to go into a stopwatch. He had his Zhonya's for the last second, but it's going to send us to a game 3. 6 games in the day. And AL get themselves back on the board. 1-1 now with a scoreline.
Only fitting that BLG, after being on a tear for the last week, decide, hey, we're gonna go to a game 3. Congrats to anyone's legends. I did say at the beginning of the series that we were gonna have to take one game at a time, and while game 1 they weren't able to clinch it out, game 2 this was a lot closer, and obviously they take down that Nexus and look down, potentially giving BLG their first loss of the season.
I mean, potentially, it's one step in the right direction. And again, look, AL just kind of called them on their bluff. They said, look, your composition is way too convoluted to really kind of work out. If we just ward our flanks, there's not really a lot you can do. You can see it so many times that BLG wanted to engage. They wanted to try and get on top of this Lucian-Nami combination. Yes. And they just couldn't. It just wasn't enough. So I really do want to see if BLG coming into the next draft, just pick something more simple. Give Malphite to Bin. Give, you know, something that could just be point-and-click CC. I think the Annie is fine. Maybe don't go for the Kog'Maw. You can pick the Milio, but just go for something a little bit better.
Yeah, it was a bit tough. I feel like this is one of those 80 carry games where you're like, I want to test if Kog'Maw's good. You played Kog'Maw, you're like, all right, Kog'Maw Milio is strong, but it requires a very niche composition, and it needs answers from the opponents to not be taken. Specifically that Gragas. I thought that this Gragas was such a big pain point for them. It made it very difficult for someone like for Elk to really position very well. And then we had Harder just coming in from the top rope with the Ahri, just takes everything out and just... It makes BLG's life a lot harder. I assume coming into Game 3, we're going to get something a lot easier to execute, like you were saying before. And maybe we can start putting Kog'Maw on the shelf. This champion is maybe just not it right now.
Absolutely. And look, the thing is, Kog'Maw can work. It's not as if we're not saying he can't.
For sure.
It's just that you got to build around the Kog'Maw. It's just, we said it right from the draft, that you got the Kog'Maw and the Milio, but then you've got an Annie, okay, that's an engage, and then you've got Viego, okay, that's kind of a dive champion looking for out for himself. Then you got a Jax. It's like, okay, this isn't, no one here is peeling for the Kog'Maw. No one is actually helping him out right now. And unfortunately for BLG, just wasn't the composition to go for them. But for AL, great to see them kind of come back into this one here. And again, they're just patient, making sure they were getting themselves the right engages and picking off players from the side of BLG because they just had better engage options.
I can't believe that I'm saying a Lucian-Nami had a better late-game performance past 25 minutes than Kog'Maw Milio. That feels like blasphemy coming out from this game. Anyone's Legends, man. They are just... They're playing very well. They're taking advantage of the fact that BLG are getting greedy against them. They saw it a little bit in Game 1 with how the bot lane was playing. They didn't get Elkin on ahead. So this feels more and more like this series so far. Some members of BLG are maybe not performing at that level that we have been expecting or seeing from them in the past weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for BLG, kind of need to see them step up a little bit better. Like I said, this is not the... you know what the funny thing is? This is very... kind of stock standard for BLG to just randomly drop a game. They've done this quite a few times in this split so far, but Game 3, need to see them go back to the game where, like, again, similar to against EDG, similar against RA, where they just kind of come out and absolutely smash. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our third game of the series and our 6th game of the day.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies.
可能是最近对面打野熏的螳螂吧。我觉得他是一名很厉害的选手吧，能和他交手很荣幸。我们会努力调整，然后珍惜赢下每一局的机会吧。希望 AL 可以慢慢，我们一起加油打进季后赛吧。
Working hard and getting themselves back into this series. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into what is definitively our final game of the night. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by Alk Battery, who has been perfectly baptized into the LPL by getting a full set of 6 games in his first 2 casts. And we got to talk about ZDZ in that game because he was just the kind of curator of everything that was good for the side of AL, and they got themselves the MVP.
It felt like this felt like a little bit of a continuation from the first game, right? Like his performance by himself, he was able to solo kill Bin a couple of times, and then here on this Gragas, every single pick onto Elk was this cask right here. Boom. getting those casts, getting the belly flop right on top of Elk, and it stopped every kind of win condition that BLG had set up. We're trying to play around our bot side. We're trying to protect our AD carry. It just doesn't matter. Shun could never find any movement, never could do anything in this game. And part of that has to be that tank top laners make it very difficult for you to be able to move.
Yeah, I mean, the tank top laner that's also doing a million billion damage, it feels like. And again, even here, you can see that once Elk has already lost his health bar, there's nothing he can really do there. Xiaohao can just keep running him down, keep pushing him away from the fight. So regardless of what you want to say about the Kog'Maw, it is only as good as the amount of damage it gets to give. And it did give a fair bit, but just not enough for the game to really be going back into BLG's favor. So we're coming into the third game of this series. We're going straight into picks and bans. And I gotta ask you right now, what do you want to see differently from the side of BLG? They're already taking away the Gragas and the Lucian.
Ooh, okay, well, I would want to see something that is a winning top lane matchup for Bin. He has not been on the favorable side of a lot of these matchups so far in this series, and when we've seen it, when we've obviously, I just also want to say we can get rid of Kog'Maw. We're done with Kog'Maw. That experiment is done and dusted. We can put it back into the like. I'm just done with it. We don't have to worry about that for right now. But for BLG, I do want to see Bin a little bit more. Give him some more expression, right? Give him some freedom in what he's able to do up there. Because if we're getting tank versus tank matchups versus ZDZ, then that's a free lane for him, and that means that they can go into team fights with something a little bit more even, especially since we know Bin to be such a good carry player when we need him to, such a great fighter player, and it's when we see him on the Gragas, the Malphite, that are not exactly his shining moments.
Absolutely, and look, they're going to go back towards the Milio. This time, though, is going to give over the Aphelios and the Cassante over to the side of AL, so they're getting themselves some pretty big power picks now, right now. I wouldn't mind maybe seeing maybe the Xayah or possibly the Jinx with the Milio can be an exceptionally powerful pick, but no, BLG straight away saying, look, we need to get shown into some more of a kind of a carry potential, and with the Annie ban away as well, the Maokai and the Jace coming straight out for this mid-jungle duo.
All right, we're picking up a Jace, a flexible pick here. If Bin is going to be able to take it, it does leave themselves open. Annie being taken away, I think, is really interesting because now Yagao is going to have to think of some other champions who are going to be able to pick. Syndra is the most likely, and now anyone's Legends with the Diana.
Okay, I'm liking where this is going right now. The Diana can be a flex into mid lane technically, but it is predominantly a jungler, and that honestly might lead to BLG kind of saying, look, do we need to ban away the Yasuo? Something that, like, you know, a Yasuo Diana combination that has been seen quite a few times.
I wonder, yeah, that's my first thought, right? Because BLG, that's the first thing you have to be thinking of is Yasuo into Jace matchup. That's exactly what they want to do, so they get rid of it. And so now here for anyone's Legends, you had to have known that Yasuo was going to get banned. So what is your response here? Are you going to kind of all in on this Diana pick? Maybe you put it into mid lane to try to deal with Jace in a side lane, and someone has to, if Harder is going to play Diana mid, this is like the first time in forever that I've seen that champion in a solo lane.
Yeah, they banned with the Blitzcranks. They're leaving Zora onto something like the Lulu that he could pick up here, no problem whatsoever, no questions asked. Even the Nautilus as well. Honestly, I would have just preferred the Lulu ban outright, just to kind of say, look, we're not going to go into this Enchanter versus Enchanter, especially with an Aphelios on the enemy team, so we're going to get rid of it. But the Zeri and the Xayah all taken away. The Nautilus gets picked up here for AL. They've got a hell of a lot of knockups. They don't have a Yasuo to go for right now, but they could go straight for a Yone as well.
Yone is definitely an option for them. For BLG, it's very risky, especially when they have a Nautilus on the other team. But Cassiopeia as an angle has been something that we've been seeing a lot of in North America, and could be something that they're going to actually end up. They could end up going for the swap. But what am I talking about? It's Cassiopeia, North America. We're in LPL. I should have known better than that to be talking about a mobile mid mages here, as Gnar is actually going to be the pick here for Bin, and anyone's Legends, they have kind of their pick of the litter here as to what they want to go for. ZDZ did not have a great performance on the Gangplank last time and is going to pivot away from that.
Pivot away a little bit, but the Camille gets locked and loaded here, so it's going to be a Cassante into that mid lane. The Camille going up towards that top side. So yeah, BLG definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable with the options available to them. Should be able to kind of get better engages comparatively to the last game. But AL are no slouches. So many potential ways of getting on top of this Jinx, and you can't cleanse away a Hextech ultimatum. It's just not possible. So, or a Nautilus ultimate. So there's actually quite a bit here that the Milio's not going to be able to kind of deal with.
Right now, from where AL are standing, this is a good spot to be in. You have a great matchup in the top side. Mid lane is going to be a, we're going to negate the fact that there's a Jace in this game, and Aphelios versus Jinx. We've seen it time and time again here now with a Nautilus ultimate, like you were saying, uncleansable, not something that they can avoid. This is a position where anyone's Legends, if they play their cards right, I think they have an advantage here to potentially go and take this series.
That's it. Look, on paper, you look at the names on your screen right now, we probably don't know any of the names on anyone's Legend, and you know a fair few of them from BLG. You're probably thinking, yeah, they got the Jinx, they got the Milio, they got this, but I mean, the way this series is played out, AL have been able to catch out this Elk, AD carry on so many different occasions. They've made their compositions work for how they needed them to get the games to win. For BLG, they need to try and step up just a little bit more, not giving away silly kills or silly objectives in the early stages. And we'll have to wait and see, as we are about to jump onto the Rift for the third game of the series, the sixth game of the day and the final game of our broadcast. And we're going to see if BLG can keep their undefeated series streak, or if AL can be taking a scalp off at the start of week 3.
Oh. Big changes for this series is that Lucian being gone. It means that Elk does have the ability to actually interact yet again. These first two games, when the first game we saw the Zeri wasn't able to deal all that much damage to Jichoyi, and then second game, like we just saw, Elk just got manhandled by these two. So now here, having to play the Aphelios versus Elk is the champion that we had seen. It's a champion that he has a ton of games on, but in this season so far, in this split, has not found too much success, but that could be said for a lot of games here from anyone's Legend so far.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely feel like that is a fair one. I will say, Sean going towards that red smite immediately tells me he's going for the full AP build. So
yes.
Definitely going to be curious to see how that ends up working out. I will say most of the time it doesn't.
Yeah, there are a few options here. I've been seeing a lot of different things. Obviously, Imperial Mandate is one of the kind of supportive ones if you really want to go for it. What I saw most recently, and I think is probably going to be likely, we're going to get a Demonic Embrace going into a Redemption, so you can stack that max HP and just deal a ton of damage as this Maokai. And seeing this Maokai for Shun means that they just want so much control in the river. You can throw those saplings. It's a good way of face checking. I want to see what this Diana can do. We are so used to seeing Diana with a Yasuo pairing that by itself, I don't know how I feel.
I mean, it is kind of the secondary to the Yasuo carry, but definitely not something to be sneezed at, shall we say, that the damage that can be available to something like this, as we do see a level 2 being hit up here by Elk and On. Look, the Jinx Aphelios matchup is as tale as old as time. You end up having a range matchup, and Aphelios is just not really a champion level 1, so you kind of just lose out on that thing. And this is the thing with the Diana, haven't seen it since 2022, nearly a full year, 324 days, almost there at the year. And it was actually JDG versus BLG, and at the time it was Khan, the jungler, who picked it out for BLG.
That's insane. Wow, that's we've got a full new a brand new face for BLG. We've got almost a year before. I think it'd be very fitting for them and a little poetic if AL were able to take this game. But still, pretty early on, Elk and them getting chip damage already 3 minutes in. They've taken a turret plate here, which is huge.
I was going to say, how did that wave get that big? That was an absurdly large wave to be crashing in right there, and meant that the chip damage on the turret and the chip damage on the players is very, very significant now. I'm not quite sure exactly how that went down, but look, I digress, and we'll see how they all kind of want to go for it. But again, more and more we're seeing just pressure coming out from Xiaohao as he looks to try and maybe be a bit of a nuisance here into this jungle. Will be spotted out just about there onto the Scuttle Crab, so maybe Yagai wants to steal it away with an accelerated shock blast. Not going to be really in range. I'd say that almost was, and Xiaohao does to confirm himself the Scuttle, but now Shun Maybe wants to go for a move on
they're
the spot
going to
side.
go for this.
No defensive summoners. It's just flashes. They have aggressive summoners here, so they have no heal, no barrier. They're going to look to try and fully dive on top of this one here. They're going to jump straight in on top of the Aphelios. Can they get the damage down? He flashes, and there's the Jinx getting excited. Elk will finally get himself to walk away. A beautiful tanking of the tower there for the BLG bot side.
Great. Getting your first blood for this Jinx is exactly what you want to see when we're talking about this hyper carry. And hey, Shun makes it happen. He is wide. This is a more BLG typical game. Shun gets early action, goes for a dive, is either able to grab kills or completely excise the bottom lane of the opponent away from this. Get resources into Elk, and now it is with Emilio, so it won't open up on to start to roam, but BLG getting an advantage. Elk is so good when you can get him a little bit more gold. We get to take a look at this dive again. I mean, that's the ghost gone. Both of them saving their flashes, rightfully so. Oh, wait, Chichoyi just doesn't have flash anymore. That's a repeat gank waiting to happen.
I mean, it has to be, right? Again, just having that extra range of the extra power, great tanking from everyone involved. And you can see Bin just kind of making the most of this now on the top side, saying, look, I've got to be able to get himself a demolish proc, move himself forward, and he's going to be feeling just fine. Nice little knockback there from the Emilio to make sure that he doesn't take as much of a bad trade, but it's still pretty bad. Diana coming down. Xiaohao maybe looking to try and repay the favor. This time around, no flash or heal onto On. Yeah, he's just going to try and maybe confirm this one back. I don't even think they get a plate, though, to be perfectly honest, because it's just not a big enough wave.
Not big enough, and even if it had gone down, Shun was on his way. He's actually going to lose out on his Raptors here because of this. So good play from AL, and honestly, just nice movement of them to kind of somehow circumvent around each other, but the pings are coming out. They wanted to try and make this play onto Aphelios, but Chichoyi is going to move away and just catch this wave. So AL, despite going down on a little bit of gold, you know, it's only just the first blood that makes up the gold difference. They're feeling very, very good with where they're at right now. Diana is getting closer and closer to level 6, and right now, Shun is behind.
Definitely to be expected. Diana is a bit of a hard farmer in that jungle position, so definitely a little bit easier for the Diana to sort of burn through these camps very early on, even as the blasting one to add in that extra little bit of damage there with the AP, but see what they can kind of work for right now. Level 6 is going to be hitting pretty close now for most of the solo laners, if not the junglers, fairly soon. There's no massive amounts of mana on ZDT, but you got to feel this in your bones now, Bin. You got to know that he's like, hang on, he's not got a huge amount of mana, and he's just walking up to me right now, and he's going to bait out absolutely everything, even the hop. There's the Hextech ultimatum. This is just beautiful from ZDZ, recognizing the exact amount of time he needed to wait. They're going to get 2 flashes out, but Bin is still going strong. Bin looking to try and move this backwards. He can't kill him. Oh, just about get him with the Crescent Strike. Xiaohao needed to make sure that worked, otherwise Bin would have had egg all over their faces.
Yes, Bin no longer has the flash, no longer has the teleport either. So ZDZ with this wave coming in, he's going to be able to teleport back in. Yagao barely spots him on the exit here, and it's just going to pick up all of this wave. BLG cannot answer this play, and it leaves for both of the solo laners of anyone's Legends to get extra gold in their back pocket, including a turret plate here for Harder.
Have a look at the kind of ways that this can kind of work out now for the side of BLG. But I mean, again, I gotta give massive props over to AL. They just baited that out so well for ZDT, just recognizing, hey, if I just let him go in on top of me, we waste all of his kind of big disengages. We know we can get at least the flash out of him, if not the kill. So really well done there by AL to keep their top side very, very relevant. And it's exactly what I want to be seeing with them having the Diana. The Diana is such a huge skirmisher in these early stages that it needs to be getting those early kills as often as possible.
And the more gold into Diana that you can get, similar to most other carries in this game, you're going to be feeling very, very strong. You're going to be feeling like there's a way for you to go for this. And BLG in a tough spot here now, where Diana's starting to pick up gold. The Aphelios is going to be picking up a plate, and you're not all that far ahead of them. Even losing the dragon here for the side of BLG is a pretty big error, but I think it's just because that Zora backed. They thought, hey, their bot lane could move up. We saw that Yagao was starting to cheat over. Just decide to give up the dragon. BLG just get a Herald now.
I mean, the thing is like, you know, we have perfect vision, we have perfect information.
For sure, exactly.
For Xiaohao, and Xiaohao, oh, why didn't he just take it? Why didn't he just kind of go for it? He didn't have that information. Look at the bot side. He had 0 wards to be able to tell him where the jungler was, where anybody was moving in from, and there was no priority in that mid lane either. So I appreciate the idea from Xiaohao to kind of say, look, I don't want to just give away a free kill and the dragon, so just gives up the dragon for the moment, doesn't have to worry about giving over too much in favor over to the side of BLG.
Well, I want to see what Shun is able to do with this Herald now, as Xiaohao should be a kill on a bin.
That is just too damn easy there. You get the Moonfall coming all the way down, and this is just going to become the way it is now. I think for Bin, really not respecting the top side of the map at all. Yes, he's ahead on CS, yes, he's a Gnar, but I mean, without Flash and without ways of getting away from this Hextech ultimatum, you just can't go for those kind of aggressive trades.
He doesn't have Flash, and the Mega Gnar specifically just wasn't available, so ZDZ is going to continue to compile this lead. He's getting closer and closer to the Divine Sunderer. And now here, BLG, they still have the Rift Herald in their back pocket, and they're getting closer to contesting this dragon. Xiaohao does not have the Diana ultimate, which I think would be a much bigger impact. You make sure you want to have this for this fight. Otherwise, this is just not an objective we're going to be contesting.
It might look to still go for it. No Moonfall available for Xiaohao, so it wouldn't be the greatest of fights. And yeah, AL think the better of it. It was more just posturing than anything else to make sure that BLG committed the resources, which they did, because Bin had to rotate down. And that does mean the first dragon of the game goes over to BLG. Now, AL, where do you want to try and move this pressure? You're going to have the Moonfall back in a couple of seconds. They are going to see that the Diana is there, and yeah, you can block it with the Nautilus, use his Spider-Man skills, and get himself straight to safety. So a little bit of a lackluster ult there from Shun as he does have the Rift Herald. Imagine he's going to try and drop it down here and maybe get this AD carry going.
They could get the whole turret here. Xiaohao's ultimate is up. It's going to be a majority of these plates. They're getting so much damage onto Jichuyi. And Yagao waiting over the wings, trying to get as much chip damage. Look at the two of them. Just putting down damage. Yeah, this turret is going down within the next play. So Xiaohao going to instead move over to other sides?
Or is it? Xiaohao has Flash. Could go in on top of this one here. He's going to look for it. Flash is in. The Moonfall hits on the 2, but it's immediately cleansed away. They get knocked up, and they're going to keep themselves healthy with this Milio. Harder did TP in to try and make something work here, but just a little bit too late on the play. Yes, it's a good idea from the side of AL to protect the tower, but it's kind of just leading to the same result.
Now Yagao gets alone time in the mid lane. Should be able to hit this turret a few times, get a plate for himself. BLG going to be experiencing some gold influx across multiple members here, and hopefully this means that Yagao is closer to finishing either a mythic or getting that legendary item that he is looking for, as Elk so close to finishing, Cole so close to finishing another item here. Looks like he's going for that Storm. No, this is this Stormrazor?
Kraken, I believe.
Oh, yeah, well, there is some front line he's going to be dealing with. ZDZ.
I mean, Bin is in a 1v3.
Okay. All right, observers, this feels mean. This feels mean for BLG
feels
fans.
a little mean.
There's a lot of them in the crowd.
Yeah, it feels a little mean, but I mean, Bin is 0-3 right now, and I mean, look, it happens. Bin having a little bit of an off series, shall we say, today, and look, it happens to the best of us.
Literally, it does happen to the best of us here, as Bin just hasn't really found his footing so far. It's been, you know, it's been rough coming back from London. I said that most of this team has not experienced the MSI hangover, the international hangover coming back. But
no, because they didn't win, that's why.
well, there you go, exactly. They have been still in his kind of inconsistent era in terms of laning phase so far, and showing no signs of really breaking that in this game, because now ZDZ is a level ahead. Is now going to. This is okay, guys. Come on.
Come on, guys. He's just a baby. He's just a little boy. This is just not fair. This is bullying, AL. I won't have it.
He's worth 176 gold. He's worth as much as his turret play, guys. I don't think it's worth it. I just don't think that's going to be the play. We have Dragon spawning at 2 minutes, a Rift Herald in a minute 30, and we'll see what they can do, as now BLG, they've gotten the turret for their bot laner. Elk getting a small advantage here with not only kills for himself, but also more and more of those turret plates as they're about to fall. He's going to cover this top side, and they're going to look to try and grab at least a little bit of damage onto this top tier 1.
I mean, straight up, this is moving on to kind of like, you know, psychological warfare coming in on top of Bin. They're just like, look what, we're going to tilt you off the face of the earth. We don't care about the Jinx having a 30 CS lead, a kill, and an entire plate worth of a tower worth of plates on the bot side. We're just going to keep going. I actually think Elk probably gets this tower as well, so I mean, it's going to be difficult to really kind of defend against this. And yeah, I mean, that's just the tower going over. So Elk is the carry. Elk is the bigger brother right now, and he is hearing word from his friends that his little brother Bin is getting bullied at school, and he's not going to have it.
No more. Everyone leave him alone. This is who you're hurting, okay? You're just hurting a kid, okay? He's just a little guy. He's literally playing the most little guy skin in the game. Just why? Why? Like, obviously this is someone who has a bunch of international experience, not just from this year, but come on. Like, this is one of those memes where it's like they show like a cute animal. It's like, this is who you're hurting when you're being mean to someone on the internet. You don't want to do. No, Xiao Hao, get away from here.
No, they know he's there. He knows. He has to know. He's trying to kill away the towers. They're going to jump straight in on top of him. Hexac Ultimatum, and Pin is all 5 of the deaths. But now can Yagao come back into this one? That's a 1 kill coming back in. Harder looking for this, but the tower's already stacked up. 2 for Yagao, and the bullying of Bin shall be no more. ZDZ flashes in to try and make something happen. Will not get knocked back here. Will get hit by a hell of a lot of artillery, but shall not die. What Elk does in his stead, so not quite sure what happened there, but Elk got caught out on the backside of that play.
Yagao says, no one kills my top laner 5 times in a row and gets away with it, okay? I'm gonna get my kills. Gets 2 kills in the interim. Elk falling there is a pretty big mistake. Okay, Bin wants this wave, I think. I think Bin wants some gold in his back pocket at this point. He's gonna be hurting for a little bit. All of that means that BLG will grab the 2nd dragon of this game. And this is just a mess. I think that both of these teams are starting to get down in the dirt, get a little sloppy with each other, because we're just getting all kinds of like weird guerrilla tactics. Usually when we're talking about Elk, he is just safe by himself. As we get to take a look at this replay, just out of Mega Gnar, tries to clear this wave. It's just painful. I hope we get a replay of what happened in that top side or against Elk, because he is usually one of the safer AD carries. Usually he's playing away from his support, and this time around just gets caught.
I'm trying to see how he gets caught, because you can see on the minimap he's fine.
Oh, he just walks into Nautilus.
Walks into the Nautilus. Yeah, the minimap unfortunately will go away there. But here it is. Thank you so much, observers. Yeah, just walks in, got caught. That's literally as simple as it gets.
All right, fair enough. Still, a bit of a misposition and a bit of an error here for Elk, who typically isn't one to make one. As they drop the Rift Tail, they're going to open up this map. BLG, early game aside, now that we're here at about 17 minutes, this feels a lot more to what we should be expecting from the #1 team. The first 2 games, a little bit sloppy, obviously. Game 1 was just all gas, no brakes. And Game 2, kind of all over the place. I think they were recovering a little bit in this early game, but now BLG are very handily taking control of this map. I think they're done. They don't want any more silly business. I think they've given enough over to AL, and they want to win.
Yeah, I mean, I know who is definitely done is Yagao, the big brother. Yago's coming in and saying, all right, you guys had your fun, AL, but I am not going to let you guys bully Bin without some kind of consequences. You will get your shots in. That's the way these fights go, but will you be able to kind of step up to me afterwards? That is the real question. We will see now. Everyone kind of going on a bit of a reset right now. They're looking to try and make this one work. Triforce finally finished up for Bin as he desperately tries to finish off his call to get some kind of money back into his pocket. Nearly got the Ravenous Hydra finish up for ZDZ, so his side lane pressure is going to be very, very significant coming into these mid to late game team fights, or even just mid to late game rotations.
Bin right now is like, I wish I was playing Jax so I could build Zonias, because it's the only... and I get the blue buff stolen away from me, man.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
It's sad, and there's a turret going down. He spent all of this time because he wanted to say, I'm going to take the blue buff, move into top side, and try to contest CDZ. Good call here from the top laner of AL to let as many minions die as possible so that Whoever's going to pick up this wave, most likely Bin, gets very little from it. And now Elk and Squad, they're stepping up way too far. This pincer maneuver.
This is a big pincer maneuver. They're trying to jump onto Elk, but Elk's gotten himself away for the moment. Will he get some resets? That is the question. Jump straight now onto straight on top of Harder, but Harder hasn't gone all out just yet. They will take out the Maokai. This Jinx is still doing damage. You got to be so careful with how you position yourself, especially with those accelerated shock blasts coming in from the side. It's only a 1-for-none trade, but it does feel like the health bars are still in favor of the side of BLG, and they will get themselves that turret.
A minute and 30 before the next Dragon as well. That kill is completely worth for BLG. Yes, it's Shun, who did use the flash in that situation, but look at what he got on the opposite end. A teleport from ZDZ and a couple of ultimates as well before this next Dragon. It's Soul Point coming up for BLG, and if I'm them, I'm saying it's worth here, for sure. We used Flash there to kill our Maokai?
I mean, it's definitely a moment there. I don't know why Harder doesn't try and go all out there right on top of Elk, but
yeah,
it just feels like
that part was a little bit weird. Maybe he wasn't close enough to the wall and it would have just like pinned him up against the wall, but still, like, feels like AL, maybe not all firing at the same cylinder, all of the target acquisition was not perfect there, and it leads to AL having a less than lackluster engage.
Absolutely, I definitely feel like they got a little bit too hypey about getting in on top with the Diana. Again, like, yes, it is an AP Maokai, but he's got a plenty of health bar to kind of burn himself through. And ZDZ now moving towards this Dragon to see if he can maybe contest it just a little bit. They have spotted out this ward, and now ZDZ needs to kind of just hook shot himself out. Yeah, the Jace coming in now to defend this mid lane. See if they end up making this work in as Harder joins in as well. This is going to be a poke war, you would imagine, that BLG should be able to win with these accelerated shock blasts. We are going to see the ultimate come out because they know that Bin is getting into Mega. They're going to throw everything at them now, and they're going to try and take them all out. Massive move there from Bin to say he is no longer the little boy he used to be. There's going to be the Aphelios, though, using the damage. Look at this, Aphelios with the chakrams going in right now. Yagao is massive at the moment, though, as he's trying to see if he can make this one work. It's still the Aphelios alive, but he's just separated from his team. Yagao refuses to let BLG lose this game.
It's a 3-for-2 in favor of BLG, and they'll grab the Dragon as well, even with the jungler of anyone's legend. Jichoyi, instead, even just trying to say, on, you can't do anything, man. I'm a fed Aphelios in this situation. You're not going to be able to stop me. I'm going to grab the turret from my team. I'm going to make this as worth as I can. BLG getting a small gold lead for themselves, but this game is getting only closer and closer as we check out the replay here. This fight looked good. Bin coming in on this Gnar. He's just saying, look, I'm a team fight champion. I don't care what you did to me in the laning phase. But it's this Jichoyi who just makes sure, yeah, no, we're still here to play as anyone's legend.
Just ridiculous damage there. The combination of the Moonlight Vigil in with the auto attack. The empowered auto attack of the Camille means that the Jinx is no more, but the damage is kind of already done there. You can see there's Xiaohao not having that flash, not really able to kind of move back forward on top of that, and that does mean that Soul Point has been reached here by the side of BLG. They are still only 2,000 gold ahead, but having that 3 dragons in pocket means they can kind of pick and choose when and where they go for a fight. They can pick and choose when and where they want to make something happen, and right now it does feel like AL are feeling, I gotta say, it feels like AL are definitely feeling a little bit more confident in a way because they're the ones that are kind of, you know, looking for proactive plays.
They're going for things. They're trying to at least start the fight, which we couldn't say for a lot of the for some of the rest of this series. Yagao being a little bit cheeky there. I'm wondering for ZDZ, as the game goes on, is he going to opt into a hull breaker? Because that would open up a lot of the map and definitely allow him to continue solo killing Bin, who still at 23.5 minutes has not actually finished the call. He didn't buy it immediately to start the game. I just think this is a funny little piece of a bit of tech as he's gonna finish it now. Oh, 23-minute call. There we go. Shout out Bin. All right, Bin's back in the game, everybody.
I mean, if he finishes up an item here and gets to the 2 items, I think it's worth. That's just my opinion right now.
Yeah,
but
he's backing.
We'll see.
Hold
we'll
up.
see. There.
Oh,
Okay. It's worth it for him to go to a 23-minute call completion as he gets the hull breaker to try and deal with the ZDZ side lane. But now we're coming back into the game. Stopwatch available for Elk. He's got Flash and Ghost as well. That stopwatch is pivotal because it means that he's going to be able to go into stasis if he gets jumped on by the Diana and the Camille, or either or of those champions. GA finish up for Yagao, 4-0 on 1 on this Jason, 50 CS ahead, or just a bit over it, or under it, I should say. He is looking fantastic on this pick for the moment. Definitely had a couple of moments during MSI on the Jace where it weren't ideal for the BLG mid laner, but has definitely been looking like he's been putting in the hours to learn this one here as Yagao does get hooked off, but it's a bit of a separation. Shun is getting kind of 1v2'd on that side there, as you can see. Ifelio was forced to flash back over the side. There's going to be a Super Mega Jet Rocket. Now ZDZ thought he had a bit of a flank, but just not to be right there. And this is a big moment here for the side of BLG. They haven't killed anybody, but they're forced a hell of a lot of resets.
I was going to say, with all of the summoner spells available for everyone before that fight, a single pick can start up the Baron. They're going to pull for this Chichoyi, no flash,
Here
no
we go,
ghost.
it's a bit of a flip.
All the way back.
Xiaohao has flash. Can he get into the pit? That's the question. 2,000 down on the health bar. They're going to win! Xiaohao gets the steal, and they will get everybody else out. He will die, but he will die a hero for AL.
It buys them time, and now with this Baron buff, there's a lot that AL can do. They can start to push back on some of these waves that are stacking against them. BLG, no one there to mark where Xiaohao was. A little bit sloppy coming out from our first place team, and definitely what you do not want to see is a BLG fan, as this is the last game. 1100, 1137 is the last number I saw right there. Xiaohao sacrificing his life, valiantly so, to get his team that Baron.
Yagao, seeing if you can maybe catch out ZDZ. Yeah, they're going to look for him now in the brushes. Not going to catch him out with the ultimate. They don't actually know he's there. Now they do, as he hit him with the accelerated shock blast. He's going to try and get into the Uxtec ultimatum, maybe go for a hook shot. Wall shot, can't get away. Doesn't have flash. If they can kill off ZDZ, that Baron power play becomes so less powerful. And that is a big pick now coming in here for the side of BLG.
They need to rush into mid lane, however. 45 seconds before this dragon. It is going to be the Ocean. Billy can drop this objective, but obviously getting a soul for yourself would be nice. They're just going to be coming into the pit very, very late, and instead I think would want to be able to push out these waves, get priority in mid, shove out this bottom wave that Harder is starting to escort. Anyone's Legends, they're starting to crumble a little bit on the edges here, but not quite out of this game yet.
Do you believe? You can see now that Yagao 5-0-2. Yagao is earning his Yagoat accolade because he has just been fantastic. Look at that TP ward at the back. I will say that again because I thought there was a TP for ZDZ, but there is not. He could have been on a bit of a flank, but looks like we're going to see the Dragon Soul being started up here now. ZDZ going to have to walk all the way from the base to try and get here on time, but do BLG know the timing on it? That's the real question. Xiaohao is off to the backside. They don't know exactly where the jungler is. All the side of AL. Here we go. They're going to go forward, try and get the steal off on this. No, Dragon Soul completed. They're going to jump straight onto Elk on the backside. It's when he goes gold, and he has that stopwatch used. Now ZDZ trying to see if he can do it. Oh, Xiaohao misses completely from his ultimate, and now Elk trying to put down damage. ZDZ jumps back in with a hook shot, wall shot, and now you can see the rest of BLG are trying to just turn around and burn down these health bars. So much damage that he isn't even involved with the Jinx, able to be utilized here, and Bin isn't done. He's like, oh, you remember when you bullied me? You remember when you killed me 5 times? I shall chase you down. Will not be able to get any more kills.
Yeah!
But Bin, with a massive ultimate, keeps his team in it, and they get themselves the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul as well is now going to push out on multiple different lanes, opening up the inhibitor in mid lane, grabbing a tier 2 in the top lane. BLG feels like they've awoken from a slumber. AL poking the sleeping bear. Well, guess what? Now you got to deal with all the consequences. Are you the honeypot, or are you going to be able to get away from this one? Ocean Soul in their back pocket, a massive team fight victory. Elk, who stayed alive for so long, bought so much time for his team. He played that perfectly with that stopwatch and his flash, getting so much damage and being able to draw away some of the other members. We're going to take a look at it in this replay. Watch Elk as everybody tries to engage. Xiaohao not in position. Even with this Camille flank, just cancels the ultimate, even the Nautilus ult as well.
Yeah, and then Xiaohao goes in. Completely, unfortunately, whiffs the ultimate. And actually, it brings Yagao straight in on top of the Aphelios, and Bin, alongside his mid laner, just jumps at the opportunity to take down the AD carry of AL. And look, I gotta give it to AL. You tried everything. You almost got the perfect fight. Elk wasn't really involved in it. I would love to see the damage numbers come back out after the last fight, because I don't think Elk did a lot at all, but it doesn't matter because Yagao is ridiculous. He's so huge.
He is having another MVP performance, another reminder for everybody who might put some disrespect on his name that He is a legend. He is a veteran for a reason in this league. He has shown time and time again his ability to showcase his talent, his ability to carry games. And hey, he can do it on Annie, he can do it on Jace. I think if you said, hey, this guy's going to carry on Annie, people would scoff a little bit. But to do it on Jace, there's a reason why people may mock my region for the North American Jace. The LPL Jace just hits different.
LPL Jace. Yagao's Jace in this particular game. It's just better, man. It's just better. But now he's got himself the Sorelda's Grudge. He's building himself up. And again, Bin was 0-5 at one point. He's now 4-5-4. He's been able to stop the bleeding. He's been able to pick up a couple of kills. And he's got himself a Randuin's Omen. So his job, he knows what his job is. His job is to jump on top of the Aphelios. That is what he does. And that's exactly what he's looking to aim to do. As we can wait to see now where they want to try and show this next little bit of a fight. No stopwatch this time, though, on Elk. There is a stopwatch on top of the Aphelios. That could be key, as the Baron going to be spawning in just under a minute.
And when we're looking at summoner spells again, 45 seconds before that Baron, there is summoner spell in advantage for anyone's legend. Bin, Yagao, and Elk do not have their flashes. Shun with this flank.
They're going in for a huge amount of flanking, trying to see if they can take out the tanks before anything really happens, and Elk gets a kill and gets excited. Yagao is the target for the moment from Xiaohao, and on top of the Aphelios, he's trying to turn back this damage. Holy hell, that Jace is fed, even has the GA to keep himself alive for the moment. Jumps back in, brings down the hammer, and Yagao refuses to die. You can kill him once, but you can't kill him twice, and BLG will end this series and continue their unbeaten series run.
Yagao just doesn't care. He says, it's another day in the office, another day on this stage that I'm going to grab myself a win. BLG, they stay undefeated. They silence some haters and some doubters. This series was a little too close for everybody's liking. Anyone's Legends, man, I don't know what to say. I feel bad for them because they came so close to upsetting our first seed.
They got close but no cigar. BLG continuing themselves up to a 5-0 record. Great start here for the MSI runner-ups. The runner-ups of LPL Spring. They are just kind of building themselves up. It wasn't easy. It was a scrappy affair, but this is the thing that separates the good from the great. A good team will lose this series. A great team will battle it out and still come out with a W. They might not look clean. It might not look like they're the greatest team in the world right now, but a win's a win, and that is all that matters at the end of the score sheet.
I'm still a little bit worried. I think that right now the trend for BLG is they need to be able to keep their nose down. They need to be able to stay on top. I will say, if they do end up losing the game, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Obviously, they are in first for a reason, taking so many dominant games, and a single loss isn't going to suddenly plummet you down the standings. But being able to say you had an undefeated season in terms of series, it's got to feel nice, and getting that undisputed first place at the end of this regular season would feel pretty good. But for them, especially with their competition that's coming up, they're going to be facing JDG at the end of this week. They cannot be looking like this.
Absolutely. And look, for BLG, if you're going to have a bad week or a bad series, this is definitely the bad one to have a bad series. Yeah, it's right now. Don't be worrying about everything else. You got the win. Throw it to the back of your mind. You've TT later this week. I believe they play on Thursday. And then, as you mentioned, they have got JDG, our final game, on Sunday after the end of this week. So this is still a team that can go up to 6-0 before they go up against JDG. And again, JDG have had their number all year. This will be the sixth time we've been seeing this matchup so far, the split between best of fives and best of threes. JDG have yet to really lose any of those series, so I'm curious to see if BLG have come out with anything different to try and, change that perspective coming into this particular matchup.
Would be interesting. I want to give credit over to Anyone's Legends. They have had such close series week by week, and if they can continue this performance, it won't reflect their series score, but I think it can tell a lot of where this team is at right now and where their development is as they continue to get better, continue to find more and more of some winning ways for them going further into the season.
Absolutely. I think AL, it's a bittersweet moment. I think they can definitely hold their heads high and say, look, we pushed them to the limits. We did a lot of good in that. I think their ganks around topside in that particular last game were exceptionally powerful and just constantly shifting the narrative of the focus, I suppose, on BLG, where everyone says, yes, bot lane is the meta, but top lane can still give you some, some earnings, some yieldings, if you will, if you do invest a little bit of time onto it. It's unfortunate for them that that last team fight, it literally all goes wrong. They don't hit any of the big ultimates. The Moonlight Vigil, the Moonlight Vigil and the Moonfall don't go anywhere. Harder on this Cassante, I'ma say it, not it. It just ain't it, my dude. You did nearly less damage than the Nautilus. That is just unfortunate, and that should just never be happening. You should be taking out the Jinx at all times, and he just never had an impact.
Yeah, and you look at the top side of the map, right? Like Bin and Shun being pretty close together. We're looking at the opposite side for AL, ZDZ and Xiaohao having a similar amount of damage damage. It feels pretty bad, but you look at your mid lane, 10% of the total damage, and you're relying on our top side. I want to give another shout out to Chiyoyi? Sorry.
Yes.
Long
it's
day.
a long even.
Long
it's like
day.
7 a.m. for you.
Exactly. Got a lot of games under my belt today. For him, as a new fresh face, a fresh AD carry, there were moments in that game, especially in game number 2, but even in 3, where this Aphelios was going crazy in these fights.
Yeah, he really was. But before we go on into this game, we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's standing by with the victorious Elk.
Hi guys, welcome to the interview, and now we have Elk from BLG with us. Congratulations on today's win, and now BLG is on a 5-winning streak, and now you are the top teams on the list. So tell us more about how satisfied you are with the team's performance right now. 那首先恭喜你们今天又获得了比赛的胜利，现在 BLG 也是来到了5连胜，进一步的稳定了榜首的一个位置。所以说现在你可能对队伍整体的一个表现有多大满意呢？
就是我觉得我们整体其实都是。就打得现在更稳了吧，然后就希望我们就是能在之后的比赛，就是不要因为就是现在没有输过，然后而感到骄傲吧，或者有自满吧。就是希望我们还是每一场比赛都是认真的去对待，然后去就是进行我们的游戏吧。对。
Definitely, we feels like right now we are just played more stable in the actual games. But although we didn't get any losses, but we still try not to be overconfident. We just would like to focus on every single games, try our best to play more meticulously, and try our best to win match by match, go forward step by step. And definitely, we are all looking forward to that. Talk a bit more about today's game. In both game 2 and 3, the opponent's team they just opened Melio, this champion, the new champion, and you guys just pick it. And you have picked 2 different marksmen to cooperate with this new champion Melio. Tell us more about your thoughts towards Melio and how did the team manage to maximize the strengths of this new champion? 那也想问一下新英雄米利欧的问题。2、3局对面是都有放给你们，你们也是都一选拿到了。也比较好奇，可能你们对这个新英雄有什么样的一个看法？你也是拿到了2个不同的 AD 来配合他嘛，所以说也想问一下，怎么样能够最大化这个英雄的优势呢？
首先我觉得米利欧这个英雄就是对整个团队的帮助其实非常大吧。然后还有一点就是这个英雄其实也对就是大河 AD 的加成其实也非常高的。所以说我觉得米利欧这个英雄就是那个优先级还是挺高的吧。然后我觉得这个英雄就是非常适合就是大河 AD 吧。
It feels like Melio is definitely a very great champion, and we just would like to put him on a very high priority. We feels like he can be really can be a very good utility champion, very functional, and also he can really help the late game marksmen a lot to help those marksmen to carry the game. So after that, we feels like this can be a very good champion to play and to pick on stage. And definitely, I agree with that. Let's talk a bit more about game 3. Game 3, the opponent's team they have this Diana and also Kamir, and to be honest, we feels like they are quite troublesome to you guys maybe in the early game because they just tended to make so many tower dives around the top lane. So from the mid game, what's the main strategies from BLG in order to bounce back to win game 3? 那其实也想问一下第3局对面是选下了皎月和青钢影，同时呢，他们也一步步的在上路建立自己的优势，感觉其实有一点小小的棘手。那你们中期更多的策略是怎么样能够稳扎稳打拿下比赛的呢？
因为其实第3局对面的就是整个重心其实还是比较针对我们上路的嘛，然后但其实我们上路就陈正斌也一直在说他手没事嘛，然后还是能玩的，然后再加上我们 就是选出了金克斯和米利欧这2个组合，其实我们在前面下路也取得了优势吧，所以说就是慢慢玩，然后等待打团就可以了。
Yeah, after the ban pick phase, we feels like AL they would like to target a lot towards the top lane, but inside the game, Bin just told us it's okay. He can just handle with the situations, and because we have the Jinx and Milio Baldu, so we feels like we can build some advantage from the bot lane. And after that, we just slow down the pace a bit and try to seek more opportunities to make the mid to late game team fights and win the game through those team fights. And also, my last question is: today is actually your 4th anniversary of LPL debut. We have seen your growth step by step, but talking a bit more about the future. In the future, what kind of player do you want to be? Do you want to be known as? 那最后一个问题也是，其实今天也是 ALK 选手 LPL 的出道4周年嘛，一步以来我们好像有见证着你一步一步的成长，所以说也想问一下，可能在未来你想要成为怎么样的选手？你想被大家以怎么样的选手所熟知呢？
因为 LPL 出现了非常多的就是很多 AD 嘛，然后就是我希望我自己能在以后就是做到就是让大家一提到或者一想到 LPL AD， 然后可以有我就是有自己的名字之一吧，然后就希望被大家更加记住吧，对。
If you're thinking about LPL, definitely LPL is the region is really famous for so many famous AD players. So maybe in the future, I want to be the player that if you're thinking about LPL, you can thinking about me, ALK, as well. I just want to leave those more highlights, more memories to all of you. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，后面加油。And back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I love those little things as well.
Yeah.
You know, just first of all, before we even dissect any of the answers, happy 4th anniversary there to you, El. Glad that you were able to get yourself a W on the day. And again, like he said at the end, many more to hopefully come.
For sure, especially with how bright this year has been so far for him and the rest of the BLG squad. I think El's got a really fun career ahead of him, and that was it. That's all of our games right there. We've got player of the game, Yagao here, man. Rightfully earned after his performance.
Big brother Yagao, you goat. It just making so many incredible plays on this Jace. I think a lot of people were questioning him. He had a couple of questionable games on MSI with this champion. I don't think we can question him anymore. He was exceptional on this pick and really just kept the game in just kind of a, you know, an advantage, if not an equal state there for the side of BLG. And just the fact that he was going in and out so confidently, knowing that he could take the fights that he took.
It was the tenacity of, I am not losing this game. There's a difference between wanting to win and not wanting to lose, and he definitely did not want to lose. He was like, there is not a blemish. I am not losing to AL. If there's a team I'm going to lose to, it is going to be someone that we have previously lost to, probably looking at JDG if they're going to be looking like this. BLG, I mean, what else can we say about Yagao that we haven't already said before during this series? There is respect to be paid to someone like him who has been a longtime veteran, and Yagao performed out of his mind to carry his team across the finish line.
He really did, and a deserved MVP, for the side of Yagao. And BLG continuing themselves on 5-0 now into the regular split, and this is a team that is starting to look for me that it can go further on. I will say we are still waiting to see some of the bigger matches, like you mentioned. Yeah. They've got JDG later on this week. They've got, I believe, that's when they started. After that, they go LNG. So they got JDG, LNG, Weibo, and that's like 3 games back to back to back. So they're going to have 3 very difficult games once they hit the 7, 8, 9 series, and they're going to be very kind of telling, I think, for a BLG side to kind of say, look, have they drastically improved, or are they kind of still building off of that momentum from MSI, or are, you know, have they moved the ceiling up, or the floor up, I should say, in terms of their standard of play? Today was definitely one of those games you kind of go, look, we got the W, we forget about it, we move on. Not to discredit AL whatsoever, but on paper, BLG should be coming out as clear favorites, and AL definitely gave them a run for money.
Exactly, and not only are they improving, but then they also have to be looking at across the table, the teams that they're playing against, how are they performing? Obviously, Weibo is in a bit of flux right now, but I mean, JDG is looking pretty good for the most part, still having some rocky games, so that seems like it's going to be closer. We're looking across the other schedules. Here are our results for today. We had a full 6 games. Of course, my debut onto LPL had to take me
Has to
all
happen,
the
man.
way.
It's a rite of passage.
Yes, yes. I honestly wouldn't have had it with anybody else. Machine, you've been great for me.
Too kind.
You've been awesome. We got to do a little bit of reminiscing on times olden for League of Legends, as well as just have a lot of great games, a lot of slower games at the beginning, but this BLG series really delivered.
Absolutely. BLG kind of coming out on top at the end of that. As you can see, they're bringing themselves up to 5-0. They are 1 series ahead, the likes of Top Esports and JDG. Still got WE technically undefeated in the season so far, and LGD still yet to pick up their first win of the split. As we look out towards tomorrow, we got an interesting set of games that are definitely going to start to kind of separate our top 10, I suppose, is the best way I can look into it. As we got NIP versus OMG. That's a very big game. We're not quite sure where we rank NIP in the standings for the moment, and OMG have definitely had a little bit of a rockier start than they probably anticipated. And then later on, it is the MSI champions going up against RNG. JDG versus RNG, and again, RNG, a team that we're just not quite sure where to rank them in this thing. That could be a little bit of a tougher one for JDG than they realize.
It feels weird to say that RNG, we don't know where they're going to end up in the standings.
Yeah.
For such a long-standing organization here in the LPL and just internationally speaking, it feels weird. It is a strange feeling to have those words come out of my mouth in that in that order, but the series above that one, when we're talking about OMG versus NIP, for me, the Ninjas in Pajamas just feel a little all over the place. Yes, they're they're 5th place right now, but they just feel like anything could really happen. Sometimes we get an insane performance out of Fearness. Other times it feels like the team kind of falls flat. And I think I could say the same for OMG. Anything could happen in that series, and I think it makes it really interesting because we have 2 teams who have very, I think, distinct identities clashing against each other here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for NIP, kind of figuring out between Shadow and XLB, we'll see which ones they end up going with in the end. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Alt Battery, for joining me on your debut to bring me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys all for watching. And of course, thank you to our fantastic production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back at the same channel at the same time, and we'll see you then.